Chapter 345. As Xiao Yan's voice fell, there was a sharp sound of wind breaking in the sky. A figure quickly approached from afar. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. The expression on Qin Zhong's face was slightly startled when he saw Xiao Yan when he approached. This unfamiliar-looking man in front of him was not the person he had thought of. However, when Qin Zhong met Xiao Yan's clear eyes and saw a wisp of brilliant fire glow, his old face immediately revealed a smile that he had been waiting for a long time. Qin Zhong cupped his hands together and cupped them toward Xiao Yan, after which he laughed out loud. Yan. The first word had just left his mouth when Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly waved his hand and interrupted the words that he was about to continue speaking. Seeing this, Qin Zhong couldn't help but show a touch of doubt. But then, when his eyes swept across the crowd of onlookers on both sides of the street and the girl in red, his old face suddenly showed a smile of understanding. Qin Zhong exchanged glances with Xiao Yan. The both of them were well aware of the situation. Hence, Qin Zhong did not continue speaking. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily sighed in relief. Now the whole ancient wilderness city was talking about him. Once Qin Zhong said Xiao Yan's name in public, it would attract more than half of the people in the ancient wilderness city to watch. This was not what Xiao Yan wanted to see. As he landed, Qin Zhong's eyes immediately fell on the beautiful girl in the middle of the street below. Seeing the latter's aggrieved face, Qin Zhong couldn't help but frown slightly. But then he seemed to understand something. Qin Zhong glanced at Xiao Yan, but found that the latter was also looking at him with a smile. He shrugged and didn't say anything. What's going on? Qin Zhong didn't ask Xiao Yan. Instead, he frowned and looked at the girl, reprimanding in a slightly low voice. When the girl saw her grandfather, who had always doted on her, treat her like this in front of outsiders, she couldn't help but burst out. Little girl, today's matter won't allow you to fool around anymore. Qin Zhong, who had a deep understanding of the young lady, immediately saw the change in the young lady's expression. Before the latter could speak, an even deeper cry was emitted from his mouth. Under this voice, the young girl's soft and delicate body clearly trembled. There was actually some moisture in her bright and beautiful eyes. It was hard for her to imagine that her grandfather, who had always been obedient to her, would get angry at her because of an outsider. Xiao Yan immediately felt helpless when he saw this. Why was it that from the looks of it, it had become his fault? Frowning slightly, Xiao Yan roughly explained what had happened to Qin Zhong. The latter's expression gradually became gloomy. Before the young lady came here, he had already repeatedly warned her not to bully others and not to take things by force. The little girl in front of him didn't abide by either of these two rules. Of course, Qin Zhong didn't doubt Xiao Yan's words. Firstly, he trusted Xiao Yan personally. Secondly, there were so many people present. As a half-emperor expert, Xiao Yan naturally wouldn't do such a shameless thing. Moreover, the young lady in front of him didn't refute Xiao Yan's narration. Obviously, Xiao Yan's words were flawless. Taking a deep breath, Qin Zhong turned his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan. He cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry." Xiao Yan, however, laughed softly and shook his head. His gaze swept over everyone in the restaurant before he frowned and said, "The one who should be sorry is not me, but them." Qin Zhong was startled and looked at Xiao Yan, only to find that the latter was also staring at him with a hint of certainty in his eyes. When Xiao Yan's words entered the young lady's ears, the latter immediately frowned. Her face was filled with hatred as she looked at Xiao Yan and angrily said, "My grandfather is a half-emperor expert. How can he apologize to these guys? You are clearly making things difficult for my grandfather." Xiao Yan ignored this. His eyes continued to stare at Qin Zhong. It was likely that only this young lady was unaware of the meaning behind his words. A long while later, Qin Zhong finally nodded. He turned his gaze and faced the young lady, who was still repeatedly cursing Xiao Yan with her mouth. He reprimanded her. Shut up." The young lady's body suddenly trembled, and she quickly shut her mouth. She was even more frightened in her heart. This was probably the first time she saw her grandfather so angry in front of her. "I will ask your third uncle to take you back later. In the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to step out of the family again." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Zhong ignored Qin Ro, whose face was pale at this moment. He suddenly turned around and faced the crowd in the restaurant. He took a deep breath, cupped his fist, and said in a deep voice, "Just now, my granddaughter disturbed everyone. I apologize on her behalf." When the crowd in the store saw this, they hurriedly waved their hands and dropped the matter. Making a half-step, Emperor apologized to them, truly caused them to feel overwhelmed by the unexpected favor they were receiving from a superior. After that, another person quickly rushed over from the sky. Qin Zhong looked up with a stern look in his muddy old eyes. When the figure landed and saw Qin Zhong's serious face, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. He first bowed respectfully to Qin Zhong. Qin Zhong waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Take this girl back and hand her over to her father. Ask him to take good care of her. As for the rest, I will find him after I go back." The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded when he heard this. He glanced at Qin Ro from the corner of his eyes. His old eyes involuntarily contained some surprise. Just who was this person who could cause the ancestor, Qin Zhong, who had always doted on Qin Ro, to be so furious? His heart involuntarily shivered when his eyes landed on Xiao Yan on the other side. Even with his current 9-star Dosheng cultivation, he was actually unable to see through the strength of this black-robed young man in front of him. In his impression, other than an expert who had stepped into the half-emperor class, there was no one who could hide their cultivation in front of him. Hiss! This seemingly ordinary black-robed young man in front of him was actually a half-emperor class expert. The middle-aged man immediately came to an understanding when he thought of this. No wonder the ancestor thinks so highly of him. This time around, it was likely that his little princess was going to suffer. With Qin Zhong in front, even though Qin Ro still felt wronged in her heart, she could only helplessly be brought away by the middle-aged man in front of her. At this moment, regardless of how spoiled she was, she understood in her heart that she had indeed angered her grandfather today. Xiao Yan finally sighed softly and shook his head after the middle-aged man left with Qin Ro. He withdrew his gaze and exchanged glances with Qin Zhong. After which, he glanced at the restaurant behind him. The latter also helplessly shook his head. Xiao Yan sighed softly and helplessly said, "Let's go. It is really not easy to sit quietly for a while." Once he finished speaking, he took the lead and swiftly flew out of the savage ancient city. Behind him, Qin Zhong once again looked in the direction that the middle-aged man had left with Qin Ro. He helplessly sighed bitterly. His body moved and he swiftly followed, leaving behind a group of frightened Dozongs and Dozuns in the restaurant. However, no one knew that after Xiao Yan and Qin Zhong left the savage ancient city one after another, another human figure quietly followed them. That person's dark black eyes flickered as he watched the two of them from a distance. Chapter 346. Outside Wild City, on an uninhabited mountain peak, two figures were slowly descending from the void. As soon as he landed, Xiao Yan pulled off the mask covering his face. No matter what, the feeling of being covered by something was still uncomfortable, as if he was being forcibly bound. It was Xiao Yan's nature to be so free at this moment. Phew! After exhaling a long breath, Xiao Yan turned around and looked at Qin Zhong behind him. "Haha, brother Qin, it's been a long time." As soon as Qin Zhong raised his eyes, he saw Xiao Yan's familiar face. Immediately, the two looked at each other and smiled. Qin Zhong's old eyes were slightly moist. Since the news of Xiao Yan's return reached his ears, his heart had never been calm again. "Alas, I'm really sorry about what happened just now. It's my fault for not disciplining her properly. That's why she was so rampant." After coming back to his senses, Qin Zhong recalled what had happened just now, and could not help but feel a little melancholy in his heart. "Haha, this is normal. She's just a child. It's always normal to have some vanity and superiority." Xiao Yan smiled when he heard this, shook his head helplessly, and then sighed in a low voice. "However, after all, she grew up under the care of elders like you. Although her cultivation talent is good, it's also because of your so-called care that her life is too flat." When Xiao Yan said this, Qin Zhong had to lower his head slightly with a heavy expression. Xiao Yan's words were not pleasant to hear, but every word was true. Compared to some people's superficial flattery, this could be regarded as caring. Her strength is not bad among her peers, but if she faces a real battle alone, even if it's an expert of the same level, She is definitely no match for him. I don't need to say more about this, you should understand. Xiaoyan stared at Qin Zhong in front of him, frowning and saying in a deep voice. He did not want his friends to get into trouble again for various reasons after he left. That was the last thing Xiaoyan wanted to see. Therefore, even if the words were not pleasant to hear, he still had to say them. Xiaoyan finally ceased speaking when he spoke until this point. It was pointless to speak more. He had coincidentally grasped this limit. It would not cause Qin Zhong's heart to feel too embarrassed, but it would also not be to the extent that speaking too little would be ineffective. When Qin Zhong heard Xiaoyan's words, he was very grateful to Xiaoyan in his heart, especially when he recalled that Xiaoyan had asked him to apologize to the people in the restaurant with a firm gaze. If it was someone else, even if he had a good relationship with Xiaoyan, he would naturally not be able to lower his status and face to apologize to a group of people who he regarded as ants. However, the key was that the person who asked him to do so was Xiaoyan. How could Qin Zhong not know that the reason why Xiaoyan's attitude was so firm before seemed to be to ask Qin Zhong to apologize to those people, but in fact this apology should be said by Qin Ro. However, she did not notice it at all. It was a long while later before Qin Zhong finally raised his head. He inhaled a deep breath of air, and a glint flashed across his turbid old eyes. He smiled, cupped his hands together, and thanked Xiaoyan. Only then did he withdraw his thoughts. His old face once again recovered a serious expression. He frowned slightly before opening his mouth to ask Xiaoyan, "Brother Yan Xiao, may I know why you called this old man out this time?" Back to the topic, Xiaoyan also quickly withdrew other thoughts. He nodded and said with a frown, "To be honest, Brother Qin Zhong, I have already decided to leave the wilderness the day after tomorrow and go to the western region." Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the expression on Qin Zhong's face could not help but be slightly startled. Then he recovered and a hint of surprise appeared in his old eyes. "So soon, are you ready to leave?" Xiaoyan nodded and said with a chuckle, "Haha, I have not been in the ancient city for a long time. Haha, actually, I have stayed in the ancient wildlands for quite some time. My original plan was to leave the ancient wildlands after I got out of the void lightning pool. Now it seems like my plan has come to fruition." Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Qin Zhong knew that Xiaoyan had made up his mind. Therefore he did not say any more nonsense. He cupped his hands and smiled at Xiaoyan. "In that case, this old man can only wish you a safe journey. Although the western region is not as good as the southern region, we are only at the southwest border after all. Compared to some cities in the western region, it is still much worse. When you go, you must be extremely careful." Xiaoyan also nodded and cupped his hands at Qin Zhong with a smile. Then Qin Zhong seemed to have thought of something and asked Xiaoyan again, "Oh right. That's right. Brother Yan Xiao, you can't have called me out this time just to tell me that you're leaving, right?" Xiaoyan once again smiled. His eyes stared at Qin Zhong as he laughed. "Brother Qin Zhong is the only one who knows me. Ha 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 ha." As soon as these words came out, the two of them burst out laughing in unison. After a long while, Xiaoyan gradually withdrew his smile and said to Qin Zhong in a deep voice, "Brother Qin Zhong, you still remember the void lightning pool? Brother Qin, do you remember that 2 years ago, before we entered the void lightning pool, I told you that I have a favor to ask of you after we leave the void lightning pool?" Qin Zhong nodded. He had never dared to forget this matter because he firmly believed that Xiaoyan would definitely return. It seemed that his persistence had finally paid off. "Haha, Brother Yan Xiao, if you need help with anything, just say it. I have been waiting for you to beg me for a long time. Ha 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 ha." Qin Zhong half-jokingly teased Xiaoyan. Indeed, he had been waiting for the day when Xiaoyan would return for a long time. Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. After a moment of hesitation, he said to Qin Zhong, "Brother Qin Zhong, I want to ask you to help me take care of a family." Qin Zhong involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He did not think that the clan behind Xiaoyan would be weak given Xiaoyan's strength. Hence, the clan that Xiaoyan had asked him to take care of likely had a special relationship with Xiaoyan. "Brother Yan Xiao, just say it. As long as brother speaks, I will definitely ensure the safety of this family." Seeing this, Xiaoyan immediately cupped his hands and smiled at Qin Zhong saying, "In that case, I will thank brother here first. In fact, this family is not very big. It is also a family in a small city on the southwest border. The family's surname is Liu, and the patriarch's name is Liu Huabai. I only hope that brother can find time to send someone to take care of it after I leave. At that time, as long as you send someone to call my name, they will know. After saying this, Xiaoyan told the latter about the general situation of the Liu family. Qin Zhong also nodded continuously. Obviously, he really cared about Xiaoyan's request. Haha, good. This old man will remember the Liu family of Qingyang City. It's just a family. Brother Yin Xiao, don't worry. This old man promises that no matter what you give it to me now, when you return, it will only be more prosperous than before. It will definitely not disappoint you. Then it's all up to Brother Qin Zhong. Ha 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 ha. A few loud laughs sounded. The stone in Xiaoyan's heart finally slowly fell at this moment. The two of them chatted and laughed with each other for a while, then they didn't stay any longer. They both stood up, and the two figures moved and quickly disappeared from the mountain top. A moment after the two human figures left, a human figure finally flashed and appeared from an inconspicuous thicket in the surrounding mountain range. He looked in the direction that Xiaoyan had left in and pondered for a moment, after which his body moved and he swiftly flew away. Chapter 347. Boom. With a violent bang, in the ginseng spiritual world, a vast open space in the forest suddenly shook violently as if there was an earthquake. At this moment, a greenish-gold cauldron that was 30 feet tall stood majestically in front of the few people in the field. It was like a small mountain. The tall cauldron cast a huge shadow under the reflection of the sunlight. It completely swallowed the few people's shadows. The sudden darkness, coupled with the reflection of the sunlight, caused Elder Luo and the other two people to squint within a few seconds. They did not dare to raise their heads to look at the huge object that had suddenly appeared in front of them. After a few breaths, when the three of them looked over, they saw a huge cauldron standing in front of them. When the three of them saw this, their eyes could not help but become serious. Luo Jin's eyes could not help but reveal a surprised expression. He had seen the cauldron in front of him before, but he did not mention it to Elder Luo. He did not know why Xiaoyan took it out at this moment. Seeing the huge cauldron in front of them, Elder Luo and Qing Mu could not help but be secretly shocked. They looked at each other. When Elder Luo and Qing Mu saw the cauldron in front of them clearly, a shocked expression immediately appeared on their old faces. Although Elder Luo was a weapon refiner and usually only knew how to refine some weapons, he had also dabbled in the aspect of refining cauldrons. Although the two cauldrons had different attributes, their refining methods were similar. Moreover, weapon refiners were able to comprehend some new things, especially when it came to items that had special refining methods. At this moment, Elder Luo immediately recognized the cauldron in front of him with a glance. The cauldron in front of him was the cauldron that was ranked second on the heavenly tripod list. Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. This is the second on the heavenly tripod list, the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. Looking at the huge cauldron in front of them, which was like a small mountain, Elder Luo and Qing Mu were extremely shocked. It was hard to imagine that the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron, which was ranked second on the heavenly tripod list, would actually appear in Xiaoyan's hands. If this news were to spread, the trouble that Xiaoyan would face in the future would be more than 10 times more difficult than it was now. Thinking of this, the two old men's faces immediately revealed a dignified expression. The heavenly tripod list. Putting aside the Luotian Divine Cauldron's ranking, just the medicinal cauldrons on the heavenly tripod list were things that all alchemists in the continent yearned for. In the hearts of alchemists, the weight of the heavenly tripod list was not much less than the heavenly flame list. In the hearts of some alchemists, the value of the medicinal cauldrons on the heavenly tripod list was not lower than the value of the heavenly flame. For the medicinal cauldrons on the heavenly tripod list, some alchemists could not find even one cauldron in their entire lives. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyan at such a young age actually had such a shocking treasure. Kid, this thing has been extinct on the continent for who knows how many years. I didn't expect it to fall into your hands today. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Old Luo's gaze was solemn as he looked at Xiaoyan. His tone was solemn as he spoke. His words contained a warning to Xiaoyan. Although the Luotian Divine Cauldron was the supreme medicinal cauldron that was ranked second on the heavenly tripod list, it was also because of this that it would bring endless trouble to Xiao Yan. Once the news that Xiao Yan possessed the Luotian Divine Cauldron spread, all the alchemists in the continent would be shocked. After all, the heavenly tripod list was not just a joke. After hearing Elder Luo's words, Xiao Yan nodded his head with a solemn expression. How could he not know about this? An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. Since he already possessed the Luotian Divine Cauldron, naturally, he had already thought of the worst possible outcome. However, he was not worried. At the very least, he was confident that he could keep the medicinal cauldron in his hands for a period of time. Since the medicinal cauldron was already in his hands, Xiao Yan would not give it up so easily. Seeing the solemn expression on Xiao Yan's face, Elder Luo could not help but nod his head. He frowned slightly and warned Xiao Yan, "Remember, try not to take this thing out in the future. Once it is discovered, you will be in trouble." Xiao Yan nodded his head again. He knew the logic behind this. Before he had the strength to protect the Luotian Divine Cauldron, he could only hide it in his storage ring. After reminding him again, Elder Luo focused his attention on the Luotian Divine Cauldron in front of him. He had only taken a rough look at it earlier, so he did not see the medicinal cauldron in front of him very clearly. When Elder Luo looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of him carefully, he immediately discovered some clues. Hiss! Elder Luo's eyes focused and he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His expression was filled with shock and disbelief. Under Elder Luo's careful observation, the Luotian Divine Cauldron in front of him was actually covered in cracks. For a medicinal cauldron, this was close to being scrapped. Moreover, the medicinal cauldron in front of him was the Luotian Divine Cauldron, that was ranked second on the heavenly cauldron list. What? What is going on? Why did the Luotian Divine Cauldron become like this? As the voice that contained incomparable surprise sounded, his turbid old eyes immediately looked at Xiao Yan. At the same time, Luo Jin and Qing Mu by the side also shifted their gazes away from the medicinal cauldron and turned to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan could only spread his hands helplessly. Then, he told the three of them about the damage to the medicinal cauldron. After Xiao Yan finished his narration, the three of them finally understood the reason for the damage to the Luotian Divine Cauldron. Elder Luo also nodded his head in pity. It was hard to imagine that the Luotian Divine Cauldron, ranked second on the heavenly cauldron list, would be injured to such an extent by King Yuan. However, Elder Luo also knew that a medicinal cauldron like this could be integrated with its owner. The most important thing about its quality was its owner. If the owner was strong enough, not to mention King Yuan, even the Origin Emperor and Origin sect would not be able to destroy it. On the contrary, if the owner was weak like the previous owner, Zhou Tong, who did not have enough strength and had to use the Luotian Divine Cauldron as a shield to withstand the full-force attack of a King Yuan, the outcome would naturally not be good. From the looks of it, the reason why the Luotian Divine Cauldron was still in its original state, and most of its structure was intact, was largely due to Zhou Tong's strength. Old Luo walked forward and used his shriveled hand to gently rub the tiny, densely packed crack lines on the medicinal cauldron. Finally, his shriveled finger paused on the blade scar that had already scattered the blade aura. Old Luo frowned intently. His gaze looked at Xiao Yan as he slowly opened his mouth with a solemn tone. "Kid, you have found a difficult problem for me this time." Chapter 348. Boom. With a violent bang, in the ginseng spiritual world, a vast open space in the forest suddenly shook violently as if there was an earthquake. At this moment, a greenish-gold cauldron that was 30 feet tall stood majestically in front of the few people in the field. It was like a small mountain. The tall cauldron cast a huge shadow under the reflection of the sunlight, completely swallowing the few people's shadows. The sudden darkness, in addition to the reflection of the sunlight, caused Elder Luo and the other two people to squint within a few seconds. They did not dare to raise their heads to look at the huge object that had suddenly appeared in front of them. After a few breaths, when the three of them focused their gazes, they saw a huge cauldron standing in front of them. When the three of them saw this, their eyes could not help but become serious. Luo Jin's eyes could not help but reveal a surprised expression. He had seen the cauldron in front of him before, but he did not mention it to Elder Luo. He did not know what Xiao Yan intended to do by taking it out at this moment. Seeing the huge cauldron in front of them, Elder Luo and Qing Mu could not help but be secretly shocked. They looked at each other. When Elder Luo and Qing Mu saw the cauldron in front of them clearly, a shocked expression appeared on their old faces. Although Elder Luo was a blacksmith, he usually only knew how to refine some weapons. However, he had also dabbled in refining cauldrons. Although the two cauldrons had different attributes, their refining methods were similar. Moreover, blacksmiths were able to comprehend some new things, especially when it came to items that were refined with special techniques. At this moment, Elder Luo recognized the cauldron in front of him with a glance. The cauldron in front of him was ranked second on the Heavenly Cauldron list. Luo Tian Sacred Cauldron. This is the second on the Heavenly Cauldron list, the Luo Tian Sacred Cauldron. Looking at the huge cauldron in front of them, which was like a small mountain, Elder Luo and Qing Mu were extremely shocked. It was hard to imagine that the Luo Tian Sacred Cauldron, which was ranked second on the Heavenly Cauldron list, would actually appear in Xiao Yan's hands. If this news were to spread, the trouble that Xiao Yan would face in the future would be more than 10 times more difficult than it was now. Thinking of this, the two old men's faces immediately revealed a dignified expression. The Heavenly Tripod List. Putting aside the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron's ranking, just the medicinal cauldrons on the Heavenly Tripod List were things that all alchemists in the continent yearned for. In the hearts of alchemists, the weight of the Heavenly Tripod List was not much less than the Heavenly Flame List. In the hearts of some alchemists, the value of the medicinal cauldrons on the Heavenly Tripod List was not lower than the value of the Heavenly Flame. For the medicinal cauldrons on the Heavenly Tripod List, some alchemists could not find even one cauldron in their entire lives. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yan, at such a young age, actually had such a shocking treasure. Kid, this thing has been extinct on the continent for who knows how many years. I didn't expect it to fall into your hands today. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Old Luo's gaze was solemn as he looked at Xiao Yan. His tone was solemn as he spoke. His words contained a warning to Xiao Yan. Although the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron was the supreme medicinal cauldron that was ranked second on the Heavenly Tripod List, it was also because of this that it would bring endless trouble to Xiao Yan. Once the news that Xiao Yan had the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron spread, all the alchemists in the continent would be shocked. After all, the Heavenly Tripod List was not just a joke. After hearing Elder Luo's words, Xiao Yan nodded his head with a solemn expression. How could he not know about this? An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. Since he already had the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron, he had naturally thought of the worst possible outcome. However, he was not worried. At the very least, he was confident that he could keep the medicinal cauldron in his hands for a period of time. Since the medicinal cauldron was already in his hands, Xiao Yan would not give it up so easily. Seeing the solemn expression on Xiao Yan's face, Elder Luo could not help but nod his head. He frowned slightly and warned Xiao Yan, "Remember, try not to take this thing out in the future. Once it is discovered, you will be in trouble." Xiao Yan nodded his head again. He knew the logic behind this. Before he had the strength to protect the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron, he could only hide it in his storage ring. After reminding him again, Elder Luo focused his attention on the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron in front of him. He had only taken a rough look at it earlier, so he did not see the medicinal cauldron in front of him very clearly. When Elder Luo looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of him carefully, he suddenly found some clues. Hiss! Elder Luo's eyes focused and he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His expression was filled with shock and disbelief. Under Elder Luo's careful observation, the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron in front of him was actually covered in cracks. For a medicinal cauldron, this was close to being scrapped. Moreover, the medicinal cauldron in front of him was the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron, that was ranked second on the Heavenly Cauldron list. What is going on? Why did the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron become like this? As the voice that contained incomparable surprise sounded, his turbid old eyes immediately looked at Xiao Yan. At the same time, Luo Jin and Qing Mu by the side also shifted their gazes away from the medicinal cauldron and turned to Xiao Yan. In response, Xiao Yan could only spread his hands helplessly. Then, he told the three people in front of him about the damage to the medicinal cauldron. After Xiao Yan finished his story, the three of them finally understood the reason for the damage to the Luotian divine cauldron. Elder Luo also nodded his head in pity. It was hard to imagine that the Luotian divine cauldron, ranked second on the heavenly cauldron list, would be injured to such an extent by King Yuan. However, Elder Luo also knew that a medicinal cauldron like this could be integrated with its owner. The most important thing about its quality was its owner. If the owner was strong enough, not to mention King Yuan, even the Origin Emperor and Origin Sect would not be able to destroy it. On the contrary, if the owner was weak, like the previous owner, Zhou Tong, who did not have enough strength and had to use the Luotian divine cauldron as a shield to withstand the full force attack of a King Yuan, the result would naturally not be good. From the looks of it, the reason why the Luotian divine cauldron was still in its original state, and most of its structure was intact, was largely due to Zhou Tong's strength. Old Luo walked forward and used his shriveled hand to gently rub the tiny, densely packed crack lines on the medicinal cauldron. Finally, his shriveled finger paused on the blade scar that had already scattered the blade aura. Old Luo frowned intently. His gaze looked at Xiao Yan as he slowly opened his mouth with a serious tone. "Kid, you have found a difficult problem for me this time." Chapter 349. In the ginseng spiritual world, Elder Luo was solemnly looking at the green gold cauldron in front of him. His turbid eyes revealed a deep solemnity. After a long while, Elder Luo slowly descended from the sky. He looked deeply at the cauldron in front of him again. After that, he turned to face Xiao Yan with a frown. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily tightened when he saw old Luo reveal such an expression. His delicate and handsome eyebrows were involuntarily knit together. Could it be that even old Luo was unable to do anything about the seriously injured Luo Tianding? "Elder Luo, this cauldron?" Xiao Yan asked tentatively. As he spoke, he could not help but clench his fists under his sleeves. His palms were sweating nervously. Seeing this, Elder Luo frowned. He slowly placed his hands behind his back. With his back facing Xiao Yan, he shook his head helplessly. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's nervous breathing suddenly stopped. His eyes revealed some pity. "Sigh." Xiao Yan sighed helplessly. He smiled bitterly and sighed in his heart. What a pity. The second on the heavenly cauldron list. It was actually destroyed by a King Yuan. What a waste. Xiao Yan was helpless. He had not expected that old Luo would be able to repair the Luotian cauldron after entering the ginseng spirit world this time around. It was unexpected that even old Luo had given such a disappointing answer. Xiao Yan waved his sleeves helplessly, and was about to keep the Luotian cauldron, which had been declared to be useless, into his storage ring. No matter what, it was still a piece of heavenly sun-green gold. Although it was a little damaged, Xiao Yan did not intend to throw it away. After all, the value of this item was not as simple as refining a cauldron. The value of a fist-sized piece of heavenly sun-green gold was enough to move a dodi. After all, the rarity of this metal was not inferior to the meteorite mysterious iron. Fortunately, the degree of damage to this cauldron is still within my expectations. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to keep the cauldron in his storage ring, Elder Luo turned around and looked at Xiao Yan with a mocking expression. As soon as Elder Luo finished speaking, Xiao Yan's face instantly froze. A moment later, a joyful smile appeared on his face, as though he had survived a disaster. After a long while, Xiao Yan looked at Elder Luo with a bitter smile and said, "Elder Luo, of course. Elder Luo. The Luo Tian Cauldron list. An Elder Luo Tian Cauldron. And Luo Tian Cauldron list. Of Luo Tian Cauldron. The second ranked Luo Tian Cauldron list. Of Luo Tian Cauldron. Would have been destroyed Luo. Because Luo Tian Luo. Cauldron." Elder Luo laughed out loud when he heard Xiao Yan's words. His shriveled hand gently stroked his beard as he looked at Xiao Yan with a mocking expression. "Haha, brat, do you really think that the second place on the heavenly cauldron ranking is just for show? If you want to destroy the Luo Tian cauldron with one strike, you need to be at least an Origin Emperor. Moreover, the previous owner of this cauldron was an expert of the same level as the owner of the Blade Aura. If you want to destroy the cauldron, you must first get rid of its owner. You have also said that this cauldron was taken from its previous owner. In other words, he was not truly dead before this and the cauldron cannot be completely damaged. This also gives the Luo Tian cauldron the possibility of being repaired. Hope was reignited in Xiaoyan's heart when he heard Elder Luo's words. Since Elder Luo had said so, it was only a matter of time before the Luo Tian cauldron was repaired. Although he did not know how long this wait would take, at the very least, Xiaoyan had a temporary basis in his heart. After a long while, Xiaoyan regained his senses. He looked at Elder Luo and asked with a smile, "Elder Luo, do you know what materials are needed to repair the Luo Tian cauldron this time?" Old Luo laughed softly and shook his head in front of Xiaoyan's somewhat surprised gaze when he heard this. "Brat, the heavenly sun green gold is not an ordinary material. It is just like your dark heavy buster sword. If you want to repair it, you can only rely on the heavenly sun green gold. The rarity of that material is not inferior to the meteorite mysterious iron. It is something that can only be found by chance." Xiaoyan nodded when he heard this. From a certain point of view, the rarity of the sky sun green gold was even rarer than the flame meteorite mysterious metal. This was something that could not be denied. Elder Luo took a deep breath when he saw Xiaoyan nodding his head. After which he continued to speak. "Therefore, I do not expect you to find the heavenly sun green gold. As long as you can control any kind of heavenly flame in the future, I guarantee that I will be able to repair the cauldron to more than 90%. After all, in this world, the only thing that can perfectly merge the heavenly sun green gold is a heavenly flame." Xiaoyan could not help but frown when he heard this. Based on Elder Luo's words, it seemed like even he did not have 100% confidence that he could completely repair the cauldron. "Elder Luo, could it be that this Luo Tian cauldron cannot be completely repaired?" Xiaoyan frowned tightly. There was some worry in his voice. Elder Luo smiled and shook his head in response. He then explained to Xiaoyan, "This is only because the heavenly flame is a heavenly flame. The reason why I say this is because I purely used the heavenly flame. Although the heavenly flame can heal all the cracks on the medicinal cauldron, there is one place that the heavenly flame cannot repair." After he finished speaking, Elder Luo's gaze turned to the blade mark on the cauldron. The blade aura had already dissipated. That small piece of heavenly sun green gold was forcefully cut off by the blade. If that small piece of heavenly sun green gold cannot be repaired, no matter what kind of heavenly flame is used to refine it, it will not be able to repair it to its peak. At this point, Xiaoyan understood in his heart. In the end, it was due to the lack of materials. Xiaoyan naturally did not need to worry about the heavenly flame. The only thing he was worried about was the heavenly sun green gold. After all, this material was too rare. If he was lucky, he might be able to find a piece in a short period of time. If he was unlucky, he might not be able to find a trace of it even if he searched the entire continent. Regardless, now that he had found a way to repair the Luo Tian cauldron, Xiaoyan would not give up. In any case, he was not in a hurry to find the heavenly sun green gold. At the very most, he could slowly search for it in the future. What he needed now was a way to repair the Luo Tian cauldron. After calming himself down, Xiaoyan's pitch-black eyes looked at Elder Luo. He cupped his hands and bowed to the latter with a smile. "Rest assured, Elder Luo. I will definitely do my best to find the heavenly sun green gold and the heavenly flame. When the time comes, I will have to trouble Elder Luo to repair the Luo Tian cauldron for me." Elder Luo lifted his gaze. His turbid old eyes saw the determination on Xiaoyan's face. A glint flashed across his deep eyes. After secretly praising him in his heart, Elder Luo laughed heartily and replied, "Ha ha ha ha, good. Based on your confidence, I will look forward to the day you find the heavenly flame and the heavenly sun green gold. At that time, I will naturally not be polite. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 350. In the blink of an eye, it was already the day that Xiaoyan and Luo Jin had agreed to leave. Early in the morning, the savage ancient city, which had been silent for an entire night, had once again become noisy. The bustling streets were filled with a surging tide of people. It was clearly a refreshing morning, but the air was filled with a stuffy and oppressive atmosphere. Alchemist Association. After a night of rest, Xiaoyan's condition had already reached his peak. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Xiaoyan's spiritual strength or Dou Qi control, It was undoubtedly much faster than usual. When Xiaoyan opened the door, his entire body was bathed in the first ray of sunlight of the new day. At the same time, he also discovered that Gu Li and Qi Lin were seated beside a stone table in the small courtyard outside the door. Clearly, they had been waiting for a long time. The two of them immediately stood up when they saw Xiaoyan come out. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth smiled as he walked forward and greeted the two of them. Good morning to the two association heads. Hee, if I didn't come earlier, I would really be afraid that you would sneak away. Haha. Qi Lin chuckled as he spoke. Xiaoyan immediately felt helpless when he heard this. He laughed bitterly and quietly muttered in his heart. Do I look like the kind of person who leaves without saying goodbye? Ugh. Once you leave today, I don't know when we will meet again. Gu Li's gaze stared at Xiaoyan in front of him. The expression on his old face was somewhat disappointed. After all, he was facing someone with such outstanding alchemist skills. Regardless of which alchemist association he was placed in, it was likely that they would not be willing to let him leave. However, Gu Li also knew that Xiaoyan's future was far greater than they could imagine. A small place like the savage ancient city was really unable to keep him. Even if he stayed, it would only bury Xiaoyan. This was something that they were most unwilling to see. At times, letting him go was perhaps the best support and help to him. Xiaoyan was momentarily silent when he heard Gu Li's words. He also did not know about this. After all, based on the current situation, Xiaoyan was still completely unaware of the so-called four great ancient sections. He would probably have to trouble Luo Jin about this. With the influence of the Yunin Pavilion, it was likely that they had a good understanding of the four great ancient sections. Haha, alright, let's not talk too much. If we talk too much, we'll become like a sissy. Let's go. We'll send you over. I'm sure Mr. Luo is waiting anxiously. Qi Lin also sighed softly when he saw Xiaoyan and Qi Lin become quiet. Immediately, he opened his mouth and spoke to the two of them with a smile. When Gu Li heard Mr. Luo mentioned, the expression on his old face changed slightly. Mr. Luo was how they addressed the Hidden Cloud Pavilion's pavilion master, Luo Jin. This was to avoid exposing Luo Jin's identity unnecessarily. Now that Mr. Luo was mentioned, Gu Li remembered that he had been so focused on himself and the others that he had almost forgotten about Luo Jin. Immediately, Gu Li quickly regained his senses and hurriedly said, Since that's the case, let's go over first. Mr. Luo should have already arrived. After all, we can't keep him waiting for us there. Once he finished speaking, Gu Li took the lead to turn around and swiftly flew in the direction of the northern part of the city. Behind him, Xiaoyan and Qi Lin exchanged glances and laughed softly. Immediately, they ceased hesitating. Their bodies moved and their feet stepped into the empty air. They swiftly caught up with Gu Li in front of them. The three of them swiftly flew side by side in the direction of the Mu Manor in the northern part of the city. In a short moment, the three of them had already arrived at the Mu Manor in the north of the city. As expected, Luo Jin and Elder Xian had already been waiting there for a long time. Qin Zhong was also present. As for Zhongli, he had already recovered after 3 days, but he still couldn't move freely. After knowing that Xiaoyan was about to leave, although he wanted to send Xiaoyan off, he was stopped by Xiaoyan in the end. Now he was still in the Alchemist Guild. At this moment, in the eyes of the three of them, in addition to Gu Li and Qi Lin, there was also a strong figure standing on the left side of Luo Jin. He was looking at Xiaoyan with a smile. This person was Qing Feng from the Ginseng spiritual tribe. Xiaoyan smiled. Today, all the major forces in the ancient city of Wildlands were gathered together. When they got close, the group of people looked at each other and smiled. Then, without any hesitation, the group of people moved and quickly flew towards the square outside the Mu Manor. There was an unwritten rule in the ancient city of Wildlands. Those who were below the strength of a half-emperor were not allowed to fly in the sky above the ancient city of Wildlands. At this moment, the group of people who were rushing over in a threatening manner immediately attracted a lot of attention from the city below. In the city below, everyone looked at Xiaoyan and the group in the sky with astonishment. Especially when someone recognized Xiaoyan, the expression in everyone's eyes suddenly became aghast. The group of 7 people were all half-emperors. At this moment, the direction they were rushing towards was the Mu Manor in the north of the city. That's Yan Xiao. Could it be that he is going to find trouble with Mu Han again? Various guesses immediately surfaced in everyone's hearts when they saw this frightening scene in the sky. Almost everyone thought that Xiaoyan had unleashed this formation to deal with Mu Han. After the scene in the sky was seen by everyone in the city, the ancient city of Wildlands suddenly became lively in a short period of time. In less than 3 days, the news that Yan Xiao had gathered a group of half-emperors and was preparing to encircle and annihilate Mu Han immediately spread throughout the ancient city of Wildlands as if it had grown wings. Instantly, countless people were in an uproar. This was truly one wave after another. In less than 3 days, Yan Xiao had actually gathered a group of half-emperors once again, and showed off his ability as he pointed his sword at Mu Han in the north of the city. After today, there would no longer be a person called Mu Han in the ancient city of Wildlands. There were a total of 7 half-emperors in this group. Moreover, under the investigation of some half-emperors in the city, besides Xiao Yan and Qin Zhong, there were already 4 8-star half-emperors in this group of 7. As for the robust young man among them, his strength was even more unfathomable. This caused the half-emperors in the city to be incomparably shocked. To be able to cause them to be unable to determine the exact strength of a person, that person's strength was at least that of a 9-star half-emperor. In other words, this robust young man was actually even more frightening than Xiao Yan. He was a 9-star half-emperor. In this way, in addition to the 2 half-emperors in Xiao Yan's body, there were actually 4 8-star half-emperors and 3 9-star half-emperors in Xiao Yan's group of 7 in the sky. Furthermore, there was a person with heaven-defying strength like Xiao Yan. This scene was extremely frightening. Such a formation was sufficient to sweep away any power in the ancient city of Wildlands. However, even so, their target today was Mu Han in the north of the city. TSK. It would appear that Mu Han will not be able to escape death today. Who would have thought that this Yan Xiao would actually have such great ability to invite so many half-emperors? TSK. Luckily we didn't clash with him back then. Immediately, the half-emperors of the various powers in the city all exclaimed in their hearts. The strength that Xiao Yan had displayed was already not something that they could compare to. Right now, the only thing that they could think of was to interact with Xiao Yan more after this, and try their best to befriend Xiao Yan. After all, no matter what, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Chapter 351. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's group had already arrived outside of the Muzhuang in the northern part of the city, while everyone in the ancient city was still in shock due to Xiao Yan's group. The square, which was originally filled with people, appeared empty at this moment. At the periphery of the square, the scene from 3 days ago was repeated once again. Countless people crowded around this place. Numerous gazes stared at Xiao Yan's group, who had landed in the middle of the square. It was as if they were waiting for a good show to start. Xiao Yan's group slowly landed in the middle of the square. Their gazes swept across the crowd around the square, and involuntarily frowned. Luo Jin's eyebrows twitched slightly as if he had thought of something. He turned his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan. His tone was filled with ridicule as he laughed. Haha, brother Yan Xiao, looks like your departure is really a big deal to the people of the wilderness. So many people have gathered here to respectfully send you off. I'm afraid that only old Luo alone has such face in this ancient city. Ha 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 ha. The few people beside him also laughed in agreement after these words were spoken. Even though they knew the reason in their hearts, no one was willing to say anything. Xiao Yan helplessly smiled and shook his head when he heard this. He could imagine that he would be repeatedly discussed over 1,000 times just by walking such a short distance. If he continued to stay, he really did not know if he would be able to come out and meet anyone. Why do you have such a miserable expression after being sent off by so many people? You should know that I have not received such treatment even if I wanted it. Luo Jin once again ridiculed Xiao Yan when he saw him shake his head and sigh. This caused the surrounding people to laugh unceasingly. At the same time, it also caused Xiao Yan to roll his eyes. Since you want this kind of treatment, isn't it simple? You just have to announce your identity in front of everyone. I think even that old ghost Mu Han will have to be respectful to you. Luo Jing curled her lips when she heard this and remained silent. Gu Li and Qi Lin stared at Luo Jin secretly. Their turbid eyes flickered with a bright light. On the other hand, Qin Zhong stared at the people in front of him with a frown, his heart full of suspicion. Among the 7 of them, he was the only one who did not know Luo Jin's identity. While the few of them were chatting, the main door of the muzhuang was once again opened. Immediately, an old man who walked with a limp slowly walked out. His gaze was solemn as he eyed Xiao Yan's 7-man group in the middle of the open ground. This person was Mu Han. With Mu Han's appearance, the atmosphere instantly became tense. It was as if a great battle was about to happen. It was as if a storm was about to come. Following Mu Han's appearance, the crowd outside the square involuntarily began to whisper to each other. Their eyes contained some pity as they looked at Mu Han. After all, no matter what, he was once one of the 2 overlords of the wastelands. His past glory was something that few people in the alliance could match. The fact that he was able to reach such a level in terms of formations and cultivation was enough to prove his achievements. However, it was a pity that all of his glorious achievements were reduced to worthlessness in front of this young junior. His lifetime of fame and fortune was like a straw dog under Yan Zhao's glory. After the battle 3 days ago, Mu Han's face still looked pale. His originally deep eyes were now grayish-white, and the aura around his body was no longer the same as before. Mu Han's right hand was holding onto a walking stick. No one supported him, and he was not willing to be supported by anyone. Because of this, he had already killed many people in the manor. Although the current muzhuang still appeared to be glorious on the surface, in reality, the people inside had all either died or escaped. Mu Han was wearing plain clothes, and his original glory was no longer present. If one were to take a closer look, his left shoulder, where his left arm used to be, was now empty. Seeing this scene, the crowd outside the square involuntarily exclaimed. The Mu Han in front of them had actually become a one-armed old man. Even so, no one dared to underestimate him. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Moreover, Mu Han had not reached that level. Although his aura was weak, everyone knew that if it was not for Xiao Yan's group, everyone present would not be a match for him, even if they all attacked together. Both of Mu Han's eyes focused on Xiao Yan's group in the middle of the square. His grayish-white eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. Although his expression was calm, there was an endless amount of hatred and murderous intent surging deep within his eyes. May I know why the few of you are here? Mu Han's expression was calm as he stared at Xiao Yan in front of him, and asked with an indifferent tone. His indifferent tone did not contain the slightest bit of emotion. Not the slightest change could be seen on his aged face. It was as if he was facing a group of people he had never met before. He appeared abnormally calm. However, the instant these words were spoken, the crowd outside the square could feel that the atmosphere in this place had become increasingly heavy. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on their chests. This caused the breathing of the crowd outside the square to involuntarily become hurried. Sensing the change in their surroundings, Xiao Yan and the others could not help but frown. This strange atmosphere had actually affected them. Humph! Trying to mystify things. Qi Lin possessed an irritable temperament to begin with. Now that he was being pressured by this strange aura, the anger in his heart immediately exploded. He immediately shouted and took half a step forward. The aura of an 8-star half-martial emperor immediately swept forth. At the same time, the strange atmosphere that was pressing down on everyone's chests was also broken. The strange atmosphere was instantly broken. However, Mu Han was indifferent to this. His gaze was indifferent as he glanced at Qi Lin. It was as if he was an old man past his prime. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. He exchanged glances with Luo Jin and Gu Li. After a while, Xiao Yan looked at Mu Han and said with an indifferent tone, "Mu Han, we are not here to seek trouble. Teacher Mu, we're not here to cause trouble for you today. We only wish to borrow your teleportation formation." After Xiao Yan's words sounded, a slight ripple involuntarily appeared on Mu Han's originally calm face. The Xiao Yan before him had seriously injured him 3 days ago, and even cut off one of his arms. It had only been 3 days, and he actually dared to come over and ask for his help. Faced with such a dramatic scene, Mu Han could not help but want to ridicule him. However, the current Mu Han was not in the mood to do so. His gray eyes that were staring at Xiao Yan were still as calm as an ancient well. At the very least, on the surface, The current Muhan was like a retired person who did not know about the affairs of the world. After a while, under the various gazes of the crowd outside the square, Muhan slowly opened his mouth. Ha! A soft laugh with an unknown meaning caused Xiao Yan's expression to change slightly. His eyes narrowed and a cold glint flickered as he stared at Muhan. The latter seemed to be completely unaware as he looked back at him. The air contained an invisible pressure that caused the expressions of the crowd outside the square to involuntarily change. Under that invisible pressure, their breathing had once again become a little hurried. The old me is currently unable to support this formation with only one arm. I no longer have the strength to follow this formation. You should find someone else. Muhan's expression was indifferent as he slowly opened his mouth to speak one word at a time. After his voice sounded, his weak body used the walking stick in his hand to slowly turn around and withdraw into the Mu manner. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this. Qi Lin, who was behind him, once again let out a cold snort. He waved his sleeves and a Doqi pillar shot toward Muhan. At the same time, he let out a cold cry from his mouth. Humph. Muhan, according to what the old me knows, the formation relies on spiritual strength. You are clearly purposely making things difficult for him. As Qi Lin's angry rebuke escaped from his mouth, Muhan, who had just turned around, suddenly paused his footsteps. The 5 fingers of his right hand, which was holding the walking stick, tightly gripped the mysterious metal walking stick in his hand. The walking stick pressed against the ground and instantly turned the greenstone floor beside Muhan's feet into a pile of powder. Bang! At the same time, a bang sound suddenly appeared behind Muhan. The Doqi pillar that Qi Lin had shot out had actually exploded in the air. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Xiao Yan and the others in the square involuntarily changed. From the looks of the attack just now, Muhan's spiritual strength was clearly much stronger than it was 3 days ago. His spiritual strength at the consolidation stage was likely close to the advanced stage of the consolidation stage. From the looks of it, Muhan should have entered an ethereal state during these 3 days after being seriously injured by Xiao Yan. This was why his spiritual strength was able to obtain such a large increase in such a short period of time. Xiao Yan was silent in this regard. He did not know if this could be considered a blessing in disguise. Chapter 352. Muhan's expression was as dark and solemn as water after the Doqi pillar exploded out of nowhere. His face was dense as he stared at Xiao Yan's group. His skinny body actually trembled a little. This caused both of his eyes to be filled with a scarlet color. His mouth involuntarily laughed out of extreme anger as he said, "Don't worry. I am making things difficult? You say that the old me is purposely making things difficult for you? Ha 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 ha." Muhan's eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan's group in front of him. His gloomy face immediately became distorted. The eyes that he used to stare at Xiao Yan's group were filled with an endless brutal killing intent. At the same time, his mouth once again reprimanded in a ruthless manner. "What? You broke an arm of the old me 3 days ago. Do you expect the old me to greet you with a smiling face 3 days later? You say that the old me is making things difficult for you. In that case, what does the broken arm of the old me count as?" Muhan roared wildly and furiously. His voice also became increasingly louder from its initial low and deep state until it became hoarse. However, he continued to roar in a ruthless manner. If it was possible, he wished that he could use this furious roar to kill the 7 people in front of him. At this moment, he would involuntarily feel a murderous intent in his heart toward anyone who was related to Xiao Yan. Even though he had never met Xiao Yan, the murderous intent in Muhan's heart had only increased. Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent in the face of Muhan's crazy roar. The reason why Muhan had lost an arm was because he had brought it upon himself. A dragon had a reverse scale. Those who touched it would be infuriated. Xiao Yan's reverse scale was all those who were loyal to him. Xiao Yan would not hesitate to kill anyone who dared to touch one of them. From the way he saw it, Muhan not dying was already his final concession. If Luo Jin had not intervened, he would not have been able to live until today. Haha, Teacher Mu, I think that you should rejoice. Losing an arm is at least better than losing your life. Suddenly, a soft laugh was emitted. Luo Jin slowly flew forward from behind Xiao Yan and stood in front of Xiao Yan. His eyes were indifferent as he stared at Muhan with a smile and laughed. Muhan's old eyes immediately narrowed when he saw Luo Jin. After carefully observing the former, Muhan opened his mouth and said in a deep voice, "You are that brat from 3 days ago?" Luo Jin laughed in a non-committal manner when he heard this and said, "Ku, if it was not for me, you would not have lost an arm. You would have lost your old life as well." Muhan frowned. But if it was not for this young man in front of him, it was likely that Luo Jin would have been killed by Xiao Yan 3 days. If it was not this young man in front of him, if it was not for this young man in front of him, Luo Jin would have been killed by Xiao Yan 3 days ago. When he thought about how Xiao Yan was unable to suppress his berserk state 3 days ago, but was forcefully suppressed by this young man in front of him, Muhan no longer dared to underestimate this young man in front of him. Being able to forcefully pull back a person like Xiao Yan from his berserk state was not something that an ordinary person could do. "Who are you?" Muhan did not know if it was because Luo Jin had saved his life 3 days ago, or because he was afraid of Luo Jin, but when he spoke, his tone subconsciously became much gentler. In the next moment, following a clear snap of his fingers, Luo Jin looked at Muhan with a smile on his face. He lifted his chin slightly and paused for a moment. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he laughed softly and said, "Cuckoo, this is a good question." Once these words were spoken, the entire place was filled with gasps. Gu Li and the others could not help but laugh out loud. They did not expect that Luo Jin would not forget to entertain himself at such a time. "I am Luo Jin. Perhaps you have not heard of this name before. However, I have another identity. I believe that Teacher Mu should be very familiar with this name." Luo Jin looked at Muhan with a smile on his face. It was as if he was intentionally waiting for the other party to ask the question. When he saw Luo Jin's appearance, Muhan could not help but feel a little astonished. Even if this young man in front of him was not an ordinary person, his actions were a little too arrogant. However, after a long while, under the gazes of countless people, Muhan stared at Luo Jin with a trace of doubt in his heart, and asked the latter, Tell me, what is your other identity?" When he heard this, Luo Jin grinned. His gaze once again swept across the entire place. A moment later, under the somewhat impatient gazes of the crowd, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "My other identity is the Pavilion Master of the Yunin Pavilion." Before he finished speaking, in the next moment, without waiting for the crowd outside the arena to recover, Luo Jin placed one of his hands behind his back and waved his right hand. At the same time, a clear sound of jade bones colliding sounded. A white jade fan appeared in Luo Jin's hand. When the jade fan appeared, the Pavilion Master appeared. Silence. The instant these words were emitted, the bodies of everyone present, with the exception of Xiao Yan and a few others who were aware of Luo Jin's identity, suddenly stiffened. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they stared intently at Luo Jin, who was holding the jade fan in his hand. Yunin Pavilion. Jade fan. How is this possible? After a long while, Muhan seemed to have been frightened by something as he exclaimed in a ruthless voice. A pair of dim eyes stared intently at Luo Jin. His heart was filled with disbelief. The corners of Luo Jin's mouth curled into a cold smile. He stared mockingly at Muhan and sneered. "Hey, why? You don't believe me? Impossible. The Pavilion Master of the Yunin Pavilion has already broken through to the Do D class. You are only an 8-star half-martial emperor. It is impossible for you to be the Pavilion Master of the Yunin Pavilion." Muhan's face was ferocious as he frantically retorted. He had once probed the aura of the Yunin Pavilion's Pavilion Master. That kind of terrifying aura was definitely in existence that had surpassed the Do D class. The Luo Jin in front of him was merely an 8-star half-martial emperor. His strength was much weaker than his. It was impossible for him to be the Pavilion Master of the Yunin Pavilion. Haha, there is nothing impossible about this. Teacher Mu, the person in front of you is indeed the Pavilion Master of the Yunin Pavilion. He is the true person in charge of the Yunin Pavilion. Just as Muhan was continuously retorting, Elder Xian walked forward from behind Xiao Yan and the others. His gaze focused on Muhan as he spoke with a faint smile. But the old me clearly probed the strength of the Yunin Pavilion's Pavilion Master back then. There is no need to doubt it. The person you probed back then could only be a pavilion guardian elder of the Union Pavilion. Just because his strength is stronger than yours, you assumed that he is the pavilion master of the Union Pavilion. Haha, I must say that Teacher Mu, you have really stayed in this ancient wildland city for your entire life. Your thoughts are actually so pedantic. Do you really think that the person in charge of any faction must be an old man? Hearing this, Muhan's old face twitched in anger. Luo Jin did not care about this. He coldly laughed and spoke with a calm tone. Teacher Mu, I wonder if this pavilion master can borrow your teleportation formation? Hearing this, Muhan's body could not help but tremble violently. It was only after a long while that he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He forced a stiff smile on his face and spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. Your pavilion master must be joking. The pavilion master has saved this old man's life. This old man must use all his strength to activate the teleportation formation. The corner of Luo Jin's mouth slowly lifted into a satisfied arc when he heard these words. However, before he could open his mouth to speak, Muhan's old eyes narrowed. Those cold words were once again emitted from his mouth. The smile that had just appeared on Luo Jin's face also disappeared. Chapter 353. However, this formation can only be used by your pavilion master alone. Now that this old man has lost an arm, it will be difficult for him to teleport many people at once. Please find someone else for the rest of the people. Luo Jin's expression turned ugly after he finished speaking. He did not expect that Muhan would not change his mind even in such a situation. Teacher Mu, by doing this, where is this pavilion master's meeting? Everyone in the ancient wildland city knows that you are able to teleport 100 people at once. However, what you are saying now is a little too far-fetched. Luo Jin frowned and narrowed his eyes as he stared at Muhan. He waved his right hand and closed the jade fan in his hand. His expression was a little ugly. This old man is powerless. I hope Pavilion Master can forgive me. If Pavilion Master feels that this old man has neglected you, then Pavilion Master can turn around and leave. Although this old man is now a cripple, as long as Pavilion Master doesn't mind, this old man doesn't mind seeing Pavilion Master off. Facing Luo Jin's deep voice, Muhan appeared to be indifferent. Luo Jin involuntarily knit his brows tightly when he saw this. He did not expect that even him, the pavilion chief of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion, was unable to get Muhan to obediently submit. From the looks of it, this Muhan in front of him really hated Xiaoyan to the bones. Swoosh. Suddenly, a sharp sound of rushing wind rang out. Luo Jin's expression changed slightly. The moment he lifted his eyes, he saw that the North King had already charged toward Muhan. Humph, it is useless to talk nonsense with this kind of person. Since he is unwilling, I will just kill him. The moment Xiaoyan's cold cry sounded, the Northern King's metal fist violently smashed toward Muhan. Bang. However, in the next moment, the North King's iron fist stopped 1 meter away from Muhan's body with a loud thud. A formless and terrifying spiritual energy condensed into a spiritual shield in front of Muhan and blocked the North King's fist. At the same time, the frightening soul suppression caused the North King's body to sink slightly. Under the frightening soul suppression, even the North King's movements became much slower. When Xiaoyan saw this scene, he could not help but frown slightly. He was slightly surprised. The increase in Muhan's spiritual strength this time around was much stronger than he had imagined. An advanced consolidation stage spiritual strength was sufficient for Muhan to no longer fear the Northern King. It was no wonder. Although he appeared calm today, his words were filled with an unyielding attitude. Do you really think that the scene from 3 days ago will repeat itself, Yan Xiao? Muhan slowly turned around. His sinister eyes stared at Xiaoyan. His expression was calm, but his tone had changed. It had suddenly become much more sinister. After Muhan's voice sounded, surging spiritual strength surged out from between his brows. With Muhan as the center, it formed a huge spiritual storm that swept out in all directions. The North King, who bore the brunt of the spiritual storm, was sent flying by the terrifying spiritual strength when the spiritual storm swept out. The expression on Xiaoyan's face gradually became solemn. An advanced unity stage soul. With just this, It was likely that Mu Han would be able to contend with an ordinary 9-star bandit without being at a disadvantage. Moreover, Mu Han's strength was that of a 9-star bandit. As such, even if the North King and Xiao Jin attacked together, it would be difficult to deal with Mu Han. Although he had some misgivings, Xiaoyan could not help but want to give it a try. After all, even if Mu Han's spiritual strength had reached the advanced consolidation stage, he was still a 9-star half-emperor. Xiaoyan did not believe that 2 9-star half-emperors would be afraid of him. It's not up to you to decide whether history will repeat itself. You'd better ask them if they agree to it. Xiaoyan acted as soon as he thought of this. He immediately let out a stern cry and suddenly waved his sleeves. A golden-colored dazzling light shot out and charged toward Mu Han. At the same time, the Northern King, who had been sent flying, also moved. The two of them turned into 2 rays of light that carried a frightening wind as they charged toward Mu Han. However, Mu Han merely let out a cold snort of disdain in response to this. He held the walking stick with his right hand. With a twist of his wrist, the walking stick in his hand immediately became like a longsword. It swung agilely in Mu Han's hand and swiftly formed a spiritual tornado. In the next moment, when the North King and Xiao Jin attacked, Mu Han controlled the walking stick in his hand. With a wave of the walking stick, 2 formless gales of energy shot out and ruthlessly collided with the two's iron fists and dragon claws. These 2 seemingly ordinary gales of energy actually unleashed a spiritual strength the instant they exploded, forcefully blocking the North King and Xiao Jin for an instant. Although it was only for a short moment, it was more than enough for an expert like Mu Han. The walking stick in his hand swiftly pierced forward. The smooth walking stick appeared to have turned into a long spear at this moment. A sharp aura easily tore through empty space. With the support of the Do Qi, it ruthlessly struck the iron fists and dragon claws of the North King and Xiao Jin. In the next moment, one could see a golden light flashing. It was just like a glaring ray of light. Before the North King and Xiao Jin could do anything, the walking stick in Mu Han's hand once again gently pressed forward. Bang! The frightening Do Qi light pillar instantly sent the North King and Xiao Jin flying tens of thousands of feet into the sky. A fingernail-sized crack appeared on the hard body of the North King because of this attack. Even though it swiftly recovered, it was possible to tell just how much Mu Han's strength had grown during these 3 days. Compared to the North King, Xiao Jin's physical body appeared to be a little more miserable. Not only had a large portion of the golden dragon scales on its body been knocked off, but some blood had also flowed out of Xiao Jin's mouth. The bright red fresh blood scattered in the empty space. At the same time, it caused Xiao Yan's expression to swiftly become gloomy when he saw all of this. Gu Li and the others behind him involuntarily felt shocked in their hearts when they saw the great difference in Mu Han's strength compared to 3 days ago. It was very difficult for a Unity Stage soul to raise its strength. This was related to the agglomeration of the soul bead. However, once it was raised, the strength that it displayed would be extremely shocking. The current Mu Han was in such a situation. Mu Han was quite satisfied that he was able to force back the Northern King and Xiao Jin with a single blow. After all, he did not dare to be careless when facing these 2 fellows 3 days ago. Moreover, he was able to force them back with a single blow. Humph, Yin Xiao, is this what you're relying on? Mu Han stared at Xiao Yan with disdain. Currently, with his powerful soul strength, it was very difficult for the North King and Xiao Jin to pose a threat to him. As for the group of people behind Xiao Yan, he did not fear them in the slightest. They were merely a group of 8-star half-emperors. To him they were just a bunch of mobs. Of course Luo Jin was an exception. However, from the looks of it, Luo Jin did not seem to have any intention of attacking. At the very least, he did not intend to do so at this moment. Luo Jin looked at Xiao Yan, who was in the middle of the battlefield, and a mocking expression was revealed in his eyes. He could tell that although Xiao Yan's expression was grave, deep within his eyes, there was still an ancient well without ripples. Just like Mu Han, Xiao Yan also had absolute confidence in the outcome of the battle. Ha 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 ha. A long while later, Xiao Yan, who originally had a gloomy expression, slowly lifted his slightly lowered head. An indescribable sneer was emitted from his mouth. His pitch-black eyes stared at Mu Han, who was opposite him, as he sneered and said, It's true that a scholar who has been away for 3 days is treated with a whole new level of respect. The expression on Mu Han's face gradually froze after Xiao Yan said these words. From Xiao Yan's words, which were supposed to be praise, he could hear a thick disdain and mockery. This caused fury to rise in Mu Han's heart. At the same time, it was accompanied by a deep and indescribable chill. Chapter 354. Ha 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 ha. A wild and arrogant laughter echoed across the square. Everyone present could hear the confidence and disdain in this laughter. Mu Han, you are right. This is my trump card. However, it is more than enough to deal with you. Xiao Yan's eyes stared at Mu Han as he parted his mouth and laughed coldly. He. Mu Han could not help but laugh out loud when he heard this. He stared coldly at Xiao Yan as he sneered. If these words were said 3 days ago, this old man would really be worried about this puppet and beast. However, they can't even get close to this old man today. On what basis do you think you can say that it is more than enough? Xiao Yan could not help but sneer when he heard this. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He lifted his head and looked at the Northern King and Xiao Jin in the sky. Suddenly he shouted, "Come back!" The Northern King immediately leaped down after the cry sounded. After which, it was stored into Xiao Yan's storage ring. Xiao Jin's eyes were filled with unwillingness as it roared a couple of times at Mu Han. Only then did it fly down, shrink its body, and settle on Xiao Yan's shoulder. Mu Han immediately frowned when he saw that Xiao Yan had actually recalled the Northern King and Xiao Jin. This action of Xiao Yan caused him to sense the feeling of being looked down upon. A fury immediately surfaced on his ice-cold face. Turbulent spiritual strength agglomerated into an invisible tornado around Mu Han's body. His aura was like the edge of a sword as it shot to the sky. His aura was just like a rainbow. You overestimate yourself. Without that beast and the puppet, you won't be able to withstand a single blow from this old man. Mu Han snorted. With a twist of his wrist, the walking stick in his hand was violently inserted into the limestone floor. An invisible energy ripple spread, and the entire square began to shake violently. Xiao Yan sneered when he heard this. The corner of his mouth lifted into a mocking smile. He stared mockingly at Mu Han and sneered. I didn't let them go because I don't need their help to deal with you. As for the support you mentioned. Haha, Xiao Yan sneered. When Mu Han heard Xiao Yan's words, he could not help but frown slightly. From the start, Xiao Yan seemed to have an extremely calm attitude. This caused Mu Han to be filled with suspicion. At the same time, his gaze was also constantly looking at Luo Jin. After all, the only person who could pose a threat to him was Luo Jin. But when he noticed Luo Jin's completely indifferent expression, his furrowed brows couldn't help but twist together. When Xiao Yan saw this, he sneered and mocked Mu Han. Don't worry. If I really want to deal with you, there's no need for him to take action. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yan clapped his hands 3 times in a row, and the crisp sound reverberated like thunder in the air above the square. At the same time, under everyone's suspicious gazes, Qing Feng's well-built figure slowly walked out from the few people behind Xiao Yan. With each step that he took, the entire open ground trembled slightly. Qing Feng covered a distance of 100 feet, and arrived beside Xiao Yan in just a couple of steps. His face carried a mocking smile as he looked at Mu Han on the opposite side. A faint disdain was revealed within his green-colored eyes. Didn't you look down on my support? Then let's try again. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly lifted into a disdainful cold smile. With Qing Feng's appearance, forget about Mu Han, who was only a 9-star half-emperor. Even if Xiao Yan was a true elite Dodi, he would still have difficulty contending with Qing Feng. When Qing Feng walked out, Mu Han's eyes were already firmly fixed on Qing Feng's body. His old eyes revealed a deep shock. When Mu Han looked at this well-built man, who was not much older than Xiao Yan, he was actually unable to see through the latter's strength. This point caused him to be incomparably shocked in his heart. To be able to perfectly conceal one's aura under the soul probing of his late-stage consolidation realm. If one wanted to do this, one's soul strength would either far surpass his and step into the perfected late-stage consolidation realm, or one's own cultivation had already stepped into a level that he did not dare to easily imagine. Dodi. When he thought of this, Mu Han's heart could not help but be shocked. A feeling of fear slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. Large amounts of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Putting aside Qing Feng's age, as long as Qing Feng fulfilled one of the two conditions, Qing Feng's strength would be enough to take his life. In front of such strength, Mu Han would definitely not have any room to resist. Xiaoyan coldly smiled as he looked at Mu Han. He raised his right arm and pointed at Qing Feng beside him. He coldly said, "This is what I am relying on." After his voice sounded, Qing Feng by the side also cooperatively released his own Do Di pressure. Immediately, other than Xiaoyan's group, everyone present, regardless of whether it was Mu Han in the square or everyone else outside, instantly knelt on the ground. The large number of houses in the northern part of the city also collapsed under this pressure. At this moment, everyone's hearts revealed a deep fear. In the face of this pressure, all of them knelt on the ground without exception. Forget about standing up. It was even impossible for them to speak. In the middle of the square, Gu Li and the others also wore shocked faces as they looked at this well-built man standing beside Xiaoyan. Their mouths were wide open and their hearts were filled with shock. It was difficult to imagine that this seemingly young man actually possessed such a terrifying strength. He had already reached the Do Di level. Do Di, a truly strong person. Only by reaching this level would one have the qualification to be ranked among the strong on the continent. If one were to say that there was a dividing line between a Do Zun and a Do Sheng, then the difference between a Ban Di and a Do Di was even more so. Although a Ban Di was strong, they could only be considered strong when placed in the context of the entire continent. There had always been a saying on the continent: you may be able to become a Ban Di, but you may not necessarily be able to become a Do Di. Perhaps you have outstanding talent, but perhaps you will never be able to become a Do Di. One of the reasons for this was due to one's training talent. The other reason was the greatest difficulty one would face when breaking through to the Do Di level. Detribulation. The detribulation had always been regarded as the key to testing a strong person. At the same time, it also differentiated the difference between a Ban Di and a Do Di in more detail. From a certain point of view, the detribulation was the so-called dividing line between a Ban Di and a Do Di. After passing the detribulation, one would undergo nirvana and become an elite Do Di who was revered by the people of the continent. One's future training prospects would be limitless. On the other hand, if one failed to pass the detribulation, forget about being revered by others, one might not even be able to keep one's life. This could truly be said to be a case of life and death being decided by fate. Riches and honor being decided by the heavens. Chapter 355. Huff huff. Mu Han climbed up from the dust with great difficulty. His entire body was in a sorry state, but he did not have time to take care of himself. He hurriedly cast a terrified gaze at Xiaoyan. To be precise, he was looking at Qing Feng, who was beside Xiaoyan. Greetings, Di Zun Zun. Even though he was still panting heavily, Mu Han still forcefully endured it and cupped his hands towards Qing Feng. His expression was respectful as he bowed. When Qing Feng heard this, the corners of his mouth could not help but reveal a mocking smile. He glanced at Xiaoyan, who was beside him. The corners of his mouth curled as he laughed softly. Hee why? I am only Yan Zhao's backing. Why are you so nervous about me? If you don't like me, just bring it on. Humph. When he heard Qing Feng's mocking words, Mu Han's body could not help but tremble. Cold sweat immediately appeared all over his body, drenching a large portion of his clothes. However, he hurriedly opened his mouth and spoke in a respectful tone. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Ahaha! Di Zun Zun must be joking. How would this junior dare to be presumptuous in front of Di Zun Zun? What I said just now was just a slip of the tongue. If I have neglected anything, I hope that Di Zun Zun will be magnanimous enough to forgive me. Regardless of Qing Feng's age, he was definitely worthy of being addressed as senior. Ah! Xiaoyan coldly laughed when the words from Mu Han's mouth were spat out. He ridiculed. Master Mu, why don't you try again? I guarantee that I will definitely not disappoint you. When Mu Han heard this, his expression was immediately startled. He turned to look at Qing Feng, only to see the latter rubbing his fists and palms together. It seemed that he was really prepared to attack him. When he saw this scene, Mu Han's heart was immediately filled with incomparable fear. He stared at Qing Feng in fear, and could not help but shake his head. He hurriedly spoke randomly. No, there's no need. When he saw Muhan revealing such a terrified expression in front of Qing Feng, Xiaoyan also smiled. He exchanged glances with Qing Feng, who was beside him, before turning his gaze towards Muhan. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and grinned mockingly. Since that's the case, then this formation. No problem, no matter how many people there are. This junior will activate the array formation now. Muhan's heart was filled with fear as he hurriedly opened his mouth when he heard Xiaoyan's words that contained a deeper meaning. At this moment, he no longer dared to have any thoughts of refuting Xiaoyan. What a joke! Even an elite Do-D was protecting him. What could a mere 9-star half-D like him do to him? If he continued to be stubborn, Xiaoyan would no longer be joking and chatting with him. After Muhan spoke, he did not dare to hesitate any longer. A thought passed through his mind, and the frightening spiritual strength between his eyebrows crazily surged out like spring water. Under Muhan's control, the spiritual strength gradually entered the ground below the entire arena. Xiaoyan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he saw this. He had seen formations before. However, most of them used a formation plate as the core. In order to activate a formation, one must first use a formation plate. However, this was the first time that Xiaoyan had seen a formation like the one Muhan was currently using. Hence, a little curiosity involuntarily rose in his heart. A thought passed through his mind, and the surging spiritual strength between his eyebrows also surged out of his body. Imitating Muhan, Xiaoyan inserted his spiritual strength into the ground below his feet. The moment his spiritual strength entered the ground, Xiaoyan's spiritual probing discovered a mysterious formation that was around 10 feet in size. It was emitting waves of strange energy ripples deep underground. Within the large formation, there were 6 cream-white crystal stones emitting a faint cream-white energy glow that merged into the large formation. With the addition of Muhan's spiritual strength and Do Qi, the mysterious large formation was finally able to be activated. That's a spirit stone. It's commonly used to supply items when setting up high-level formations. It's also the most primitive form of spirit coins. However, due to its practical value, this kind of spirit stone is usually only used for formations like teleportation formations. It's rarely used for battle formations. Seemingly having sensed Xiaoyan's spiritual strength fluctuation, Qing Feng's tone was calm as he explained to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard this. His heart was immediately shocked. An elite Do-D was actually this frightening. He was even able to clearly sense his spiritual strength fluctuation at the unity stage. Qing Feng merely smiled in a non-committal manner with regards to this. He did not say anything else. In the outside world, circular strange energy ripples swiftly spread out with Muhan at the center following the activation of the formation in his hand. At the same time, the Do Qi within his body followed his Qi paths and circulated. Finally, it followed his spiritual strength and poured into the ground below the arena. Following the continuous influx of this energy, a large mysterious formation gradually formed under their feet under Xiaoyan's gaze. Looking at its general appearance, it was exactly the same as the formation that Xiaoyan had probed earlier. At this moment, the formation that appeared under the feet of Xiaoyan's group was an enlarged version of that formation. When Muhan lifted his gaze with a grave expression, the large formation under the feet of Xiaoyan's group had also been successfully formed. Bright golden light shot out. Xiaoyan's group stood within the formation. It seemed that once the formation was activated, the few of them would instantly leave the southern region. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth revealed a smile when he saw that the large formation had been successfully formed. He turned his head and shot his gaze toward Luo Jin. He chuckled and said, "Haha, as expected. It is better to use the most direct method when dealing with someone like Muhan. Otherwise, it will only become more and more troublesome." Muhan's old face involuntarily turned green when he heard the words from Xiaoyan's mouth that were not concealed at all. Luo Jin smiled in a non-committal manner when he heard this. He wanted to give Muhan a chance. Unfortunately, Muhan did not accept it. He could only blame Muhan for reaping what he had sown. Cough cough. "Everyone, the formation has been activated. May I know if everyone is ready? The formation can be activated at any time." Muhan's expression was ugly as he coughed twice. His tone was a little hoarse as he spoke. Even though the emotions in his heart were extremely furious, Muhan could only forcefully suppress the fury in his heart, due to Qingfeng being present. Xiaoyan coldly laughed when he heard this. Earlier, Muhan was unwilling to activate the formation no matter what. At this moment, however, with Qingfeng present, Muhan's heart was eager to immediately activate the formation and send away the plague god in front of him. Ha! A fellow who eats the soft but fears the hard. Xiaoyan secretly laughed coldly in his heart. He could not be bothered with Muhan anymore. He slowly turned around and looked at Gu Li and the rest behind him with a warm gaze. When the few of them saw Xiaoyan looking at them, they immediately shifted their gazes away from Qingfeng and looked at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's deep gaze slowly swept across the faces of the few people in front of him. He could not help but feel a little touched in his heart. His pitch-black eyes revealed a sincere expression of gratitude. Everyone, thank you for your help during this period of time in Savage Ancient City. A long while later, Xiaoyan suddenly cupped his hands together and sincerely cupped them towards Gu Li and the rest. At the same time, he also bowed respectfully towards the few of them. When the few of them saw this scene, they could not help but be slightly startled. When the few of them regained their senses, Gu Li immediately laughed out loud and said, "Since when did you become so wishy-washy? It's not like you won't be coming back after leaving. If you really want to thank us, then don't forget to come back and visit us old fellows. That will be enough." Ha 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 ha. When he heard Gu Li's words, Xiaoyan smiled slightly. The corners of his mouth revealed a warm smile. After which, he no longer hesitated. He turned his gaze towards Luo Jin and said with a smile, "Then let's prepare to leave now." Luo Jin nodded and smiled. The tip of his foot gently pressed against the empty air. His body moved and he entered the teleportation formation. Compared to Xiaoyan, Luo Jin's Yunin pavilion was spread all over the continent. It could be said that he had a home and a place to stay wherever he went. Naturally, he would not hesitate as much as Xiaoyan. "Haha, alright. Let's go. If this continues, I'm really afraid that you'll change your mind and not go to the western region." Luo Jin's tone was mocking as he laughed softly. The two of them then looked towards Muhan. Luo Jin sneered and said, "Haha, since that's the case, I'll have to trouble Teacher Mu to activate the formation." After Luo Jin's words fell, Muhan instantly heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at Qingfeng, who had already left the formation. His old face still had a fearful expression. However, compared to before, it was much better. After Xiaoyan and Mu Yan entered the formation, the others gradually withdrew from the formation. A thought passed through Muhan's heart, and a turbulent spiritual strength once again wildly surged out from between his brows. This time around, the maneuvering of his spiritual strength was much more swift and violent than before. Clearly, Muhan was really unwilling to see Xiaoyan in front of him again. On the other hand, Xiaoyan stared indifferently at Muhan. As the golden light rose from under his feet, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth slowly curled into a sinister smile. Xiaoyan would treat his friends with sincerity and warmth. However, when facing his enemies, especially those who hated him to the core and wanted to get rid of him, Xiaoyan would definitely not show any mercy. Muhan had tried to kill him several times to snatch his treasures. Now the two of them had already become mortal enemies. Xiaoyan naturally would not let him off so easily. As long as there was something that could cause him to suffer, Xiaoyan would not be courteous. Muhan also noticed the cold smile hanging on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth when Xiaoyan's and Luo Jin's figures disappeared from the light formation. Immediately, the expression on his face involuntarily solidified. His heart immediately sensed that something was wrong. His terrified gaze hurriedly swept towards Qingfeng. However, he saw that the latter had already left, leaving behind Gu Li and the rest, who were staring at Xiaoyan and Luo Jin as they left the southern region. When he saw this scene, Muhan involuntarily frowned. However, before he could think carefully, his expression suddenly changed drastically. An intense pain that was almost unbearable was swiftly emitted from the depths of his soul. Muhan clenched his teeth tightly. The nerves in his body suddenly tensed up and his veins were exposed. A moment later, Muhan suddenly lifted his head towards the sky. A wild and furious roar that was mixed with pain was emitted from his mouth. Ah, Yan Xiao. In this life, the two of us will definitely be irreconcilable. Author's note. End of Volume 1. Chapter 356. While Mu Han was roaring furiously at the sky, Xiao Yan, who had already disappeared from the teleportation formation, slowly lifted the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. He slowly extended his hand from under his sleeves. A snow-white storage ring was quietly lying in his palm. A thought passed through his mind and a frightening spiritual strength immediately surged out and entered the storage ring in his palm. This storage ring was the storage ring that Mu Han had originally worn on his finger. However, when Mu Han was being suppressed by the Dodi's pressure, Qing Feng had secretly taken the storage ring from Mu Han's hand. Moreover, Qing Feng had used his Dodi's spiritual strength to quietly conceal the connection between the storage ring and Mu Han. Additionally, Mu Han had placed all his attention on Qing Feng at that time. Hence, he did not notice this small detail. Xiao Yan could do nothing to the storage ring after obtaining it. Mu Han's spiritual strength had stepped into the late consolidation stage. It was not something that he could easily compare with. Fortunately, Xiao Yan still had Guyu, this old demon, in his body. Under his frightening strength, even the spiritual strength of an late consolidation stage expert was nothing in front of him. With just one strike, he had easily removed the spiritual seal that Mu Han had left on the storage ring. This was also the reason why Mu Han had suddenly become furious. After removing the original spiritual seal on the storage ring, Xiao Yan was not in a hurry to inspect the items within. He only left his spiritual seal on the storage ring and wore it on his finger. It was not that Xiao Yan was not interested in the items within the storage ring. This was the storage ring of a 9-star Ban Emperor. Even an ordinary Dodi would not let go of such an item. Xiao Yan would naturally not remain indifferent. However, he had arrived at his destination. Western region. In the next moment, a golden light flashed. Xiao Yan and Luo Jin narrowed their eyes. The glaring golden light had already appeared in a square that could accommodate nearly 10,000 people. The golden light scattered. Xiao Yan's eyes slowly swept over the square. As he looked at the crowd in the square, a ripple involuntarily rose in Xiao Yan's eyes that were as calm as an old well. Amongst the people present here, almost half of them were actually at the quasi-emperor realm or above. Such a number was a few times more than the number of quasi-emperors in the ancient wilderness. Is this the Western region? The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly lifted into a smile as he looked at the bustling city in front of him. A sigh of amazement gradually surged in his heart. He wondered just how much his strength had been raised to in the Western region. At the same time that Xiao Yan arrived at the Western region, there was a sky-reaching energy barrier that separated the two regions at the intersection of the Central region and the Southern region at this very moment. The barrier was so wide that one could not see its end at a glance. The golden barrier was just like a city wall that was indestructible. In front of this energy barrier, even someone as strong as a Dodi would be unable to shake it even a little. At this moment, within the middle region, a somewhat sloppy old man was slowly flying to the front of the barrier with a lazy face. The old man looked at the barrier in front of him, which was indestructible in the eyes of an ordinary person. A mocking smile slowly surfaced on the corner of his mouth. His hand, which was filled with the scars of time, was slowly extended from under his sleeves. The old man placed two of his fingers together. His fingertips slowly rubbed over the golden barrier in front of him. The old man involuntarily let out a cold laugh as he sensed the ancient strength that had experienced the vicissitudes of time. The region barrier. Cuckoo, it has really been many years since I last touched it. However, this thing can only be found near the borders of the continent. The old me has not been to the borders of the continent for many years. Cuckoo. The old man chuckled as he gazed at the barrier in front of him. There was a look of reminiscence in his eyes. Back then, I was merely a returnance brat. After so many years, my strength has also reached such a level. However, this stupid barrier of yours is still so weak after over 10,000 years. Cuckoo. This can be considered as a case of things having remained the same, but people have changed. After a soft sigh, a thought passed through the old man's mind. The two fingers on the barrier were gradually covered in a layer of fiery red energy. This energy was Genesis Chi. As the Genesis Chi on the old man's finger grew denser and denser, a powerful aura spread from it. Under this aura, faint spatial ripples began to form in the surrounding space. Cuckoo regional region barrier break. With a soft chuckle, the expression on the elder's face abruptly turned stern. The instant the word break left his mouth, his fingers abruptly thrust forward. Genesis Chi erupted from his fingers as a terrifying energy undulation unfurled. Boom. With a loud bang, a hole several feet wide suddenly appeared in the golden energy barrier in front of the old man. The old man smiled faintly at the sight of this. With a slight movement, he passed through the barrier. Southern region. I wonder if that guy is here. The entire continent is filled with people. Where am I supposed to find such a person, sigh? The old man could not help but sigh as he passed through the barrier. He no longer possessed the carefree appearance he had when he had just left the clan. This old man was the person the first elder of the Xiao clan had sent out to find Xiao Yan. Xiao Mingyuan. He had originally believed that it would not be difficult for him to find a person who had just broken through to the half-step emperor realm and had come to the Yuanwu continent. However, reality was not as simple as he had imagined. Ever since he had left the clan and traveled throughout the central region, he had been unable to find the person he was looking for. A month ago, he had once again received a call from the first elder of the clan. This had caused him to feel a little anxious in his heart, and he had immediately turned around and rushed towards the southern region. The southern region was the only place one had to pass through to enter the central region. This was the only place that had a teleportation array to the central region. He believed that if that brat wanted to enter the central region, he would first have to come here. This would greatly increase his chances of finding that person. Unfortunately, he had never imagined that Xiao Yan would coincidentally step on the path to the western region when he arrived at the southern region. Doqi continent. Although the Flame Emperor Xiao Yan had already left the Doqi continent, this did not change the original rule of the continent. The strong would survive. Training continued. However, the difference from the past was that with the Flame Emperor in front of them, everyone on the continent seemed to have become a little more obsessed with training. The direct result of this was that the average strength of the entire continent had become many times stronger than before. When Xiao Yan stepped into the western region, there was a certain remote mountain valley in the northwestern region of the Doqi continent. Everything appeared peaceful from the outside, but once one ventured deeper, the core of this mountain valley was covered in a grayish-black poison fog. The appearance of the poison fog caused the atmosphere of this small valley to change a little. Fortunately, due to the remote terrain, no one came here. Some small beasts only walked around the periphery of the valley. Hence, they were not infected by the poison fog. At this moment, there was a pretty human figure seated at the core of the poison fog at a certain spot deep underground in the deepest part of the poison fog. There was a coffin that had been infected by the poison fog until it had rotted in front of her. Wave after wave of dense poison fog continued to spread from it, after which, it was absorbed into the body of this pretty woman. After some refinement, it became a part of her strength. The strength of this woman had also become increasingly powerful as she continued to absorb and refine the poison. She had even broken through the peak of the 9th star of the Doshin class, and was charging straight to the Band D class. However, this breakthrough seemed to have taken a long time. Even though the poison fog was being continuously absorbed into her body, the expected breakthrough did not appear. This woman had never been anxious. Being able to train to this level, she clearly understood that training was not easy. Hence, the closer she was to the final juncture, the more she could not be anxious. This woman was the one who had given her all for Xiao Yan back then. She was even willing to give up her life. Little Fairy Doctor. Chapter 357. Ah, so this is the western region. It looks a little different from what Guli said. Xiao Yan looked at the bustling scene in the city, and could not help but feel slightly surprised. Long before he came, Guli had told him that the western region was the most barren place in the continent. It was a land of death where not even a blade of grass grew. The dry and hot climate was not something that ordinary people could endure. In this place, even a half-emperor expert had to be careful when walking around. Otherwise, if they were not careful, they would also lose their lives. However, the scene in front of Xiao Yan at this moment was poles apart from what he thought the Western region was. This even made him suspect that he had really come to the Western region. Seeing the trace of suspicion on Xiao Yan's face, Luo Jin chuckled. As they hurried, he explained to Xiao Yan with a smile. You must also think that the Western region is an extremely barren place. Xiao Yan frowned slightly and looked at Luo Jin. His brows seemed to be saying, "Is it not so?" At least, the Western region that he had heard from others was indeed a barren place. Luo Jin shook his head and chuckled. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "That old fellow Guli told you?" Xiao Yan nodded. Luo Jin nodded slightly and continued, "He's right." Xiao Yan's expression froze slightly. Then he stared at Luo Jin as if he wanted to eat him. Luo Jin hurriedly laughed and stopped fooling around. He smiled at Xiao Yan and said, "Guli's words are indeed correct." However, he was only half right. Xiao Yan was stunned. Then he was slightly surprised. Half? What did that mean? The Western region is indeed barren. However, at the same time it is also bustling. Just like what you see now, it is different from what Guli said. This place is surrounded by green mountains and green water. However, this is indeed the Western region. The only difference is that this is the Shilin region. Shilin region? Xiao Yan frowned again. He had never heard of these things. Luo Jin was also aware of this point. Therefore, he opened his mouth again and explained to Xiao Yan. The Western region is divided into two regions. The first region is close to other prefectures, and it's also a relatively prosperous place. It's called the Shilin region. It's as prosperous as the southern region, and it's also the gathering place of most of the Western region's experts. As for the other region, it's the Western Wasteland region that Guli told you about. It's located in the extreme west of the Western Wasteland region, the inner region of the Western Wasteland region. It's also the most desolate region in the entire continent. At the same time, it's also where the ancient tomb of Tianju is located. Towards the end, Luo Jin's voice was so soft that only Xiao Yan could hear it clearly. However, after hearing the last few words, Xiao Yan's expression could not help but change slightly. The ancient tomb of Tianju was the tomb of an origin transformation expert. Even now, the people of the Western region were still unwilling to part with his tomb. Even the four great ancient sects had coveted it for several hundred years. From this, it could be seen just how great of an attraction the tomb of Tianju Shangren possessed. At this very moment, Xiao Yan could not help but think of the heaven annihilation steps he carried on his back. This item was one of the 3 keys to open the ancient tomb of Tianju. In the future, he would have to be extremely careful when he walked through the Western region. Once the 4 great ancient sects discovered the heaven annihilation steps on him, it would bring endless trouble to Xiao Yan. All of you move aside for this city lord, move aside. Today this city lord is recruiting a group of personal guards. Those below the strength of a 3-star half-emperor, move aside. Suddenly, a rough and unreasonable shout rang out from the crowd at the front of the street. As this shout rang out, the crowd at the front of the street was quickly pushed aside. A group of fully armed and armored people strode out from the crowd. Seeing this, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin could not be bothered to cause trouble. With a move of their feet, they retreated towards the side of the crowd. You two brats, stop right there." Hearing these words that clearly had a hidden meaning, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin could not help but frown slightly. They looked at each other, then turned around with gloomy faces. They looked towards the group of burly figures that were walking towards them on the street. When the middle-aged man leading the group saw Xiao Yan, his eyes immediately shined. He sneered in his heart and secretly crushed a palm-sized jade slip. Only then did he look towards Xiao Yan and Luo Jin with a bold smile on his face. When he walked closer, the middle-aged man first glanced at Xiao Yan. When he sensed the latter's aura of a 5-star half-emperor, his eyes immediately emitted a shocked radiance. According to what he knew, that person's strength should be at most a 3-star half-emperor. How did he become a 5-star half-emperor in merely 2 years? Although he was incomparably shocked in his heart, the corners of the middle-aged man's eyes twitched slightly as he laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. To be able to increase your strength to a 5-star half-emperor at such a young age, such cultivation talent, is truly a top-notch cultivation genius. Good. I want you. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Xiao Yan to do anything, the middle-aged man's gaze once again looked towards Luo Jin, who stood beside Xiao Yan. When he saw the latter, the middle-aged man's eyes immediately revealed an astonished expression. The strength of the young man standing beside Xiao Yan was actually even more terrifying than Xiao Yan's. He had actually reached the level of an 8-star half-emperor. An 8-star half-emperor. Even when compared to him, Luo Jin was only a single star weaker. Who would have thought that this young-looking youngster before him was actually also able to reach such a level? After knowing Luo Jin's strength, and then looking at Xiao Yan, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. The two people before him could truly be called heaven's favored children. Unfortunately, after regaining his senses, the middle-aged man looked at Xiao Yan and Luo Jin with a satisfied expression. He laughed heartily and said, "Good. A 5-star half-emperor and an 8-star half-emperor. Not bad, not bad. I'll choose you two. Come back with me. From today onwards, you two will be my personal guards. In the future, you two will enjoy endless glory, splendor and wealth." Ha 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 ha. Hearing the middle-aged man's resolute and decisive words, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin's brows furrowed even deeper. This middle-aged man before them was truly looking down on them too much. With a single sentence, he decided whether they would stay or leave. Did he really think that they were pushovers? Your Excellency's actions, aren't they a bit too tyrannical? Xiao Yan slightly raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man who was even taller than him. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction as he spoke coldly. "Oh, what's wrong? Tyrannical is your father's synonym. In this emerald green city, if your father wants someone to stay, that person will stay. If your father wants someone to stay, that person will die." At the same time the words were spat out, the large middle-aged man's fist was placed in front of Xiao Yan. His entire fist actually forcefully blocked the expression on Xiao Yan's face. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face was filled with a cold smile. After a long while, Xiao Yan slowly opened his mouth and sneered. "Oh, from the looks of it, you want to compete with your fists? Humph. Only the one with the bigger fist can have the right to speak in this emerald green city. With your strength of a 5-star half-emperor, you'd better be obedient." Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly retreated a few steps. At the same time, he waved his big sleeve. A black light flashed past and the Northern King's robust body instantly appeared before Xiao Yan. His fist ferociously met the middle-aged man's fist. Chapter 358. Bang! After the punch, the North King stood firmly on the spot and did not move at all. However, the middle-aged man could not stop himself from retreating several dozen steps before his body shook, and he forcibly stabilized himself. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked over. In front of Xiao Yan, there was a well-built figure that looked like an iron tower. The figure was staring at him with an indifferent expression. When the middle-aged man saw this scene, his expression immediately became serious. In the blink of an eye, the disdainful sneer from before had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a deep seriousness. A 9-star half-martial emperor puppet. Who exactly is this brat? The middle-aged man stared at the North King with a grave expression. Xiao Yan, who was behind the North King, caused the middle-aged man to be greatly shocked. How could he have imagined that a 5-star half-martial emperor brat would actually have such a trump card? Clearly, with the North King taking action, there was nothing he could do to Xiao Yan. Haha, it seems that my eyes have failed me. It seems that young master has no intention of joining me. Haha, since that's the case, I won't force you. Young master, please go ahead. Knowing that he could not force Xiao Yan to stay, the middle-aged man no longer acted pretentious. Instead, he put on a seemingly good-natured smile in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he took a step forward and opened a path for Xiao Yan and Luo Jin. The middle-aged man's actions were naturally noticed by the surrounding crowd. Immediately, everyone's gazes involuntarily fell on the North King, who was standing in front of Xiao Yan. The North King had forced a 9-star half-martial emperor to retreat with a single strike. This could still be explained as the North King taking the initiative and launching a surprise attack. However, the middle-aged man's retreat towards Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye caused the crowd to feel suspicious. When some of the high-level half-martial emperors in the crowd investigated, their eyes gradually filled with shock as they looked at the North King, a puppet that was comparable to a 9-star half-martial emperor. With such a terrifying puppet, it was no wonder that the middle-aged man did not dare to meet force with force. Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw the middle-aged man take the initiative to give way. He didn't expect the middle-aged man to be so decisive. However, this was also good. It saved him a lot of trouble. Xiaoyan did not stand on ceremony as the road in front of him opened up. He gave Luo Jin a look, and with a move of his feet, he strode towards the end of the street where the crowd had opened up a path. Behind him, Luo Jin followed closely, and the North King was the last. With Xiaoyan's speed, there was naturally no need for him to fear this middle-aged man. As for Luo Jin, when facing a 9-star half-martial emperor, it was truly difficult for him, an 8-star half-martial emperor, to resist. Of course, this did not mean that Luo Jin also possessed some sort of heaven-defying treasure to protect himself. With the North King guarding the rear, the middle-aged man was wary of him. As long as the North King was there, the middle-aged man would not dare to make a move. Under the various gazes of the surrounding crowd, Xiaoyan and Luo Jin gradually walked away under the protection of the North King, leaving behind the middle-aged man and his group, who were staring at the North King's back. When Xiaoyan's group disappeared into the crowd on the street, a skinny man whose entire body was wrapped in armor beside the large middle-aged man finally looked at the latter. He first swept his eyes in the direction that Xiaoyan's group had disappeared in before looking at the large middle-aged man. His expression was dark and stern as he opened his mouth and asked, "City Lord, should we chase after them? If we let them continue, they'll be out of the city." Chase. Fine, you go chase after them. If you can stop them, I'll reward you greatly. If you can't, I'll take your dog life. Hearing this, not only did the middle-aged man not reveal a smile, he instead snorted angrily and looked at the latter with a gloomy expression. His gloomy gaze caused the middle-aged man's entire body to feel ice-cold. That brat has a puppet protecting him. Not to mention you, even I have to be wary of him. With your strength as a 7-star half-martial emperor, you're not even as strong as that brat's puppet. You want me to stop them? How am I supposed to stop them? After hearing this, the lean man immediately retracted his head and asked again with a cowardly expression, then, "City Lord, are we just going to let them leave like this? Then what do you want? That brat is clearly not an ordinary person. With our strength, we can't touch him easily. Moreover, our mission is only to keep him in Emerald Green City. As long as we can buy enough time, someone will deal with that brat." Looking at the North King's disappearing figure, the middle-aged man said in a gloomy and cold voice. On the other side, Xiaoyan and Luo Jin did not leave the city like the middle-aged man had imagined. Instead, they slowly walked toward a pavilion in the center of the city. It was the Yunin Pavilion's branch. Before they came, Luo Jin had told Xiaoyan that there was a Yunin Pavilion's branch in the Emerald Green City of the western region that they were about to reach. Their current destination was this branch. While the two of them were hurrying, Xiaoyan asked Luo Jin about the situation of the 4 great sects. Of course, as expected, when Luo Jin mentioned the overall strength of the 4 great sects, Xiaoyan's expression immediately became serious. The strength of the 4 great ancient sects of the western region was indeed as Xiaoyan had predicted. They were all super sects that possessed genuine Do-Di experts. Xiaoyan admitted that even until now, the only person he had truly seen who was an expert at the Do-Di class was Qing Feng, and the others from the spiritual ginseng tribe. The 32 spiritual guards of the spiritual ginseng tribe were all ultimate experts whose strengths were above the Do-Di class. Although he had seen it before, the might of an elite Do-Di was something that he had only seen a little of from the pressure of the Do-Di from the Grey Mountain Range. Even so, it still caused Xiaoyan to be unable to deal with it. According to what Luo Jin had said, the leaders of the 4 great ancient sects had already advanced to the Do-Di class a couple of 100 years ago. After so many years of training, their strength was truly at the top even when placed in the western region. This sentence was enough to show how strong the 4 of them were. After all, this was not just a small number of people being used as a comparison. This was using the entire western region as a foundation. Their strength was truly at the peak level. The strongest person among the four great ancient sects was the leader of the god-refining sect, Chunjun. His strength was an 8-star Dodi. Additionally, his sect was mainly made up of formation masters. With the two complementing each other, the strength of his sect could be considered the strongest existence among the four great ancient sects. Any formation that was set up by their leader was said to possess a frightening defensive strength that even a Dodi could not break. The second was the Battle Martial sect, which was known for its overbearing strength. Its leader was called Wu Jitian. His physical body was trained to the point that it could not break through anything. It was as hard as rock and indestructible. His strength was frightening, and he was also an 8-star Dodi. His fighting strength was the most frightening existence among the four leaders. It was rumored that he had once used his physical body to forcefully kill a 1-star Dodi class Blackrock beast without using Do Chi. The defensive strength of the Blackrock beast could be considered one of the best in the entire magical beast world. Even so, it was still unable to escape death when faced with Wu Jitian. The third person was the leader of the Sky Sword Gate, Jian Ming. His strength was similar to Wu Jitian. One was known for his powerful physical body, while the other was known for his powerful sword intent. Jian Ming's sword intent was so strong that with just a thought, tens of thousands of swords would appear within a 10,000-kilometer radius, causing one to have nowhere to hide. Those who fought with him would usually end up having their flesh and soul penetrated by the countless number of sword intents. Their deaths were extremely cruel. Jian Ming's attacking strength was also similar to Wu Jitian. However, the latter's physical body was so strong that Jian Ming was usually unable to do anything to him. As for whether he was afraid of Wu Jitian, no one knew. As for the fourth sect master of the four great ancient sects, his sect was called the Withered Leaf sect. The strength of the entire sect was also the weakest among the four great ancient sects. Even the sect master's strength was much weaker than the first three. Until now, the leader of the Withered Leaf sect only possessed the strength of a 7-star Dodi. Of course, this was also a terrifying existence that Xiaoyan could not compare with. However, this sect was truly the weakest among the four great ancient sects. It was also because of this that the Withered Leaf sect often became the laughing stock of the other three sections. However, Xiaoyan also discovered from Luo Jin's words that Luo Jin had quite a good understanding of the top three sects among the four great ancient sects. As for this Withered Leaf sect, it seemed that even his explanation was pitifully little. While the two of them were walking and chatting, Xiaoyan raised his head and discovered that they had arrived at the Yunin Pavilion branch in Lengsui City. Chapter 359. Western Region, Yunin Pavilion's branch. The entire pavilion was basically the same whether it was the exterior or the interior. At this moment, Xiaoyan and Luo Jin were sitting on the 6th floor of the pavilion. In front of them stood an old man in a brocade robe with a resolute face. Haha, I think this must be my young friend Yin Xiao. 2 years ago, that old man Xian Yi from the southern region had already told me a lot about you. I have always been curious about you. Now that I have met you, my young friend, you are indeed a dragon among men. Ha ha ha. Hearing the old man's praise for him, Xiaoyan shook his head with a smile. He stood up and cupped his fist respectfully to the old man. Senior, you flatter me. I am just relying on some tricks. If we are to compare my true cultivation strength, I am still far from it. Seeing Xiaoyan's respectful manner, the old man nodded in his heart. Being neither arrogant nor rash was the true psychological quality that a cultivator should have. When the old man heard Xiaoyan's words, he chuckled again and said, Haha, so what if you are relying on tricks? As long as you have the power to defeat the strong, no matter where you got it from, as long as you can control that power, you are a strong person. You must always believe in one sentence. On this continent, only one's fist is recognized. Those who judge people based on their cultivation strength are just small fries. Xiaoyan nodded slightly. He then cupped his fist and bowed to the old man and said, Senior, thank you for your teachings. The old man smiled again and changed the topic. My young friend, you don't have to call me senior. It sounds strange. My real name is Zhang Yi. I am the manager of the Yunin Pavilion's branch in Green Jade City. In the future, if my young friend Yin Xiao encounters any trouble, you can come to me. As long as it is something that I can do, I will not be stingy. In that case, I'll thank Elder Zhang first. Xiao Yan said respectfully to Elder Zhang again. He, old Zhang, you must not underestimate him. Just earlier, he forced back a 9-star half-martial emperor. Moreover, a couple of days ago, he even beat up a 9-star half-martial emperor. In other words, with the strength that he currently possesses, there is no one below the Do D class who is a match for him. Oh, Luo Jin's sudden words also caused the expression on Zhang Yi's old face to change slightly. His gaze towards Xiao Yan was involuntarily filled with splendor. According to his knowledge, 2 years ago, Xiao Yan was able to fight evenly against an 8-star half-martial emperor. However, that was only under the premise that Xiao Yan used his high-level Do skill. Yet now he was actually able to force back a 9-star half-martial emperor with the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor. Such a speed of growth could truly be said to be terrifying. It was difficult to imagine just how terrifying Xiao Yan's strength would be in the future. Xiao Yan merely shrugged his shoulders in a non-committal manner in the face of this. He did not wish to explain too much about this. He was also too lazy to reveal too much of his true strength in front of others, regardless of who he was. Zhang Yi was secretly shocked in his heart. Only then did he slowly withdraw his gaze. After which, he looked at Luo Jin and frowned. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Pavilion Master, this old man feels that there is a need to tell you something." Hearing this, Luo Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. When he saw Elder Zhang's solemn expression, he involuntarily nodded his head with a doubtful expression. Seeing this, Xiao Yan involuntarily looked at Elder Zhang with a doubtful expression. Elder Zhang did not pay any attention to Xiao Yan's gaze. Instead, he nodded his head and slowly opened his mouth to speak. 2 years ago, this old man sensed that 4 experts with extremely obscure auras had arrived at Green Jade City. Due to their secretive movements at that time, this old man was unable to find their exact location. However, after this old man conducted a secret investigation, this old man suspects that those 4 people should be the sect leaders of the 4 great sects. Once these words were spoken, Xiao Yan's expression instantly changed. On the other hand, Luo Jin's eyebrows were tightly knit together. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his eyes to look at Zhang Yi and asked, "Elder Zhang, do you know the purpose of those 4 fellows' visit?" Zhang Yi frowned slightly and shook his head to express his helplessness. He did not know the exact purpose of those 4 fellows' visit to Green Jade City. Even though he had secretly investigated them, it was difficult for him to find any useful information due to their extraordinary status. Luo Jin was also helpless in this regard. When he looked at Xiao Yan by the side, the expression on his face involuntarily became a little stunned. At this moment, Xiao Yan's expression was extremely gloomy. The expression on his face also appeared extremely solemn. While his emotions fluctuated, the turbulent Do Qi within his body also began to churn at this moment. This caused the space around him to involuntarily form circular spatial ripples. When Xiao Yan heard that the sect leaders of the 4 great sects had gathered in Green Jade City, he immediately thought of the southern region's Lu clan. After all, if their purpose of gathering in Green Jade City was the Lu clan, did it not mean that they had already taken over the Lu clan of Green Sun City during the time that he was not around? "Brother Yan Xiao, have you thought of something?" Seeing Xiao Yan's gloomy expression and the churning Do Qi within his body, Luo Jin finally could not help but ask. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air when he heard this. He recovered and slowly withdrew the churning Do Qi within his body. It was a long while later before he opened his mouth and asked Zhang Yi in a somewhat low and deep tone, "Elder Zhang, do you know if the 4 of them used the transportation formation? Or did they suddenly disappear from Green Jade City for a period of time, and then suddenly appear again?" When Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, Zhang Yi and Luo Jin could not help but be slightly stunned. The 2 of them looked at each other and raised their eyebrows slightly. Luo Jin looked at Xiao Yan with a mocking expression and asked, "Why? Brother Yan Xiao, do you think that they left the western region during that period of time and went to the ancient savage city?" Xiao Yan nodded with a solemn expression and said in a heavy tone, "This is not impossible. This is because the Lu clan, which they have been searching for, is located at the southwest border. In other words, it is near the ancient savage city." Hearing this, Luo Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect that Xiao Yan's sky extinction steps had actually come from the Lu clan. However, looking at his current expression, there should be some kind of connection between Xiao Yan and the Lu clan. Otherwise, he would not be so concerned about the movements of the four great ancient sections. Ha 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 ha. A moment later, the solemn-faced Xiao Yan heard a loud laughter from Luo Jin's mouth. When he turned his gaze to the latter, he realized that the latter was also looking at him with a mocking expression. Hehe, brother Yin Xiao, have you forgotten that my Yunin Pavilion's headquarters is guarding the ancient savage city? How would those four fellows dare to easily appear in my territory? Hearing these words, Xiao Yan's expression immediately became serious. Immediately he recovered. Only then did he recall that the Yunin Pavilion and Old Luo were guarding the ancient savage city. The sect leaders of the four great ancient sects were originally wary of them. Naturally, they would not easily go to the ancient savage city. Moreover, even if they went, with the current relationship between Luo Jin and Xiao Yan, how could he not know? Who? In this way, Xiao Yan's heart was finally able to relax a little. Ever since Xiao Yan had obtained the sky extinction steps, he had an invisible sense of responsibility towards the Lu clan, which he was originally not very familiar with. After all, if the Lu clan had only taken out the sky extinction steps to bribe Xiao Yan, then Xiao Yan would naturally not care too much about the Lu clan. However, after learning the sky extinction steps, Xiao Yan had played a crucial role in all of Xiao Yan's battles. It had even saved his life a few times, saving him from life and death situations. To Xiao Yan, this could be considered a life-saving grace. A life-saving grace should be repaid with gusto. This was Xiao Yan's character. After learning the sky extinction steps, Xiao Yan would definitely not allow anything to happen to the Lu clan. This point was just like the Primer clan back then. Chapter 360. The next day, when Xiao Yan left the Yunin Pavilion and walked towards the city gate of Green Jade City, an inconspicuous figure quietly followed behind him. Of course, all of this could not be hidden under Xiao Yan's powerful spiritual strength of the perfect unity stage. However, Xiao Yan did not drag this person out. He also wanted to see who exactly was this person who would not let him go. In a short moment, Xiao Yan had already arrived at the city gate. Unexpectedly, the city gate was tightly shut even though it was already noon. Two half-emperors stood on the city gate, and a frightening half-emperor pressure swept out, suppressing the people below who intended to cause trouble. Damn it! What time is it now? Why aren't you opening the city gate? That's right. Why aren't you opening the city gate? Why aren't you opening the city gate? Ask the city lord to come out. We want to reason with him. Why aren't you letting us leave Green Jade City? There are hundreds of people here. Even if he is a half-emperor, he can't stop us from leaving the city for no reason. That's right. Humph. You really speak a lot of nonsense. You want to reason? Then use your strength to speak. Without strength, you can forget about leaving the city today. A cold snort sounded. The body of a half-emperor wearing a brocade robe on the city gate suddenly shook. Soon after, a frightening aura that belonged to an 8-star half-emperor instantly swept out in front of the city gate. The instant this aura swept out, the crowd below immediately appeared to have been pushed down by a wave. They uniformly took over a dozen steps back. After which, their faces were flushed red as they knelt on the ground with a putong sound. In front of a half-emperor, the strength of a Dozun and a Dosheng was insufficient. Regardless of how many of them there were, they were just like ants in the eyes of a half-emperor. Regardless of how many of them there were, they were merely a matter of a single slap. Is this the strength of a half-emperor? At this moment, the hearts of the people below, who were suppressed by this aura, finally had a more accurate understanding of how frightening a half-emperor was. In front of a half-emperor, their so-called strength was just like air. Keek, you're just a bunch of ants. You want to see the city lord? Do you think you're worthy? With a burst of strange laughter, the half-martial emperor on top of the city gate crossed his arms before his chest. With an expression of disdain, he looked down at the people kneeling on the ground. To him, the people before him were merely ants. Today, even a half-martial monarch realm expert won't be able to leave Emerald City, let alone trash like you. Zoshan, you're quite awe-inspiring. You're not the only 8-star half-martial emperor in this green jade city. You're not the one who has the final say here. Another cold snort was emitted from the sky just as the half-martial emperor expert in embroidered robes cried out coldly. The meaning behind those words was directed at the half-martial emperor in embroidered robes who had spoken earlier. Humph. I was wondering who it was. So it's the Sword Emperor. With your cultivation, you're indeed not inferior to me. Unfortunately, we have two 8-star half-martial emperors here. After a sneer sounded, the half-martial emperor and the other half-martial emperor beside him suddenly trembled. In an instant, a frightening half-martial emperor's aura swept out in all directions. This caused the people in the city below, who already had grave expressions, to involuntarily vomit blood and retreat. They were indeed unable to endure the aura of half-martial emperors. Most importantly, the owners of this aura were two 8-star half-martial emperors. When the two 8-star half-martial emperors above the city gate released their auras at the same time, the yellow-robed old man's expression involuntarily changed. The expression on his old face immediately became serious. Compared to the miserable state of the surrounding people, Xiao Yan, who was at the back of the crowd, had a calm expression. However, his frightening soul power had already spread out to a radius of 10,000 feet. During this period of time, Xiao Yan had already sensed that there was an extremely strong qi that was swiftly rushing in his direction. The owner of that qi was the large middle-aged man whom he had met on the street yesterday. The latter's target was actually Xiao Yan's location. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. He immediately thought of the person who had been secretly following him earlier. If he wasn't mistaken, that person was leading the way for the latter. When Xiao Yan once again went to search for that fellow, he discovered that the fellow had actually escaped from the range of his probing while he was not paying attention for a moment. Clearly, that person was not someone that an ordinary person could compare with. However, what made Xiao Yan curious was why that middle-aged large man was still staring at him. When Xiao Yan had first seen that middle-aged large man yesterday, he had seen something unusual from his gaze. However, as for exactly what was unusual, Xiao Yan had no idea. However, judging from the speed of this middle-aged large man's movements, the result he wanted to know should not be too far away. At the same time, the yellow-robed old man in the sky was also unable to endure the aura of two 8-star half-martial emperors. In merely a short moment, his complexion had already turned slightly pale. Humph! With a cold snort, the body of the 8-star half-martial emperor by the name of Zhou Shan, who was standing above the city gate, suddenly trembled. Following the explosion of his aura, the yellow-robed old man's complexion turned pale as he rapidly retreated. Facing two 8-star half-martial emperors at the same time was indeed too far-fetched. Humph, let's attack together. Today, we'll make an example out of him, and let these guys know exactly who they should listen to in this emerald green city. Following the cold snort, the figures of Zhou Shan and the 8-star half-martial emperor beside him immediately flashed. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared before the yellow-robed old man. With a wave of their sleeves, their palms ruthlessly smashed toward the yellow-robed old man's chest. Boom! In the next instant, before the yellow-robed old man's astonished gaze, a black-robed figure stood before him in a daze. The black-robed figure sent forth a palm strike and forcibly blocked the incoming attack of one of the two 8-star half-martial emperors, Zhou Shan. Beside the black-robed figure, a well-built figure that resembled an iron tower also easily received the ferocious attack of the other 8-star half-martial emperor. With a jolt of his enormous power, he sent that 8-star half-martial emperor flying. Yellow spring palm. Break! Xiao Yan shouted. His right arm abruptly shook, and a frightening enormous power was emitted. As Doqi surged, the two palms separated. Xiao Yan took 2 steps back. As for Zhou Shan, he was completely afraid of the northern king beside Xiao Yan. Thus, he hurriedly returned to the city gate. Amen? Brat, I didn't expect it to be you again. The instant Zhou Shan raised his eyes, he saw Xiao Yan's familiar face from yesterday. Immediately, he could not help but frown and shout sternly. Ah, it's just a coincidence. I just so happened to be leaving the city. Seeing that you all wanted to use strength to speak, I took this opportunity to test whether or not I was qualified to leave the city. Hearing Zhou Shan's words, Xiao Yan laughed softly. He had an indifferent expression on his face. However, right after Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, before Zhou Shan could say anything, a loud laughter was heard from the distant horizon. Ha 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 ha. Why are you leaving so soon? Yesterday, as the host, I have yet to apologize to my friend. I still feel somewhat apologetic in my heart. If you are to leave just like this, won't I die of shame? Chapter 361. Oh, you and I don't know each other. What's there to be ashamed of? You go your way and I go mine. We have nothing to do with each other. Could it be that Your Excellency still wants me to stay and be your personal guard? Hearing those pompous words, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled up, and he revealed a cold smile. He stared at the middle-aged man who had appeared on top of the city gate and ridiculed. Ha 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 ha, you're exaggerating. With your background, how could I dare to let you be my personal guard? It's just that no discord, no concord. After yesterday's exchange of blows, I have become very respectful of friends. I hope that we can become true friends. After all, the more friends you have, the more paths you can take. Haha. Seeing Xiao Yan's indifferent appearance, the middle-aged man was not that anxious. He looked at Xiao Yan with a smile on his face. His small eyes were flickering with light. I, friend? What a good friend. Could it be that all your friends came by following you? Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a mocking laugh when he heard this. The expression of the large middle-aged man suddenly became ugly when he heard Xiao Yan's words. At this, the middle-aged man was at a loss for words after Xiao Yan's words hit the nail on the head. He did not expect that Xiao Yan had already sensed that someone was following him. However, why did he not find that person? Could it be that he was doing it so that he could mock him at this moment? Oh, what's wrong? You can't answer me? Since that's the case, I won't ask anymore. Seeing that the middle-aged man was at a loss for words, Xiao Yan could not help but laugh coldly. When the crowd below and the group of half-martial emperors in the sky looked at the two of them, their gazes were filled with suspicion. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the large middle-aged man did not even have the time to catch his breath when Xiao Yan's body moved quickly. He instantly rushed into the empty air and stood in front of the large middle-aged man. His dark black eyes stared intently at the other party as he softly laughed. If there's nothing else, I won't be accompanying you. As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Yan's figure moved. He wanted to go around the middle-aged man and fly out of the city. Wait! Just as Xiao Yan's body moved, the large middle-aged man took a step forward and blocked Xiao Yan's path. With a solemn expression, he said, I think it's better for your excellency to wait a little longer. Today's weather seems to be excellent, but in my opinion, I'm afraid there will be a storm. Why don't your excellency stay at my place for the night and leave tomorrow? I think wherein, the weather is excellent. It's a good day to cultivate and travel. Moreover, even if there's a storm, with our cultivation, would we care? As soon as Xiao Yan's voice fell, a hurricane appeared in the sky where the two of them were. The hurricane invisibly formed a huge tornado that surrounded Xiao Yan and the middle-aged man. The terrifying storm continued to wreak havoc in the sky above the city gate. The appearance of this scene caused an uproar among the people in the city below. To the majority of the people who had never seen Xiao Yan, facing a 9-star half-martial emperor head-on with the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor, was no different from courting death for Xiao Yan. However, after a small portion of the half-martial emperors recognized Xiao Yan, they couldn't help but exclaim, wasn't the black-robed young man before them the same young man who had forced the middle-aged man to retreat the day before? Just as the crowd was shocked by Xiao Yan's battle results the day before, a portion of the half-martial emperors who had come to the western region from the ancient city of Wildlands recognized that the black-robed young man before them was the famous Yan Shao from the ancient city of Wildlands in the southern region. In an instant, the various shocking battle results of Xiao Yan in the ancient city of Wildlands were dug out. Some of the things that were already known by everyone in the ancient city of Wildlands had once again become shocking news. In a short moment, the name Yan Shao was deeply engraved in the hearts of the people in Emerald Green City. All right, I'm too lazy to speak any more nonsense with you. Tell me, who are you and why have you come looking for trouble with me? Before this, I don't think we've met before. After being silent for a while, Xiao Yan finally snorted impatiently. For some unknown reason, The more he wasted time like this, the more Xiaoyan felt a dangerous aura. The middle-aged man in front of him kept giving him an uneasy feeling. Logically speaking, the current Xiaoyan possessed the Northern King and Xiao Jin by his side. He was no longer afraid of anyone below the Do D class. However, this large middle-aged man in front of him was an exception. This caused Xiaoyan's heart to involuntarily feel shocked. I didn't expect you to be so famous in the southern region. Unfortunately, I'm a 9-star half-martial emperor. Compared to the 8-star half-martial emperors they speak of, I'm more than a little stronger. The middle-aged man had a cautious expression as he stared at Xiaoyan. Even though his strength far surpassed Xiaoyan's, he clearly knew that in Xiaoyan's hands, there was a frightening puppet whose strength was comparable to his own. This was something that he couldn't lower his guard about. Haha, if I say that these are battle results from 2 years ago, what do you think now? What? The heart of the middle-aged large man appeared as though it had been struck by lightning after Xiaoyan's soft laughter sounded. The Xiaoyan in front of him had actually fought with an 8-star half-D 2 years ago, and ended up in an undefeated position. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening his strength was now that 2 years had passed. Moreover, according to what he knew, Xiaoyan was only a 3-star half-martial emperor 2 years ago. Moreover, looking at him now, Xiaoyan's strength had increased by 2 stars in 2 years. This kind of cultivation speed could be said to be the first in history among the half-martial emperors. At the very least in his impression, other than Xiaoyan, he had never seen a second person with such a fast cultivation speed. Now, can you answer my question? Who exactly are you? Why are you blocking my way here? Hearing Xiaoying's cold shout, the middle-aged man came back to his senses. At this moment, his fierce-looking face revealed a cold smile. Haha, you want to know who made me wait for you here? Let's see if you have enough ability. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's right arm trembled. With a wave of his hand, a pitch-black light flashed. In the next moment, a pitch-black axe appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. Northern King. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan no longer acted courteously. With a shout, the Northern King's well-built body immediately turned into a black light, and met the middle-aged man head-on. Haha, Zhoushan, Hou Shui, I'll leave this brat to the two of you. You must quickly take him down. As long as you can take him down, I'll guarantee that the two of you will become 9-star half-martial emperors. As he spoke, the middle-aged man had already started fighting with the Northern King of Yubei. The sounds of intense collisions rose and fell in succession. Sparks flew everywhere. A battle between 9-star half-martial emperors was being played out in this world. When Xiaoyan turned his gaze to the other side, sure enough, Zhoushan and Hou Shui also turned their gazes towards him. At this moment, the terrifying auras of the 2 8-star half-martial emperors completely erupted. The two of them moved simultaneously and charged towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan ignored this. Instead, he once again looked at the middle-aged large man, who was currently engaged in an intense battle with the Northern King. His face revealed a ridiculing expression. Are they bullying me with numbers again? Little Gold. Chapter 362. Bang. Following a loud explosion, the two figures in the sky retreated 300 meters away from each other. Only at this moment was the crowd able to clearly see the situation in the battle. On Xiaoyan's side, Xiaoyan was facing 2 8-star half-martial emperors, Zhoushan and Hou Shui by himself. This caused Xiaoyan to appear to be in a somewhat sorry state. However, this was something that could not be helped. After all, this was the Western region. Xiaoyan was currently under the nose of the 4 great sects. In order to not expose his heavenly extinction steps, he could only use the 3000 lightning haste for the time being. Fortunately, the 3000 lightning haste was an extremely high-quality movement do skill below the heaven rank. Although Xiaoyan appeared to be in a somewhat sorry state, his overall strength was not affected. As for the middle-aged man on the other side, his current situation was much more miserable than Xiaoyan's. Unlike an 8-star half-martial emperor, he was a 9-star half-martial emperor. Although he possessed tyrannical strength, he was simply no match for the Northern King and Xiao Jin. The Northern King's body of steel was indestructible. Xiao Jin's body was covered with lightning and could not be touched. Fighting against the two of them, the middle-aged man could be said to have suffered greatly. At this moment, Seeing that the two sides had retreated and had time to catch their breath, the middle-aged man immediately turned his gaze toward Zhoushan and Hou Shui. When he saw that Xiaoyan was actually unscathed by their attacks, he immediately shouted angrily, "Bastards! Exactly what are the two of you doing? It's been so long, yet you're actually unable to even take care of a 5-star half-martial emperor." Zhoushan and Hou Shui felt rather helpless toward this. They had originally thought that with their strength as 8-star half-martial emperors, they would only be able to take care of a 5-star half-martial emperor in 2 or 3 moves. However, who would have thought that Xiaoyan's speed would actually be this frightening? When he used his full strength, his speed was about the same as their expectations. Although they had been taking the initiative and Xiaoyan could only passively take a beating, they were still unable to capture Xiaoyan in a short period of time. Although their attacks appeared ferocious, Xiaoyan's actual injuries were merely some superficial wounds. Compared to the middle-aged man's situation, he was simply unscathed. If the two of you are still unable to take care of him, then you'll have to think of a way to increase your cultivation. With a furious cry, the middle-aged man turned his head. Both of his arms suddenly shook as the dou qi within his body wildly poured out, transforming into a dou qi light pillar that shot to the sky. His aura was like a rainbow as his body moved and once again charged toward the Northern King and Xiaojin. The hearts of the two 8-star half-martial emperors, Zhoushan and Yi Shui, immediately became anxious after being urged by the large middle-aged man. They turned around and cried out sternly to Xiaoyan. "Oh, you want me to attack so badly?" The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth curled into a playful smile as he sneered. "Humph, you're merely a 5-star half-martial emperor. Why would the two of us be afraid of you? As long as you don't dodge, I guarantee that we'll take you down in one move. Cut the crap. If you want to capture me, then come at me. Let's see what you can do to me even if I don't dodge." After he shouted, Xiaoyan's body shook violently. He waved his arms and heavenly flames gushed out from his palms. They turned into 2 colorful fire dragons and charged toward Zhoushan and Xiaoshui respectively. "Humph, it's just a small trick. How dare you play with me, an 8-star half-martial emperor? You're simply courting death." Seeing this, Zhoushan sneered. He took a big step forward and dou qi surged out from his body. His 5 fingers formed a fist, and dou qi quickly condensed in his palm. The dou qi condensed into an ice-blue shark on the surface of his skin. He threw a punch at one of the fire dragons. "You're really full of crap. You're not satisfied? Then try this." Bang, bang. Following Xiaoyan's gloomy voice, the 2 fire dragons were killed by the 2 8-star half-martial emperors. Although the 2 had destroyed the fire dragons with a single attack, their auras did not decrease in the slightest. With a wave of their hands, they broke through the waves of flames and charged toward Xiaoyan. Angry Buddha Samsara. At the instant when the 2 of them charged out of the waves of flames, what entered their eyes were 2 Xiaoyan. This scene caused the expressions on their faces to involuntarily freeze. However, by the time they came back to their senses, high up in the sky, Xiaoyan and his incarnation had both condensed the angry Buddha Samsara in their hands. 2 flaming discs were rapidly spinning in the hands of the 2 Xiaoyan. With a thought from the 2 of them, the pitch-black specks of light in the middle of the flaming discs suddenly shook. In the next instant, 2 pitch-black light pillars nearly 100 feet in length shot out from the hands of the 2 Xiaoyan. They directly shot toward the 2 8-star half-martial emperors below. Not good. Following a cry of alarm, even though Xiaoyan wanted to dodge, it was already too late. At the instant the 2 angry Buddha Samsara were shot out, Xiaoyan had already used the Void Great Tao to instantly pass through the void, and arrived before the 2 8-star half-martial emperors. At the same time as Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, a frightening explosion landed on the chests of the 2 men. Boom. Following the 2 explosions, everyone in the Green Jade City could only see 2 pitch-black pillars of light descending from the sky. They were like meteorites as they ruthlessly smashed into the Green Jade City. They emitted a thunderous sound that shook the heavens and caused a cloud of dust to fill the sky. With this attack, more than half of the Emerald Green City started to tremble. At this moment, everyone in the Emerald Green City turned their gazes toward the eastern gate of the Emerald Green City. That place was where Xiaoyan and the others were located. At this moment, Everyone in the Emerald Green City was looking at Xiao Yan in the eastern part of the city with astonishment. Many people had already rushed over and gathered there. In a short period of time, Xiao Yan's achievements had spread through more than half of the Emerald Green City. While the crowd was discussing Xiao Yan, the latter's eyes were narrowed as he stared at the dense cloud of dust below. The expression on his face did not appear arrogant, because he had won with a single attack. Although the two Buddha's Fury Samsara attacks from earlier were powerful, the power they contained was only half of Xiao Yan's power when he used them alone. Xiao Yan did not believe that he would be able to defeat two 8-star half-martial emperors with merely this attack. However, Xiao Yan was gratified by the fact that his control over the Void Grand Dao had become more and more proficient as he fought. Of course, even though that attack from earlier could barely be considered acceptable in Xiao Yan's heart, in the eyes of the crowd below, it could be said to be world-shaking. After all, if the rumors of Xiao Yan being able to defeat 8-star half-martial emperors without being defeated by them were not enough to convince them, then Xiao Yan, with the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor, had sent two 8-star half-martial emperors flying with a single attack. This had truly appeared before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. However, just as everyone's hearts were feeling shocked by Xiao Yan's strength, two earth-shaking furious cries were suddenly emitted from the city below. Humph! Brat! With only this little bit of ability, you actually dare to show it off? You truly don't know the meaning of death. Scram down here, and receive your death. Chapter 363. Ha 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 ha. Come and try this. In the sky, Xiao Yan faced the two 8-star half-martial emperors in front of him with a hearty laugh. He exchanged glances with his incarnation by the side, and the two Xiao Yan smiled knowingly. Immediately, they swung their sleeves forward at the same time. In the next moment, one could see hundreds of crystal-clear jade bottles flying out of nowhere. They turned into numerous rays of light that shot toward the two 8-star half-martial emperors, Zhoushan and Ho Shui. Numerous palm-sized fire lotuses were slowly floating within these jade bottles. They vaguely emitted a frightening strength that could cause the expression of an elite dosheng to change. These jade bottles were the fire lotus bottles that only Xiao Yan could refine. The two 8-star half-martial emperors, Zhoushan and Ho Shui, were unconcerned when they saw the hundreds of jade bottles flying toward them. With their strength, they naturally did not need to worry when facing a 5-star half-martial emperor like Xiao Yan. Bang! 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 However, when the hundreds of fire lotus bottles exploded together, the expressions of Zhoushan and Ho Shui involuntarily changed. What? Hundreds of fire lotus bottles. The strength that each fire lotus bottle had erupted with was not inferior to a D-class Do technique. With so many fire lotus bottles exploding at the same time, the strength was something that even a Band D expert like them would not feel good about. Of course, Xiao Yan was not foolish enough to think that he would be able to harm them with just this. When facing an 8-star half-martial emperor, only a true human-class Do skill would be able to cause a fatal injury to them. An ordinary Do skill would be like scratching an itch in the eyes of an expert of this class as long as they were cautious. Humph! Brat, you have quite a number of little tricks. Unfortunately, if you only have these tricks, you should obediently roll over here and accept your death. Suddenly, Zhoushan's cold cry was emitted from the middle of the explosion of the fire lotus bottle. Immediately, the fog that was stirred up by the explosion was abruptly scattered. A human figure whose entire body was covered by purple-colored Do Chi suddenly charged out from within it. With a wave of his hand, a spear appeared in Zhoushan's hand. Holding the spear with one hand, Zhoushan twisted his wrist and pointed the tip of the spear at Xiao Yan. Exerting strength in his arm, he poured his combat power into the spear. Purple lightning appeared on the surface of the spear, twisting like a purple lightning snake. In the next moment, Zhoushan's figure suddenly moved. His right foot stomped on the void and an earth-shattering sound was heard. Zhoushan's body instantly turned into a beam of purple light. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared right in front of Xiao Yan. He pointed the long spear in his hand, and the tip of the spear pierced toward Xiao Yan's head. On the other side, Ruoshui charged toward Xiao Yan's avatar. The avatar's strength was not comparable to the original body. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be at a disadvantage. It would not be long before it would be defeated by Ruoshui. Lightning spike. With a low cry, Zhoushan's body once again exerted strength. As the combat power in his body surged, the dazzling purple lightning swept out continuously, forming circles of invisible space ripples in the surrounding void. The cold wind continuously hit Xiaoyan's face. His hair danced in the wind. The suffocating feeling caused Xiaoyan to unconsciously narrow his eyes. The tip of the spear that was rapidly approaching caused Xiaoyan to feel a piercing pain between his eyebrows. A trace of bright red blood slowly flowed down from between Xiaoyan's eyebrows. He frowned slightly and a gorgeous color appeared in his dark eyes. Facing Zhoushan, who was right in front of him, Xiaoyan's heart was not the slightest bit nervous. Just as the long spear was about to attack, Xiaoyan slowly extended his hand and grasped the air. Immediately, the dark heavy buster sword was placed horizontally in front of him. Ding! The sound of metal colliding was heard. The veins on Xiaoyan's hand that was holding the dark heavy buster sword were exposed. His right arm shook and his left hand slapped the body of the dark heavy buster sword. An enormous force vibrated and barely blocked the frightening combat power that came with it. Amen. Your strength is not small. However, with just this, you are still not my match. Scram. Seeing that his attack was actually forcibly blocked by Xiaoyan, Zhoushan could not help but feel astonished. Being able to block the attack of an 8-star half-martial emperor without the help of a Do skill. This was already sufficient to prove Xiaoyan's strength. However, to Zhoushan this was still far from enough. The difference in strength between a 5-star half-martial emperor and an 8-star half-martial emperor was not something that could be made up for with strength alone. Ha! With a stern shout, Zhoushan's arm shook. His wrist that was holding the long spear fiercely shook. The long spear in his hand was like a long snake as it rapidly twisted in his hand. The tip of the spear danced in the air. In Zhoushan's hand, it rapidly split into several hundred long spears made of do qi. With a shake of the body of the spear, it ferociously pierced toward Xiaoyan. 100 revolution sky-splitting spear. Ha! Brat, let's see how you're going to block this. The 100 long spears were like an enormous net that completely enveloped Xiaoyan. In this sort of situation, Xiaoyan was practically unable to dodge. Of course, he did not need to dodge. Dodge. When did I say that I was going to dodge? At the same time that those words were spoken, Xiaoyan's hand that was holding the dark heavy buster sword gradually increased in strength. The do qi within his body rapidly surged and converged into the huge buster sword in his hand. 6 corporeal body flowing ruler. 6 corporeal fire. In the instant that he raised his head, flames violently shot out from Xiaoyan's eyes. Like arrows piercing through the clouds, they burned the 2 long spears that were aimed at Xiaoyan into nothingness. Taking half a step back, Xiaoyan's aura also shook. An overwhelming oppressive might quietly spread throughout the heaven and earth. The expressions of many people in the city could not help but change slightly. The strength of this oppressive might was definitely not something that ordinary 5-star half-martial emperors could compare to. With Xiaoyan's consolidation realm soul power, coupled with his strength that had already surpassed his cultivation level, his oppressive might was not something that ordinary 5-star half-martial emperors could compare to. In the next instant, at the instant when the 100 long spears approached Xiaoyan's body, Xiaoyan suddenly waved the huge buster sword in his hand. In Xiaoyan's hand, the flexibility of the huge buster sword far surpassed that of Zhoushan's long spears. This was something that even Zhoushan could not help but feel astonished in his heart when he saw it. When the huge buster sword flew around in Xiaoyan's hand like a light sword, the sharp and overbearing tip of the buster sword, with an extremely ingenious and strange angle, knocked away all of the long spears. At the same time, the frightening power contained within the buster sword shattered the long spears with a bang. The long spears turned into dots of energy that filled the sky and dissipated into the air. Zhoushan's expression was ugly as he took a step back when Xiaoyan's eyes were indifferent as he sent the last long spear flying. It was unexpected that this attack of his, which had no weakness, would actually be defeated by Xiaoyan's hands. The thing that caused him to lose the most face was that these hundreds of long spears were actually unable to break through the defense of the enormous ruler in Xiaoyan's hand from the beginning until the end. Little bastard! See if I don't personally take care of you. With a furious cry, Zhoushan's body suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Yan. He waved his arm and the long spear in his hand swept out. The sharp tip of the spear drew a purple lightning glow in the air. The lightning glow agglomerated into a substance and turned into a thunderbolt that contained frightening dou qi that charged toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, Zhoushan's body turned and arrived behind Xiao Yan. The long spear in his hand suddenly waved and violently pierced forward. He once again charged toward Xiao Yan. Seeing the two frightening auras coming one after the other, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth slowly lifted into a cold smile. Both of his eyes narrowed as he flipped his hand and returned the heavy buster sword to his storage ring. With a thought, a strange dark black energy swiftly agglomerated, and the great Wei muslin cloak slowly appeared on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Ah, I've played enough. I'll finish you off in one go. At the same time that the great Wei muslin cloak appeared, numerous complicated seals swiftly appeared in Xiao Yan's hands. Following the appearance of these seals, 6 spatial tents that were agglomerated from the great way of the void within 100 feet of Xiao Yan's body also slowly appeared. The 6 tents surrounded Xiao Yan from 6 different directions. Following the appearance of the 6 tents, Xiao Yan's face swiftly turned pale. Clearly, using the spatial tents was a huge drain on his body. At the instant that the 6 tents were completely agglomerated, Zhoushan's long spear was less than an inch away from Xiao Yan's forehead. Following this, the long spear only needed to move an inch closer, and Xiao Yan would immediately be killed by the long spear. However, the powerful and sharp tip of the spear actually directly pierced through Xiao Yan's head. However, there was not a trace of blood. Even the sound of a skull cracking could not be heard. This is an afterimage. Instantly, Zhoushan's heart felt as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. It was hard to imagine that at such a distance, Xiao Yan did not show any signs of dodging at all. Even just now, he did not feel the slightest fluctuation in space. How did Xiao Yan disappear in front of him? This was a half-emperor expert. It was impossible for him to not leave any trace when facing him. It was impossible. Bang. With a bang, the incoming bolt of lightning ruthlessly struck Zhoushan's body while he was absent-minded. After being injured by his own attack, Zhoushan regained his senses and felt rather angry. Of course, he was more surprised. After a moment, he immediately felt an aura fluctuation behind him. However, when he turned around to look, Xiao Yan's figure actually appeared in one of the 6 tents. At the same time, in Xiao Yan's hand, the giant black ruler had been dyed red from the inside out. An extremely terrifying aura of destruction continuously spread out from it. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, 1 ruler. After the cry sounded, the giant ruler in Xiao Yan's hand fell. A rainbow light shot out and blocked Zhoushan's sight. Although Zhoushan was injured, he did not dare to remain any longer. The long spear in his hand rotated and surging dou qi crazily surged out from his body and poured into the long spear in his hand, shocking lightning waterfall. With a similar cry, the long spear in Zhoushan's hand violently pierced forward. Purple-colored dou qi swiftly agglomerated into a 1,000 feet tall thunderbolt wave in front of him. Its aura was like a rainbow as it charged toward the incoming 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. Zhoushan's expression was cold. He was confident that this move of his was definitely not weaker than Xiao Yan's. Even if the latter had the upper hand, he would still be unable to defeat him. However, just as Zhoushan was quietly laughing coldly in his heart, another cry was once again emitted from behind him. This time around, it came from another part of the 6 tents. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, 2 feet. Chapter 364. Spatial Tent. This was a method of controlling the great way of the void that Xiao Yan had comprehended after swallowing countless thunderbolts in the lightning pool. This method allowed Xiao Yan to perform a spatial leap in an extremely short period of time. The speed of the spatial leap was something that even a 9-star half-emperor could not compare with. Hence, this could be said to be another of Xiao Yan's trump cards. With Xiao Yan's current ability, he was only able to form a spatial tent within 100 feet of him. Hence, it was naturally not practical for him to use it to escape in a real battle. As for a real battle, Xiao Yan had an extremely good idea. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. 5 feet. Xiao Yan's figure, which had disappeared a moment ago, once again appeared in the sky. At the same time, one of the 6 tents also disappeared. The instant Xiaoyan appeared, the wide heavy Xian ruler in his hand violently fell. A low cry was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. A bright red douqi light suddenly flashed from the tip of the huge ruler. In the next moment, a majestic ruler glow shot out from the tip of the ruler. It soared with the wind and turned into 1,000 feet long ruler glow. It shot directly toward Zhou Shan, who was currently blocking the 4th ruler glow. Bang! Once the attack was swung, the ruler glow shot out. Zhou Shan was unable to dodge in time. This ruler completely landed on his body. The frightening strength that it contained also completely erupted at this moment. When the intense bang sounded, Zhou Shan's body also flew back uncontrollably. A large mouthful of blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. The aura of his entire body also became weak. Connecting 5 feet in such a short period of time was already quite a big burden for him. Moreover, each of Xiaoyan's ruler strikes was equivalent to a human-class Do skill. In this way, even though Zhou Shan was an 8-star half-emperor, he was still unable to endure it. When this scene appeared, the crowd below could not help but let out a series of hissing sounds as they sucked in a breath of cold air. Evidently, even though they had already heard of Xiaoyan's various battle accomplishments, hearing was inferior to seeing for themselves. At this moment, seeing Zhou Shan, an 8-star half-martial emperor, being beaten back by Xiaoyan, a 5-star half-martial emperor, causing the crowd to be even more astonished by Xiaoyan's strength. At the same time, Yan Zhao's name was quickly engraved in the hearts of everyone in Emerald Green City. Compared to the crowd's shock, Xiaoyan was much calmer. Although he was also extremely confident in his 5 feet of strength, he also knew that with just this 5 feet of strength, he would at most be able to injure Zhou Shan quite a bit. However, if he wanted to seriously injure the latter, it was still a little lacking. Thus, after the 5th strike, Xiaoyan did not dare to hesitate. With a thought, his black gown started to flutter. Suddenly, a pitch-black radiance surged and enveloped Xiaoyan within it. In an instant, Xiaoyan's body disappeared. At the same time, in another location, in the final tent of the 6 paths, a pitch-black heavy ruler had unknowingly appeared in the air. His powerful hand gripped the giant ruler tightly as scarlet-red flames soared into the sky. The surging aura shook the world. When everyone present looked at the ruler light, their eyes could not help but reveal a deep solemn expression. Even an expert as strong as a Bandi revealed a deep fear in his eyes when he looked at Xiaoyan at this moment. To be able to erupt with such powerful strength with the cultivation of a 5-star half-martial emperor. How could such a person possibly be an ordinary person? 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler. 6 feet. A low shout was heard. When the 6-foot ruler was swung, its aura broke through the sky. A wave of blazing douqi rapidly swept forth, causing the temperature of the surroundings to rise abruptly. As the enormous ruler was swung, another graceful ruler's light appeared in the sky. It was like a scarlet-red waterfall from the 9 heavens. The destructive aura contained within it caused even half-martial emperors to blush with shame. If this attack were to land, even if Zhou Shan did not die, he would definitely be seriously injured. However, at the very next moment, "Ha! Brat, you're too arrogant. Have you forgotten that I am here?" At this crucial moment, the other 8-star half-martial emperor, Fei Shui, who was originally fighting against Xiaoyan's clone, arrived at this moment. With a wave of his arm, a thin and long jade green sword appeared in his hand. Aquatic sword. As soon as the sword appeared, Fei Shui chopped down vertically. A jade green radiance suddenly shot out. It rapidly grew in size as it met the wind. Similarly, it turned into a 10,000-foot-long waterfall that ruthlessly met Xiaoyan's ruler's light head-on. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly swept out, and the dazzling white light covered the sun's brilliance. At this moment, the sky and the earth were bright white, and no one could open their eyes. Under the white light that was as sharp as a sword, even if they closed their eyes, they still couldn't completely avoid it. Under the envelopment of the white light, even the battle between the little golden North King and the middle-aged man on the other side was forced to stop. From this, it could be seen just how great the strength of the collision between Xiaoyan and Yi Shui was. After a long while, when the white light dissipated, the crowd removed their hands that were covering their eyes. Their eyelids trembled slightly as the familiar sunlight shone into their eyes. The world in front of them also became real. When everyone raised their eyes and looked over, they saw that the two battlefields in the sky had been forced to stop due to this intense collision. However, looking at the gradually tense atmosphere at this moment, there seemed to be an even more frightening storm brewing in an invisible manner. The middle-aged man's gaze was grave as he faced the Northern King and Little Golden. Under the joint attack of the two 9-star half-martial emperors, although he was the strongest person present, he was also the one in the most miserable state. The majestic aura of a 9-star half-martial emperor was no longer present. His vast and boundless do-chi had become weak. It was as if he was unable to endure any longer. His defeat was only a matter of time. On the other hand, the black lightning that enveloped the Northern King and Little Golden's body was much more tyrannical. During the battle, the lightning that had not been refined within his body was gradually being devoured. His body's strength grew stronger and stronger, and he became more and more courageous as he fought. As for Little Golden, his eyes were filled with excitement. Ever since he had made a breakthrough, he had yet to truly fight to his heart's content. Even the battle with Muhan had ended in a hasty manner. As such, Little Golden was unable to display his strength. The current battle was instead a kind of assistance to him. "Humph, brat, your strength is indeed much stronger than we imagined. If Zhou Shan were to face you alone, he wouldn't have the slightest chance of survival today. However, it's a pity that there are two of us. You're facing two 8-star half-martial emperors by yourself. It's absolutely impossible for you to defeat us." With a cold expression, Yu Shui stared at Xiao Yan, whose aura was slightly weak. His sharp eyes would occasionally cast grave gazes at Xiao Yan. Regardless of whether Xiao Yan would be defeated or not, the fact that he had faced two 8-star half-martial emperors by himself was already enough for him to be proud of himself. At this moment, Xiao Yan's state appeared to be slightly weak. After using the 6 spatial tents and the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, Xiao Yan had consumed an enormous amount of do-chi. At this moment, the amount of do-chi remaining in Xiao Yan's body was not even 3/5 of his peak state. From this, it could be seen how enormous the consumption of do-chi was when using the spatial tents. Of course, it could be seen that while Xiao Yan's do-chi was being rapidly consumed, the effects of the spatial tents had greatly exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. This kind of sudden and quick attack was able to create enormous psychological pressure on the opponent. At the same time, it also greatly increased Xiao Yan's chances of victory in the battle. To Xiao Yan, who was always at the heart of the storm, this was undoubtedly an extremely good attacking method. Although this kind of attacking method appeared to be somewhat negative, Xiao Yan also understood in his heart that there was nothing he could do about it. Born in a chaotic world, if one wanted to survive, sometimes one had to rely on all kinds of methods. Tyrannical do skills, strange movement techniques, mystical secret techniques, soul power, medicinal pills, formations, and so on. Weren't these all the methods of cultivators? Under the temptation and drive of strength, everyone would either actively or passively develop in this direction. In many cases, the type of methods one used could not determine one's nature. Just like how one could not be judged by one's appearance, things that appeared beautiful were not necessarily beautiful. As for the use of methods, it was also different from person to person. If a person was kind, then things would be kind. If a person was evil, then things would be evil. "Old Gu, can you lend me a hand?" Xiao Yan deeply exhaled. He slowly raised his gaze and looked at Ruoshui. To the side, Zhou Shan's somewhat weak figure once again soared into the sky. His gaze was dark and stern as he stared at Xiao Yan. Fear was revealed deep within his eyes. He had never imagined that he, a grand 8-star half-martial emperor, would actually suffer in the hands of a 5-star half-martial emperor brat. Xiao Yan looked at Zhou Shan and Ruoshui as he softly said in his heart. At the same time, the do-chi within his body swiftly surged. Ho! Between heaven and earth, a piercing wind suddenly whistled. Xiao Yan stood within the wind. With Xiao Yan as the center, an invisible whirlwind swept out in all directions. With a thought from Xiao Yan, a puff sound was heard. Gorgeous heavenly flames immediately gushed out from the bottom of his feet and rapidly covered Xiao Yan's entire body. An extremely frightening aura rapidly spread out from Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, the expressions of everyone present changed. In the sky, Zhoushan and Ruoshui sensed the powerful aura emitted from Xiaoyan's body. Their expressions involuntarily changed slightly. They glanced at each other, and a trace of seriousness appeared in their eyes. There's something strange about this brat. We can't be careless. Attack together and finish him off. As long as we can take him down, the two of us will be able to become 9-star half-martial emperors. Attack! Zhoushan and Ruoshui shouted at the same time. Immediately after, their bodies moved. The dou-qi within their bodies crazily surged as they charged towards Xiaoyan. Facing the two people who were charging towards him, Xiaoyan's eyes that were wrapped in flames slowly raised. He stared at the two of them, and said in his heart, "Erankdo skill. Heart. Shattering. Palm." Chapter 365. Western Region, Lengsui City. In the sky, an extremely frightening aura was emitted from Xiaoyan's body. His two fair palms were stiffly suspended in midair. If his palms were to land, two people would die. When Xiaoyan withdrew his palms with a cold glint in his eyes, Zhoushan and Hoshui, who were originally charging toward Xiaoyan, suddenly stopped. When the two of them lowered their heads to look, they discovered that Xiaoyan's hands had unknowingly pressed against their chests. At the same time, the seventh tent behind Xiaoyan also disappeared. After exhausting all of his dou-qi and putting forth all of his strength, Xiaoyan condensed the seventh tent. With lightning speed and the frightening might of the heart-shattering palm, he killed the two 8-star half-martial emperors before him with a single strike. At the instant Xiaoyan's palms landed on their chests, the dou-qi within Xiaoyan's body was completely exhausted. With all of his dou-qi and the assistance of Guyu, a frightening amount of energy condensed in Xiaoyan's palms. Following a thought from Xiaoyan, the frightening amount of energy instantly burst forth. By the time Zhoushan and Hoshui returned to their senses, they felt an intense tearing pain from their chests. Immediately after, an overbearing and frightening dou-qi appeared in their bodies without any warning. The instant the dou-qi appeared, it immediately began to wreak havoc in Zhoushan and Hoshui's bodies. In a situation where the two of them were completely defenseless, this frightening dou-qi destroyed their bodies in an unstoppable manner. All of their internal organs and meridians were shattered. At the same time, their souls were also destroyed by this power. As their pupils enlarged without limit, all of the life in the eyes of the two 8-star half-martial emperors rapidly disappeared. At the same time, the frightening dou-qi that had been surging like a tide in Xiaoyan's palms a second ago dissipated like a gentle breeze in the next instant. At this moment, the number of 8-star half-martial emperors that had been killed by Xiaoyan's palms had increased by 2. It must be said that the terror of an intent ranked dou technique was indeed not something that an ordinary dou technique could compare with. Even though the current Xiaoyan was unable to unleash the full might of the heart-shattering palm, the two 8-star half-martial emperors that few people could match were instantly killed by Xiaoyan's palm strike. An E-rank dou technique was really terrifying. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening the strength that Xiaoyan would unleash when he was able to unleash the full strength of the heart-shattering palm in the future. It was likely that even a dou di would no longer be a match for Xiaoyan. Without mentioning what would happen in the future, the deaths of the two 8-star half-martial emperors had truly appeared before everyone's eyes. Countless people in Emerald Green City were dumbstruck as they watched the scene in the sky. Xiaoyan stood in the sky. His two hands were in a posture that indicated that he was going to throw his palms forward. Opposite him, the two bodies that had already lost all of their life force fell backwards. Under everyone's attentive gazes, they ruthlessly smashed into the city below. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded. The two corpses were deeply embedded into the ground, causing dust to fill the sky. A gentle breeze brushed past and the dust dispersed. Everyone saw the two corpses in the crater. Even though he had died, a half-martial emperor was still a half-martial emperor. Other than not being able to see any signs of life, his body was actually completely unharmed after being smashed down from such a great height. This, from another angle, proved how powerful a half-martial emperor was. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful they were unable to withstand a single blow from an intent-ranked dou technique. Of course, if they were prepared for Xiaoyan's attack, the result would naturally be different. However, There were no ifs in this world. Reality was like this. One might appear powerful, but one was unable to withstand a single blow. Grug. Xiaoyan involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood in the sky. At the same time, his expression swiftly turned pale. The aura of his body swiftly weakened. He seemed to have reached the end of his tether. Despite having Guyu's help, the frightening strength of the heart-shattering palm that he had forcefully unleashed in that kind of condition had still caused some backlash to Xiaoyan. However, this was undoubtedly much better than the deaths of Zhou Shan and Yi Shuai. Xiaoyan's body swayed as he landed on the city gate. He hurriedly consumed 2 D-tier medicinal pills to replenish his energy. After the medicinal pills entered his mouth, a gentle doqi swiftly turned into waves of clear spring that flowed all over Xiaoyan's body. Some of the injuries that had been left behind after unleashing the heart-shattering palm began to slowly recover at this moment. On the other side, fear immediately surged into the heart of the large middle-aged man after seeing his 2 capable assistants being killed by Xiaoyan in one blow. It was also because of this that the Northern King and Xiao Jin had left behind a huge opening. Revealing an opening in a big fight between Ban emperors was no different from sending oneself to one's death. Hence, the large middle-aged man had clearly fallen into a disadvantage within a short moment. After Xiaoyan landed on the city gate, the large middle-aged man finally let his guard down. The Northern King seized this opportunity and violently smashed a punch into his back. The Northern King might only be a puppet, but due to its unique refinement method, all of the fighting experience and fighting techniques of the Northern Dragon King were contained in the Northern King's indifferent thoughts. Hence, the result of this attack immediately brought about an end to the long drawn-out battle. With this punch, the large middle-aged man's body was no longer under his control and flew backwards. At the same time, Xiao Jin also took advantage of the situation. A frightening golden lightning that connected the sky and the earth descended and violently struck the large middle-aged man's body. Accompanied by a dense charred smell, the large middle-aged man's aura also suddenly fell to rock bottom. Even though he was not seriously injured, he was not far from death. Bang! Under the might of the thunderbolt, the large middle-aged man was violently smashed into the city below. The frightening force caused the entire emerald green city to shake intensely. When everyone focused their gazes, they saw that the large middle-aged man's body was completely charred black in the enormous crater that was smashed into the ground. Nothing could be seen on his bald head, and the embroidered gown he wore had been turned into nothingness by the thunderbolt. As for this large man, he was completely naked as he lay in the crater. This scene caused some of the beautiful cultivators in the crowd to frown, turn around, and retreat to the back of the crowd. When the large middle-aged man's miserable appearance was seen by the crowd, he was involuntarily met with gazes of mockery. However, the current him did not have the time to care about those gazes of mockery and ridicule. At this moment, the most important thing in the large middle-aged man's heart was his own life. He had never imagined that Xiaoyan's overall strength would be so much stronger than what the information stated. Merely in terms of 9-star half-martial emperors, Xiaoyan possessed more than him. Moreover, the information stated that Xiaoyan would, at the very most, be able to defeat an 8-star half-martial emperor. However, at this moment, before the gazes of tens of thousands of people, he had instantly killed 2 8-star half-martial emperors. Staring closely at Xiaoyan, who was above the city gate, the large middle-aged man immediately thought of retreating. With the strength that Xiaoyan currently possessed, it was simply impossible for him to be a match for him. Rather than meeting force with force, it would be better for him to retreat for now. As for the others, so be it if they came. By that time, Xiaoyan would have already left, and they would not be able to do anything to him. Thinking of that, the large middle-aged man slowly narrowed his eyes. His deep gaze stared closely at Xiaoyan. From the corner of his eyes, he would occasionally glance at the Northern King and Xiao Jin, who had once again surrounded him. Cough cough. The large middle-aged man staggered backwards. His yellow doqi condensed into a yellow robe on the surface of his body. As the Northern King and Xiaoyan drew closer, he stared closely at Xiaoyan and shouted with a weak voice, "Why are you being so ruthless? Why must you be so resolute? I've already been defeated by you. If you want to leave, then you can leave. I will absolutely not stop you." However, if you insist on going your own way and insist on fighting me to the death, then even if I die, I believe that you won't obtain any benefits." "Noisy," Xiaoyan replied in an indifferent tone when he heard the large middle-aged man's weak voice. He secretly spoke to Xiao Jin and the Northern King before focusing on refining the Emperor-tier medicinal pill in his body. At this moment, the most important thing for Xiaoyan was the injuries in his body. Although the large middle-aged man had already been defeated, the feeling of danger in Xiaoyan's heart had become increasingly dense. He could vaguely sense that a danger was rapidly approaching him. It was likely too late to retreat now. Hence, Xiaoyan was even more curious about the reason why the large middle-aged man had stopped him. Since it was unavoidable, it was better to understand the entire situation as soon as possible. In the city, Xiao Jin and the Northern King once again charged toward the large middle-aged man, while Xiaoyan had entered his training state. When the large middle-aged man saw this, a solemn expression immediately appeared on his face. The small amount of dou qi in his body quickly surged at this moment, and condensed into an earthy yellow dou qi armor on the surface of his body. His pitch-black eyes also surged with an earthy yellow light. Ha! In the next moment, the three figures collided violently once again. In the Union Pavilion in Emerald Green City, Luo Jin and Zhang Yi were watching the scene in the east of the city from the pavilion. Luo Jin's face was a little surprised. He was secretly surprised in his heart. Xiaoyan's control of the Void Great Tao was becoming more and more proficient. As for Zhang Yi, if he had doubts about the rumors about Xiaoyan before, now that he had personally witnessed Xiaoyan killing 2 8-star half-emperors, he had no choice but to treat Xiaoyan seriously. The dou skill that he used just now should be an E-rank dou skill. Other than an E-rank dou skill, there shouldn't be another dou skill that could destroy the bodies and souls of Zhoushan and Yi Shui. Zhang Yi looked at Xiaoyan from afar and spoke in a somewhat low tone. Yes, it is indeed an E-rank dou skill. However, from the looks of it, with his current strength, he is unable to unleash the full strength of this dou skill. Luo Jin nodded when he heard this and spoke. Zhang Yi also nodded. He was naturally able to see this. However, the thing that caused him to feel strange was that Xiaoyan was actually able to use an E-rank dou skill in his previous condition. Even though Xiaoyan's combat strength far exceeded his level, this was still not the reason why Xiaoyan was able to use an E-rank dou skill that surpassed his dou qi. However, since this was the case, how did he manage to use this E-rank dou skill? Zhang Yi's old face was tightly knit. His heart was filled with questions. On the other side, the large middle-aged man was unable to withstand the double attack of the Northern King and Xiao Jin within a short period of time, and was helplessly defeated. After the large middle-aged man was defeated, the Northern King grabbed him by the throat. The large middle-aged man was lifted up by the Northern King without any strength in his body. With a forceful throw, the large middle-aged man was thrown in front of Xiaoyan like a dead chicken. Grug! The large middle-aged man had just landed on the ground when he involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The aura of his entire body was extremely weak. He had already reached the stage where he would be beaten to death due to his serious injuries. Xiaoyan, who was in the midst of his training, slowly opened his eyes. He sensed the dou qi in his body that had recovered slightly. His eyes were indifferent as he looked at the heavily injured middle-aged man in front of him. He said indifferently, "Tell me who sent you to intercept me. If you tell me, I can spare your life." Ugh! The large middle-aged man's entire body trembled. He vaguely whimpered, but he could not spit out a single word. Seeing this, Xiaoyan slowly narrowed his eyes. A cold light shot out from his eyes. Since the fellow before him was unwilling to speak, he could not be bothered with him. Xiaoyan would not leave any hidden dangers for himself. Since he had already made his move, he naturally would not leave any hidden dangers for himself. With a thought, the Northern King's figure pierced through the air and ruthlessly stomped on the large middle-aged man's chest. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Xiaoyan would risk his life for his friends. However, he did not mind stabbing his enemies a few more times. With a thought, Xiaoyan had the Northern King ruthlessly kick the large middle-aged man's abdomen. Under this kick that was filled with imposing aura, the large middle-aged man's body was immediately sent flying uncontrollably. The northern king took advantage of the large middle-aged man's body. He tightly clenched his fist and ruthlessly smashed it down on the large middle-aged man's head. If this punch landed, even if the large middle-aged man had the body of a 9-star half-martial emperor, he would not be able to escape death. However, in the next moment, an old voice that contained some surprise suddenly sounded in the sky. "Haha. Brat, I did not expect that you would actually grow to such an extent in 2 years. Even a 9-star half-martial emperor is no longer a match for you. If possible, the old me would really like to take you as my disciple. Unfortunately, it is fated that you must die in my hands today." As the aged voice was heard, the entire Emerald Green City was suddenly enveloped by an extremely frightening aura. It was as if there was an invisible Mount Tai pressing down on everyone's heads. Before this aura, even those as powerful as 9-star half-martial emperors could only bow their heads before it. Xiao Yan, who was standing on the city's eastern gate, also had a grave expression the moment this aura descended. From what he could see, there was only one person who could compare with the strength of this aura among all the people he knew. That person was Qing Feng from the Ginseng spiritual tribe. Since this was the case, it was not difficult to guess the strength of the person who had arrived. It was very obvious that the person who had descended on Green City was a genuine Do D class expert. In Green City, a Do D had descended. Chapter 366. Do D. Xiao Yan slowly stood up from the top of the city gate. His expression was grave as he looked around him. His heart was filled with shock. He did not know who the person who had come was. However, there was one thing that he was certain of. From the words of the old man earlier, he was able to tell that the person who had come had definitely come for him. As for the other party's identity, Xiao Yan had never offended a Do D class person in his memories. Therefore, he was completely unaware of the person in front of him. "May I know who Elder is?" "This junior is Yan Xiao. I have just arrived at this place. If I have offended you, I hope that Elder will be magnanimous enough to forgive me. As for this person, if Elder wishes to protect him, I can also let him off on account of Elder." Xiao Yan's gaze cautiously swept around him as he spoke in a courteous manner. At the same time, all of the remaining spiritual strength between his brows poured out at this moment, and swiftly swept in all directions. Before he knew the identity of the other party, all of Xiao Yan's probing methods were completely revealed at this moment. After all, the person that Xiao Yan was currently facing was a genuine elite Do D. He was many times stronger than fake emperors like them. Once they were to fight, all of the methods of a Bandi would be useless in front of a Do D. Regardless of how strong Xiao Yan was normally and how he was able to fight against a 9-star Bandi, he would not have any chance to retaliate when faced with a genuine Do D. After Xiao Yan's words were spread, everyone in the city below could not help but feel suspicious in their hearts. Xiao Yan in front of them was a 9-star Bandi who possessed 2 knights. In this Green Jade City, he could be considered a frightening existence who could do whatever he wanted. However, since this was the case, who was the person who could cause Xiao Yan to call him Elder at this moment? It should be known that with the protection of 2 9-star Bandi, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to willingly lower his head in the current Green Jade City, unless a Do D descended. Everyone in the city immediately recovered when they thought of this. Since this was the case, when they looked at Xiao Yan's appearance, the old man who had just spoken was clearly an extremely strong person whose strength had reached the Do D class. Clamor. After everyone understood this point, the entire Green Jade City immediately became lively. Quite a number of people began to whisper to each other. Everyone became increasingly curious about Xiao Yan, who was currently standing above the city gate. He possessed a frightening strength that exceeded his own level. He also had 2 9-star Bandi escorting him. Moreover, a 9-star Bandi had appeared to block his path. At this moment, he had even attracted a Do D. Just what exactly was the identity of this black-robed young man in front of them? On the other side, while Xiao Yan and everyone in the city were shocked in their hearts, in the Union Pavilion, a deep solemnness surged onto Zhang Yi's originally calm face the instant the old man's voice was emitted. Luo Jin, who was beside him, was also frowning. He could sense the invisible pressure. He was certain that this old man's strength was at least above the Do D class. Moreover, From his words earlier, it was obvious that he was targeting Xiao Yan. When he thought of this, Luo Jin could not help but feel a headache for Xiao Yan. At the same time, he also felt extremely stunned in his heart. It was fine that he had offended a half-D in the southern region. At the very least, he had the protection of the northern king and Xiao Jin. Additionally, Xiao Yan's own strength was not weak. Hence, it could be considered smooth sailing for those below the Do D class. Luo Jin originally thought that Xiao Yan would restrain himself after arriving at the western region. As long as he was careful, he would not encounter the people from the 4 large sections. However, at this moment, someone actually came looking for Xiao Yan the moment he stepped foot into the western region. Luo Jin could not help but curse Xiao Yan countless times in his heart. This was all thanks to Luo Jin reminding Xiao Yan before he left the Union Pavilion. However, from the looks of it, his words were clearly in vain. Of course, this could not be entirely blamed on Xiao Yan. After all, his heart was also filled with curiosity toward this elite Do-D who had appeared at this moment. He had never met this elite Do-D before. Since this was the case, where did this elite Do-D come from? Moreover, from the meaning of his words, this elite Do-D seemed to have some understanding of what had happened in the ancient wild city. After Xiao Yan's words sounded, not a single person could be seen in the surrounding area. However, the atmosphere that covered the sky above Green Jade City had become increasingly oppressive. At this moment, the originally sunny and cloudless Green Jade City seemed to have a large patch of dark clouds covering the entire sky. This caused the crowd below to become restless. Who exactly are you? If you have something to say, please come out and meet me. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Xiao Yan's face was pale as he looked at the sky above his head. Although the sky was clear at this moment, what appeared in his eyes was a black mass of dark clouds. The heavy atmosphere was like a mountain pressing down on his head. That frightening pressure almost caused him to be unable to breathe. With a thought, the Northern King and Xiao Jin returned to the 2 sides of Xiao Yan's body. The Northern King's metal tower-like body did not move. An invisible overbearing pressure spread out and resisted the Do-D's pressure that was coming at him. Roar! At the same time, Xiao Jin by the side also shook its body. Its huge dragon body rose into the sky. An earth-shaking dragon roar resounded through the sky. Golden light shot in all directions and thunderbolts rose in all directions. An incomparably powerful pressure spread out from Xiao Jin's body. Xiao Yan only felt his body relax a little. His slightly bent waist under the pressure also straightened. Seeing that Xiao Jin was actually able to resist his Do-D class pressure with the strength of a 9-star half-emperor, a soft sound of surprise was involuntarily emitted from somewhere in the sky. You are Yan Xiao? The Yan Xiao who is known by everyone in the southern region's savage ancient city? Following the soft laughter of an old man, Xiao Yan's originally grave expression instantly became even more solemn. From the sound of this voice, it was obvious that it was different from the owner of the voice from before. It was another Do-D. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart immediately felt as though it had been struck by lightning. He felt incomparable shock in his heart. Even if he racked his brains, he could not figure out when and where exactly he had offended a Do-D class expert. Ever since Xiao Yan had come into contact with the Yuanwu continent, the strongest enemy he had encountered was only a 9-star half-emperor. Since that was the case, where did the 2 Do-D class experts in front of him come from? They had no enmity with him in the past. It was impossible for them to wait for him in this Green Jade City for no reason. There must be some reason behind this. However, the current Xiao Yan was completely unaware of this so-called reason. Hearing the other party's question, Xiao Yan would naturally be too lazy to bother if it was an ordinary half-emperor. However, it was different at this moment. The person in front of him was a genuine Do-D. He was a frightening existence that could be killed with a wave of his hand. He definitely could not reveal even the slightest trace of dissatisfaction in front of such a strong person. A long while later, Xiao Yan's gaze was still carefully and cautiously looking all around. His throat rolled before he tried his best to speak in a calm tone. That's right. I am indeed Yan Xiao. Since Elder knows me so well, may I know who Elder is? Cuckoo. Xiao Yan's reply was met with a faint cold laugh from the empty space. You said that you are Yan Xiao? A faint mocking voice was emitted. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard this. From these words, Xiao Yan felt an uneasiness. The two people in front of him, who had yet to reveal themselves, seemed to have a far greater understanding of him than Xiao Yan had imagined. Yan Xiaoyan turns. Xiao Yan. A faint cold laugh was emitted. Xiao Yan's face was immediately filled with pride and shock. Just who were these two people? How could they know his real name? Xiao Yan admitted that ever since he had come to the Yuanwu continent, other than Yuan Qing from the Cloud Immortal sect, only the Lu clan knew his real name. However, the Lu clan was currently unharmed, and it was impossible for a Dodi from the western region to appear in the southern region. Since this was the case, how did the people in front of him know his real identity? It's them. Suddenly Xiao Yan, who had lowered his head and was deep in thought, seemed to have recalled something. If these were not mentioned, there was only one person left who knew his real identity. It was the one who had been relentlessly chasing him since the beginning. Ghost Temple Gate. In the next moment, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head. His solemn gaze contained a sharpness as he stared at the empty space above his head. The Do Qi in his body, which had just recovered, was once again raised at this moment. Puff. With a puff sound, a fierce, heavenly flame angrily spat out from the surface of Xiao Yan's body. It agglomerated into a heavenly flame armor that protected Xiao Yan within it. With a wave of his large hand, the dark black heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. The heavenly flame in his hand swiftly spread over it, dyeing it into an extremely beautiful, heavenly flame ruler. At the same time, the Northern King and Xiao Yan, who were on either side of Xiao Yan, also stepped into the air. They stood side by side with Xiao Yan, preparing to welcome the upcoming battle. You are from the Ghost Temple Gate? Finally, Xiao Yan's somewhat doubtful cold cry was emitted from his mouth. At a certain spot in the empty space, the expressions of a few figures involuntarily changed at this moment. They could not help but feel astonished in their hearts. Even they could not avoid that faction. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan actually had a direct connection with them. No wonder that group of people would ask them to take action for a bandit. No, they are not from the Ghost Temple Gate. They are the sect leaders of the four great sects. However, not long after Xiao Yan's words sounded from his mouth, a solemn cry was suddenly emitted from the sky. Xiao Yan looked over in the direction of the voice. The person who entered his sight was Zhang Yi from the Yunin Pavilion, Elder Zhang. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately brightened when he saw Zhang Yi. As an elder of the Yunin Pavilion, Zhang Yi's strength had reached the Do D class. If he were to appear, the other party would not dare to act rashly even if they were also elite Do D. However, Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily changed when he heard the words from Zhang Yi's mouth. In the next moment, just as Xiao Yan was about to open his mouth to speak, he suddenly turned his gaze and looked toward the sky. In his line of sight, a few human figures slowly appeared from the empty space. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over them one by one. At the same time, he quietly counted in his heart. His heart also became heavy. 1, 2, 3, 4. For human figures. For elite Dodi. At the same time, they represented the four top factions of the western region. They were the sect leaders of the super sections. Chapter 367. Haha, I was wondering who it was. There is actually someone in this small green jade city who can recognize us. It is actually Elder Zhang Yi from the Yunin Pavilion. Ha 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 ha. Four human figures stood side by side in the sky. One of them was a tall, strong old man who was nearly 2 meters tall. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. His arms were crossed in front of his chest as he looked down at Zhang Yi, who had appeared in front of the city gate. They were both elite Dodi, but the gap in strength gave this old man the confidence to suppress the other party. Compared to a bandit, a true Dodi's strength was divided even more meticulously. Even if there was only a slight difference between two Dodi, it was enough to determine the gap in strength between two people. The gap in strength between Dodi was not something that could be made up with just an extremely powerful Do technique. True strength still depended on one's own cultivation. Unorthodox methods were ultimately insignificant. Zhang Yi's turbid eyes were slowly lifted when he heard these words. A pair of deep eyes penetrated the empty space, and shot toward the strong old man in the sky. Chief Wu, I trust that you have been well since we last met. The eyes of Xiao Yan, who was on the city gate, immediately hardened when the words from Zhang Yi's mouth sounded. From the way Zhang Yi addressed this old man, it was obvious that this sect leader Wu was the 8-star Do Di sect leader of the battle martial sect, Wu Jitian. Xiao Yan involuntarily lifted his head and looked over when he thought of this. It seemed that this Do Di was different from an ordinary person. While his heart felt solemn, he could not help but feel a little curious. Although the 4 sect leaders were 100,000 feet in the sky, Xiao Yan's Band D-class eyesight allowed him to clearly see Zhong Wu at a glance. The first impression that Wu Jitian gave people was that he was overbearing. His fierce-looking face was filled with wrinkles, and every wrinkle was the proof of the vicissitudes of life. His large square face seemed to have a kind of upright and plain-spoken temperament, but his pair of eyes that were as sharp as blades made people feel a chill when they touched them. Looking down, his upper body was actually naked. His dark skin was suffused with an ice-cold luster like a black rock, giving off an extremely thick and solid feeling. It was as if his flesh and blood were made of diamond and indestructible. On the left side of his chest, a thick layer of pauldrons covered half of his body. On the pauldrons, there was a strange, pitch-black magical beast that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Xiao Yan recognized this. This was the Black Rock beast that was known for its powerful physical body in the magical beast world. The skin all over its body had been trained until it was as hard as diamond and indestructible. This caused it to have almost no weaknesses. It could be considered a renowned existence in the entire magical beast world. When he saw this, Xiao Yan instantly came to an understanding. The shoulder armor on his left chest wasn't made of metal, but the skin and flesh of a Xianyan beast. Hiss! Even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, he involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when he thought of this. To be used as a protective pauldron by an 8-star Do Di class expert. The strength of this Xianyan beast when it was alive was likely that it was at least an 8-star Do Di class expert. An 8-star Do Di class Xianyan beast was actually killed by someone. This kind of battle result was something that even Xiao Yan did not dare to easily imagine. The Xianyan beast was in existence with the best defensive strength in the magical beast world. However, even such an existence was actually killed by Wu Jitian, who was of the same class. It was difficult to imagine just how terrifyingly strong Wu Jitian was. When everyone below heard the words from Zhang Yi's mouth, most of them immediately understood the specific identities of the 4 strong people in the sky. The crowd immediately turned into an uproar. Waves of private conversations quietly spread. The gazes that everyone used to look at Xiao Yan also involuntarily contained an additional thread of pity. At the same time, everyone's hearts also became increasingly curious about Xiao Yan's identity. Even the leaders of the 4 large sects had personally come out for Xiao Yan. Just who exactly was this young 5-star half-martial emperor in front of them? Indeed. Elder Zhang Yi, I trust that you have been well since we last met. The one who spoke this time around was an old man with a long and narrow face and a ruddy complexion standing to the left of Wu Jitian. The old man was dressed in a golden robe, and his aura was completely concealed by the robe. His snow-white hair was neatly tied behind his back, and a sharp golden light shot out from his long and narrow eyes. At the same time, under the golden light, there was an unconcealable arrogance that could not be concealed. Chunjun, Zhang Yi came to Xiao Yan's side. His gaze was grave as he looked at Chunjun, who was in the sky. Among the 4 people in the group, he was the strongest. As a rank 5 formation master, Chunjun possessed an extremely strong spiritual strength that could easily match a Do Di. In addition to his strength, among the 4 large sects, the refining god sect that he belonged to was unshakable. This point was something that even the battle sect and the heavenly sword sect, which were known for their martial prowess, had to admit. Zhang Yi, the 4 of us did not come to Green Jade City to find trouble with you. We also do not wish for our relationship with the Yunin Pavilion to become too strained. This is not beneficial to either side. Therefore, I hope that you can stand aside and watch. The 4 people in the sky were not ordinary people. When Zhang Yi appeared, they had sensed that he had some relationship with Xiao Yan. Now that they saw Zhang Yi walk to Xiao Yan's side, they were even more certain in their hearts. Although this was the case, the the Yunin Pavilion was not an ordinary faction. Those people from the Ghost Slaughter sect might be frightening, but they did not think that the foundation of the Yunin Pavilion would be any weaker than the Yunin Pavilion. Therefore, Chen Zhen's tone was considered tactful when he spoke. However, when Zhang Yi heard the words from the other party's mouth, his expression was calm as he shook his head at Chen Zhen. If it was someone he knew, he might have given way under the pressure of Chen Zhen, an 8-star Dodi. Since this matter did not concern him, he could not be bothered to get involved. He was a member of the Yunin Pavilion, and his job was to protect Luo Jin. He had to listen to Luo Jin's orders. He would not help someone who was unrelated to him. However, the difference today was that Xiaoyan had a special relationship with Luo Jin. Even if he did not step forward now, Luo Jin would still ask him to step forward, and the result would be the same. Since it was going to be the same sooner or later, he might as well take the initiative to step forward. It would also help to improve his relationship with Xiaoyan. At the same time, it could also satisfy Luo Jin. Additionally, now that the Yunin Pavilion's pavilion chief had returned, there was a new leader in the Yunin Pavilion. Even though Luo Jin was not very strong, as long as he was in Green Jade City, Zhang Yi clearly knew that no matter what the 4 sect leaders had in mind for Xiaoyan, they would not get the result they wanted. Zhang Yi, are you determined to stand against us? On Wu Jitian's right, a white-haired old man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes took half a step forward. In an instant, his body had already arrived above the city gate. At the same time, a vast and frightening aura instantly swept out from within his body. The frightening pressure came pouncing over like a flood. Under this pressure, the crowd below was instantly pressed to the ground. Xiaoyan and Zhang Yi, who were above the city gate, also took a couple of steps back under this pressure. Xiaoyan was unable to endure in his current condition. With a bang, he knelt on the ground with one knee. A mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. His face, which had just recovered a little color, swiftly turned pale. Sect leader Jian, why do you need to be so overbearing? That subordinate of yours is not dead. Moreover, he is currently seriously injured. Where possible, one should be lenient. On account of my Yunin Pavilion, the old me advises you to stop now. Zhang Yi glanced at Xiaoyan behind him and frowned. Immediately, a cold snort was emitted from his nose. A frightening Dou-di pressure spread out and barely blocked Jianming's Dou-di pressure. Zhang Yi. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? One of the most important keys to the ancient tomb, the ancient sky steps, is with this brat behind you. Do you think that the 4 of us will let him off? Zhang Yi's expression instantly changed when these words were uttered. He turned his gaze and looked at Xiaoyan with a surprised face. However, he discovered that the latter was looking at him with a solemn expression. Under the great temptation of the ancient tomb of Heaven's End, Xiaoyan did not know if he would be tempted by Zhang Yi, who was standing in front of him at this moment. Zhang Yi seemed to have seen the worry in Xiaoyan's heart. An instant later, he smiled warmly at Xiaoyan and said, "Young friend Xiaoyan, you can rest assured that with my Yunin Pavilion around today, they will not be able to touch you." Zhang Yi, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The old me respects you as an elder of the Yunin Pavilion. This is why I am being courteous to you. If you continue to be so obstinate, don't blame the old me for being merciless. Jianming's body suddenly shook after his words sounded. A wave of surging Dou-qi immediately surged out of Jianming's body and swiftly agglomerated into an icy blue longsword in front of him. The long sword was condensed, and the body of the sword suddenly shook. Then, a buzzing sound quickly spread out. Zhang Yi's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this scene. This longsword was formed from the special sword intent that Jianming had practiced. After it was agglomerated with Dou-qi, its strength was even greater. A swing of the sword was not inferior to a human class Dou technique. Now that he had practiced this sword to the point of perfection, even with Zhang Yi's strength, it would be difficult for him to withstand a single blow from him. Sword sweep 8 wastelands. Go. Jianming let out a low cry and suddenly waved his right hand. The long sword in front of him trembled. Within a couple of flashes, 7 long swords were formed in the air. As Jianming's order sounded, A total of 8 longswords instantly turned into 8 rays of light that ruthlessly slashed at Zhang Yi. Damn it! This fellow is really vicious. Zhang Yi's old face immediately revealed a deep solemn expression when he saw Jianming's merciless attack. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. He took half a step back and his body suddenly shook. The surging dou qi within his body immediately surged out. His 10 fingers moved together, and a glow flickered on his fingertips. An enormous illusory palm swiftly agglomerated in front of him with the support of his dou qi. Sky-opening palm. A low cry sounded. The enormous palm that was agglomerated from dou qi immediately smashed violently toward the 8 longswords that were heading toward him. At the same time, Zhang Yi was prepared to retreat. After all, he believed that he did not have the slightest chance of victory against an 8-star dou di. Humph. You overestimate yourself. You are merely a 2-star dou di. Do you really think that this di does not dare to touch you? The dark, stern, cold cry sounded. The 8 sword glows immediately brightened. 4 of the sword glows separated, bypassed the sky-opening palm in front of them, and swiftly shot toward Zhang Yi. The other 4 long swords carried an incomparably sharp, overbearing aura, as they swiftly shattered the sky-opening palm that was heading toward him. The might of the 4 long swords was not reduced even after the sky-opening palm was broken. They swiftly caught up with the other 4 long swords and slashed toward Zhang Yi's head. The 8 long swords emitted a buzzing sound the instant they fell. They once again agglomerated into one amid a glaring white light. After which, it carried an incomparably terrifying aura as it violently fell toward Zhang Yi's head. Clang! Zhang Yi's body immediately flew back uncontrollably after an earth-shaking loud sound appeared. Finally, he violently collided with a wall. Following the collapse of the wall, Zhang Yi involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. The gap between a 2-star dou di and an 8-star dou di was indeed too great. Even though this was the case, it was because Jianming had held back because of Zhang Yi's status. It was difficult to imagine that if they were to really fight, it was likely that Jianming's earlier attack would be enough to easily kill Zhang Yi. Humph. Zhang Yi, you should not think too highly of yourself. Although you and I are both dou di, I still do not place you in my eyes. Forget about you. Even if the pavilion chief of your Yunin pavilion were to come today, the old me would still take down this Xiao Yan. Jianming stood in the empty air. His face was filled with disdain as he lifted his eyes to look at Zhang Yi below, who had spat out blood and retreated. After his words sounded, another icy cold voice that contained a cold chill faintly sounded in this place. Oh, is that so? You actually do not place this pavilion chief in your eyes after injuring my people. Sect Chief Jian, you are really mighty. When these words fell, the expressions of the other 3 sect leaders in the sky changed in unison. Jianming's face, which was originally filled with disdain and sneer, suddenly changed to one of fear. Chapter 368. Many years ago, when the Yunin Pavilion had just been built, the leaders of the 4 sects had appeared with the intention of suppressing it. On one hand, they wanted to broaden the horizons of the newcomers. On the other hand, they wanted to probe the strength of the other party. After all, no matter who it was, they would be curious about the foundation of such a faction that had suddenly risen in the western region. At that time, only the leader of the sword sect, Jianming, had spoken rudely to the Yunin Pavilion within the 4 sections. Of course, normally speaking, with his strength and position, no one would dare to say anything if he mocked and ridiculed. However, that time was different. After Jianming's cold laughter sounded, he suffered the most unforgettable blow in his life. In front of the Yunin Pavilion in the Western Region regional city, Jianming, an extremely strong 8-star dou di class expert, a supreme being that few people in the Western region could compare with, suddenly felt a frightening pressure that far exceeded that of a dou di suddenly pressed down on Jianming's body after his cold words toward the Yunin Pavilion. Under that attack, Jianming did not have the slightest ability to resist. This 8-star dou di was like a dead dog as he was violently crushed and smashed in front of the Yunin Pavilion. Even if Jianming used all of his techniques, he would not be able to escape from the unstoppable terrifying pressure. That day, Jianming had knelt in front of the Yunin Pavilion for a total of 4 hours. This was only because the owner of the aura had taken into account that he was a top person in the Western region. As for his face, It was likely that his face was nothing in front of the owner of the aura. That aura pressure only lasted for an instant. However, even if the current Jianming recalled it, it was still fresh in his mind. It was as though it had happened yesterday. Once he recalled it, Jianming's body involuntarily trembled even at this moment. His entire body was covered by an icy chill that seemed to have come from hell. Above the city gate, the empty space beside Xiaoyan distorted slightly. Luo Jin's figure slowly appeared. Luo Jin did not bother about those people in the sky after revealing himself. Instead, he turned his eyes to Xiaoyan. He frowned and stuffed a D-tier medicinal pill into Xiaoyan's mouth. As soon as the medicinal pill entered his body, its gentle medicinal power quickly spread throughout his body, quickly alleviating Xiaoyan's internal injuries and his exhausted dou qi. In just a short period of time, Xiaoyan's complexion had already regained some color. Xiaoyan involuntarily felt surprised in his heart, as he sensed the swiftly recovering injuries within his body. This D-tier medicinal pill that Luo Jin had given him could be considered the best quality D-tier medicinal pill that he had ever seen. At the very least, he had never seen an emperor-grade pill that could heal injuries so quickly in just a few breaths. Thanks. Retracting his thoughts, Xiaoyan raised his head and looked at Luo Jin with clear eyes. Haha, don't mention it, Xiaoyan. Luo Jin merely smiled faintly when he heard this. The corner of his mouth carried a playful smile. His gaze focused on Xiaoyan as he spoke in an unknown tone. Seeing this, Xiaoyan could only nod awkwardly. He then looked at Luo Jin and said in an apologetic tone, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that there are some things that even I don't understand, so I don't want you to worry about me anymore. Haha, if I said that I already knew your true identity, would you still say that? Huh. Xiaoyan's eyes hardened, but he quickly recovered. That's right, given the power of Yunin Pavilion, even the four great sects were afraid of them. If they really wanted to find out his identity, it would not be difficult. Haha, alright, let's talk about this later. The most important thing now is these four guys. After all, they are not ordinary people. Even if it's me, I can't underestimate them. Xiaoyan nodded. With Luo Jin's help, he sat down cross-legged and concentrated on refining the emperor-grade pill in his body. On the other hand, Luo Jin turned his gaze to the few people in the sky. Haha, what's wrong? The sect leaders are really arrogant, looking down from above. You must have been in a high position for too long. Why don't you just stand here and let me talk to you? After Luo Jin finished speaking, the three sect leaders in the sky hurriedly descended and landed on the city wall a few dozen feet away from Luo Jin. Haha, pavilion leader, you must be joking. Even if we are sect leaders, we still have to walk around. After all, we are already so old, and it's not a bad thing to walk around. The sect leader of the Divine Refining Sect, Chen Zhen, laughed dryly as he looked at Luo Jin. The expression on his face appeared to be quite friendly. Even though Luo Jin appeared harmless and his strength was only that of an 8-star half-martial emperor, they did not dare to underestimate him even though they were the sect leaders of the three sections. Luo Jin smiled and could not be bothered with them. He turned his gaze and looked at Jianming, who was standing at the side of the city gate. A bone-chilling coldness surged into his dark black eyes. Sect leader Jian, I heard you say earlier that even I, the pavilion leader, will not be able to stop you today. You were the one who said that, right? Jianming frowned tightly. His gaze stared intently at Luo Jin. His spiritual perception swiftly spread out at this moment, probing this place to see if there was another terrifying aura that he could not touch. Haha, you can rest assured that he is not here yet. If there is anything, you can look for me directly. After all, I am the pavilion leader of the Yunin Pavilion. As for those people who do not place me in their eyes, they can come and try to kill me if they want to. I want to see if a Dodi is as strong as the legends say. Luo Jin wore a cold smile as he stared at Jianming and laughed coldly. Haha, why does pavilion leader need to speak in such a manner? Sect leader Jian was merely anxious earlier. Therefore, he did not choose his words carefully and spoke carelessly. What kind of power is the Yunin Pavilion? Everyone here has a tacit understanding in their hearts. Why is there a need to make the atmosphere so tense? Chen Zhen rolled his eyes and laughed, playing the role of a peacemaker. However, Luo Jin was not the least bit courteous toward the few people in front of him. Since you know what kind of foundation my Yunin pavilion has, do you still plan to stay here? Luo Jin placed one hand behind his back. His right hand waved forcefully in front of his chest. With two ka-ka sounds, the jade fan opened in the air. The gazes of the four people shot over. Luo Jin smiled faintly as he looked at the few people in front of him. However, no one knew that the palm of his right hand, which was holding the jade fan, was filled with sweat. Hearing this, Chen Jun and Wu Jitian looked at each other and frowned. They did not expect Luo Jin to be so unyielding. The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted them to leave immediately. Facing Luo Jin's unyielding attitude, Chen Jun and Wu Jitian had some misgivings in their hearts. It was difficult for them to decide whether to stay or leave. Luo Jin was not an ordinary person. As the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion, even if his strength was not strong, his weight was not lower than the Do-Di experts like them. This was especially true for the person behind him. As long as he was around, no one in the entire western region would be able to touch him. However, when their gazes landed on Xiao Yan, who was beside Luo Jin, their hearts could not help but palpitate slightly. Luo Jin might have a strong background, but how could they bear to give up when the key to the Heaven-End ancient tomb was right in front of them? After all, to them, as long as they obtained the Heaven-End steps from Xiao Yan, not only would their fighting strength rise to a whole new level, but once they opened the Heaven-End ancient tomb and obtained the inheritance of Tianju, even their cultivation could break through the shackles of the Do-Di realm and directly reach the origin transformation realm. That was a whole new level. To them, how could they give up just like that? Even if the one stopping them was the Yunin Pavilion, they would not give up just like that. Pavilion Master, we do not intend to make things difficult for Xiao Yan. However, you should be aware of the importance of the Heaven-End ancient tomb. Once the Heaven-End ancient tomb appears, the entire western region will be shaken. At that time, even you will not have the ability to suppress the situation. Once the news of Xiao Yan possessing the Heaven-End step spreads, it will bring him endless trouble. Thus, for the sake of Xiao Yan, I hope that Pavilion Master can ask him to hand over the Heaven-End steps. As long as Xiao Yan is willing to hand over the Heaven-End steps, the four of us can act as if we have never come to Green Jade City today. From today onwards, we will no longer have anything to do with Xiao Yan. From your words, it seems that if Xiao Yan does not hand over the Heaven-End steps, you will spread the news and get even more people to deal with him. Hearing the words that came from Chen Jun's mouth, Luo Jin's right hand trembled violently. With a ka sound, the jade fan was closed. His gaze was dense as he stared at Chen Jun. His tone was filled with suppressed anger as he spoke. I know that doing so is a little despicable. However, those who wish to achieve great things should not be bothered by such trifles. Moreover, we only want the Heaven-End steps. It is not as if we will take Xiao Yan's life. It is merely a do technique. There is no harm in giving it up. Am I right? Chen Jun's face was filled with righteousness as he spoke in a casual manner. After which, a golden glow suddenly flickered in his eyes. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile as the frightening aura that belonged to an 8-star Do-Di was unleashed at this moment. It attacked Xiao Yan. You really do not place this pavilion chief in your eyes. Chen Jun, you should be clear that this is Green Jade City and not your 1,000 Gold Mountain. Suddenly, a stern cry sounded in the sky. Zhang Yi's body instantly flashed and appeared in front of Luo Jin. At the same time, a frightening aura swept out from his body. It transformed into an invisible barrier that protected Luo Jin and Xiao Yan within it. Unfortunately, under the pressure of Chen Jun's 8-star Do-Di aura, even though Zhang Yi had used all of his strength to agglomerate his aura, it was still insufficient to resist Chen Jun. I have said that I am doing this for Xiao Yan's sake. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring will arouse the envy of others. He should understand this principle. Without sufficient strength, it will be difficult for him to protect anything. There are some things that are not suitable for him to protect. Chen Jun placed his hands behind his back after his voice sounded. He slowly took a step forward and walked toward Xiao Yan. Each time Chen Jun took a step forward, Zhang Yi's body would involuntarily take a step back. Even though both of his feet had been violently inserted into the city wall, he was still unable to stop Chen Zhen. Wu Jitian frowned and glanced at Yi Luotian, who had not spoken, when he saw that Chen Zhen had forcefully advanced. After which, he looked at Jian Ming, only to discover that the latter was also looking at Chen Zhen with a solemn expression. Being the strongest person within the four sects, Chen Zhen's strength was indeed much greater than theirs. At this moment, this action of his involuntarily caused Wu Jitian and the other two to feel surprised in their hearts. Chen Zhen's action was clearly an open enemy of the Yunin Pavilion. Xiaoyan, hand over the sky extinction steps and I will spare your life. Chen Zhen ignored the gazes of everyone around him. His face was indifferent as he looked at Xiaoyan. He had even ignored Zhang Yi, who was still doing his best to resist the pressure of his Dodi. Luo Jin's face was similarly gloomy as he stared at Chen Zhen. If it were not because old Luo was not around, Chen Zhen would not dare to act so presumptuously. However, from another point of view, Luo Jin had also recalled the words that old Luo had said to him back then. The only reason he was able to achieve so much at such a young age was because of the faction behind him. If these were removed, Luo Jin glanced at the calm-faced Xiaoyan beside him, who was still seated cross-legged and refining the medicinal pill within his body. He quietly measured in his heart, and thought of all the fighting strength that Xiaoyan possessed. Even if he possessed the greater star plate, it was likely that he would not be able to compare with Xiaoyan. Seeing that Xiaoyan was actually still in his training state, Chen Zhen's face involuntarily revealed a dissatisfied expression. However, at the same time, his heart involuntarily felt surprised at Xiaoyan's mental strength. Regardless of whether he was pretending or not, being able to calmly train under the pressure of an 8-star Dodi was enough to prove that Xiaoyan was extraordinary. However, just as Chen Zhen was about to open his mouth again, Xiaoyan, who had been training with his eyes shut, slowly opened his eyes. His dark black eyes, which were as calm as an old well, were slowly lifted. He looked at Chen Zhen and spoke with a calm expression. "I'm sorry. I'm afraid that you have made a wasted trip. I don't have the sky extinction steps that you mentioned." Chapter 369. You don't have it? The words had just left Xiaoyan's mouth when Chen Zhen, who was in front of him, immediately frowned. His forward footsteps also paused. Both of his eyes narrowed. His golden eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. His thick voice contained a great amount of doubt. "I have never heard of the sky absolute steps that you are talking about. If it is an agility do technique, I have a D-class low-level agility do technique, called the 3000 lightning movement. If you don't mind, I will gift it to you." As he spoke, Xiaoyan had already stood up from the ground. With a twist of his wrist, a silver-colored scroll appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. It was the 3000 lightning movement. After receiving the scroll, Xiaoyan lifted his head with a pitiful look in his eyes. His gaze passed over Zhang Yi and looked at Chen Zhen, who was currently staring at him with a dark and stern gaze. He extended his hand, which was holding the 3000 lightning movement, slightly forward. It was as if he really wanted to gift it to Chen Zhen. Seeing this, Chen Zhen could not help but feel a little doubtful in his heart. He did not see anything unusual from Xiaoyan's eyes. At this moment he had taken out the 3000 lightning movement. In addition to the fact that Xiaoyan had not used the sky absolute steps earlier, this caused Chen Zhen to be unable to check if Xiaoyan really possessed the sky absolute steps. All the signs pointed to the fact that Xiaoyan did not possess the sky absolute steps. It was also because of this that there were no flaws that Chen Zhen felt that this was Xiaoyan's greatest flaw. Moreover, Chen Zhen didn't think that the person from the ghost manor would deceive them. After all, the four of them represented the four great powers of the Western Territory. Deceiving them, especially using the matter related to the ancient tomb of Heaven's End, was no different than pushing the four great powers against them. Once the four great sects joined hands with the Yunin Pavilion, it would still be a great pressure for Ghost Hall, even though it would not be enough to destroy them. Before the time was ripe, the Ghost Palace would not rashly provoke the various representative forces of the continent. Moreover, from the way Xiaoyan had spat out the Ghost Temple Gate earlier, it was obvious that there was some grudge between him and the Ghost Temple Gate. Since this was the case, there was even less reason for the person from the Ghost Hall to lie to them. Therefore, at this moment, Chen Zhen still firmly believed that the sky extinction step must be on Xiaoyan. Thinking of this, Chen Zhen's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp golden light. He stretched out his hand and a suction force surged from his palm. The scroll in Xiaoyan's hand was immediately grasped by Chen Zhen. With a gentle wave of his hand, the scroll unfurled in front of Chen Zhen. When he saw the words 3000 lightning movement, an evil expression immediately appeared on his face. Umph! With a cold snort, a golden light shot out from Chen Zhen's eyes, piercing through the scroll in front of him. Following the scattering of silver light, the scroll in front of him shattered and disappeared. The 3000 lightning haste was destroyed just like that. Huh! Xiaoyan's eyes hardened. He frowned and slowly clenched his hand under his sleeves. A scarlet fury surged from deep within his eyes. The 3000 lightning movement had accompanied him for many years. Xiaoyan also had quite a lot of feelings for it. Today it had been destroyed by Jianming's hands. Even though the other party was an 8-star Dodi, he was still unable to suppress the fury in Xiaoyan's heart. Just based on the fact that Chen Zhen had destroyed the 3000 lightning movement, Xiaoyan had already blacklisted him. In this life, Xiaoyan must kill this person. However, Xiaoyan was not an impulsive person. A gentleman's revenge was a dish best served cold. He clearly understood this principle. Moreover, what he was best at was enduring silently. Brat, why are you still not handing over the sky extinction step? Chen Zhen's eyes were densely cold as he stared at Xiaoyan. He once again took a step forward. The frightening Do-Di pressure continued to press on Zhang Yi and Xiaoyan in front of him. Chen Zhen, you really don't put this pavilion chief in your eyes. After the cold cry sounded, Luo Jin suddenly flashed and blocked in front of Zhang Yi. He suddenly waved the jade fan in his hand, and a sharp Do-Chi pillar immediately shot towards Chen Zhen. Faced with the aggressive Luo Jin, Chen Zhen's face remained calm. To him, a half-martial emperor was already a thing of the past. To him, it did not pose the slightest threat. Pavilion Chief, I do not wish to make things difficult for all of you. I also hope that you will not intervene. This is a matter between our 4 great sects and Xiaoyan. As long as we obtain the sky extinction step, we will definitely not make things difficult for Xiaoyan on account of Pavilion Chief. Additionally, I will not make things difficult for Elder Zhang Yi. However, in order to avoid trouble, I will have to let him suffer for the time being. Once I obtain the sky extinction steps, I will naturally leave Green Jade City. Chen Zhen's expression was calm. Without the existence of that person, the pavilion chief before him was merely an ordinary 8-star half-martial emperor. Although he could not touch him, as long as he was unharmed, the person behind him would not have any reason to make things difficult for them. Cough cough. Your Excellency, there is no need to force me. I have already said that I have never seen the sky extinction steps that you speak of. If you are looking for it, I'm afraid that you have found the wrong person. Xiaoyan half knelt on the ground. Even though he had reached the point where he could no longer endure, he still could not bear to lower his head to Chen Zhen. The intermittent words that came out of his mouth still indicated that he did not have the item that Chen Zhen needed. I advise you to speak less. With your strength, you will not be able to endure my pressure. Of course, I am very surprised that you are able to open your mouth to speak. However, I believe that it must have consumed a lot of your strength. Chen Zhen's tone was indifferent as he continued to speak. I will still say the same thing. Hand over the sky extinction steps, and I will spare your life. This time, Xiaoyan returned to silence. The words that he had spoken earlier seemed to have exhausted all of his strength. He was unable to speak again. Roar! An earth-shaking roar gave rise to rings of invisible spatial ripples in the sky. The invisible space started to distort like the surface of the sea. Following the dazzling golden light emitted from Xiao Jin's body, the frightening pressure on Xiaoyan's shoulder was actually weakened by a bit again. Humph humph, this little thing is quite interesting. You are actually able to resist my oppressive might with the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor. I must say that you have truly made me quite interested in you. Chen Zhen chuckled. Within the gaze with which he looked at Xiao Jin, there was an additional trace of greed. Evidently, he had taken a fancy to Xiao Jin's body. 9 profound golden lightning, A 9-star half-martial emperor level 9 profound golden lightning. Even though its strength could not be considered to be very strong to him, if he were to devour it, its effect would be greatly different from ordinary cultivation materials. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak. Otherwise, humph, even in the entire continent, I'm afraid that. Chen Zhen's words were unclear. After which, he gently waved his hand. Immediately, surging frightening doqi gathered to a high degree, and turned into a stream of doqi that ruthlessly smashed onto Xiao Jin's enormous body. Bang! Xiao Jin's dragon scales shattered and blood splattered everywhere. Amidst a miserable beastly roar, Xiao Jin's enormous body was ruthlessly smashed into the city wall below, and was unable to move. Xiao Jin had been seriously injured with just one attack. Xiao Jin. The appearance of this scene caused Xiao Yan, who had just recovered some strength, to immediately become furious. He could not help but roar out loud. With a thought, the Northern King's tower-like body immediately moved. With Chen Zhen's frightening oppressive might above his head, he ruthlessly charged toward Chen Zhen. Ah, puppet! 9-star half-martial emperor, Xiao Yan, all the things on your body are truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, you have followed the wrong master. Chen Zhen gently waved his hand again. Another stream of doqi that was not the slightest bit weaker than the previous one shot out, and instantly sent the charging Northern King flying. Bang! With just one attack, the Northern King's body tore apart the city wall behind him, and was embedded deep within the city wall along with Xiao Jin. An extremely deep crack lay diagonally on the Northern King's chest. Threads of lightning continuously shot out from it, and healed the Northern King's injured body. Even so, the recovery speed of the wound was still extremely slow. Under this attack, even the Northern King's indestructible body was unable to endure it. It must be said that a Dodi was truly frightening. In the city, everyone raised their heads and stared at Chen Zhen, who was above the city gate. Everyone's mouths were wide open and speechless. The extremely shocking scene in front of them had caused them to become absent-minded. It was difficult to imagine that those two were 9-star half-DD. They were basically invincible existences in Green Jade City. Yet, they were unable to retaliate in front of Chen Zhen. An elite Dodi was really this frightening. I'll say it again. Hand over the Sky Annihilation Steps. Otherwise, I will immediately kill your pet. Using his pressure to block the gloomy Luo Jin to the side, Chen Zhen slowly walked in front of Xiao Yan. He raised his hand and pointed it at Xiao Jin's position. If Xiao Yan did not hand over the Sky Annihilation Steps, he did not mind killing Xiao Jin. It would also make it easier for him to absorb the latter's wild and violent energy, and use it to increase his own strength. Cough cough. I'll say it again. I don't have the Sky Annihilation Steps that you want on me. Xiao Yan's face was pale as he spoke in a weak voice. Chen Zhen's eyes sharpened as he prepared to attack. However, in the next moment, Chen Zhen frowned. Xiao Yan had actually personally handed over his storage ring in front of him. Handing over the storage ring was equivalent to handing over all of his treasures. Even Chen Zhen could not help but feel a little astonished by this. Heh, that's true. Sect leader Chen, why are you in such a hurry to kill him? Why don't you take a look at this kid's storage ring first? If there is the Sky Annihilation Steps, it won't be too late to take it first. Don't you agree? At this moment, Wu Jitian from the Battle Martial sect also flew down and looked at Chen Zhen with a smile. The intention of stopping Chen Zhen in his words was self-evident. Evidently, he could tell that Xiao Jin was special at a glance. Hence, he spoke out to stop him. Humph! With a cold snort, Chen Zhen retracted his gaze and looked coldly at the pitch-black storage ring in front of him. Under Wu Jitian's expectant gaze, Chen Zhen then poured his spiritual energy into Xiao Yan's storage ring. As Xiao Yan was the one who took the initiative to open the storage ring, Chen Zhen's spiritual energy was not obstructed when it flowed into the storage ring. A moment later, the indifferent face of Chen Zhen, who was originally calmly inspecting Xiao Yan's storage ring, gradually became gloomy in front of the eyes of the few people around him. The large rock that Wu Jitian and the others had just put down in their hearts was once again suspended at this moment. What's going on? Don't tell me that the Sky Annihilation Steps is not in this kid's storage ring. Wu Jitian frowned and said in a low voice. With the news from the Ghost Hall, He did not believe that the sky annihilation steps was not in Xiao Yan's hands. A moment later, however, the gloomy-faced Chunjun helplessly withdrew his spiritual strength. His expression was extremely gloomy as he stared intently at Xiao Yan. Immediately, he slowly shook his head in front of the serious gazes of the few people around him. Oh. Chapter 370. That's impossible. A furious roar was heard as Wu Jitian strode forward, completely ignoring the people around him. His broad palm reached out from his sleeve and snatched the black storage ring from Chunjun's hand. Seeing that he was about to obtain the sky extinction steps, how could he allow anything to go wrong? Even if there wasn't anything, he had to check it himself. Holding the storage ring in his hand, Wu Jitian's soul power immediately surged into the storage ring in his hand with a thought. He carefully inspected the space inside inch by inch. But after a long while, Wu Jitian, who was originally full of doubts, became even more gloomy. Under the probing of Wu Jitian's spiritual sense, Xiao Yan's storage ring was indeed as Chunjun had said. He did not find any trace of the sky absolute steps. How is this possible? Ghost Manor clearly said that the sky extinction steps is on this kid, but why isn't it here? Wu Jitian's face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Xiao Yan. The storage ring in his palm emitted a creaking sound. Fortunately, it was made of a special material and was not forcefully crushed by Wu Jitian. Kid, tell me, where did you hide the sky extinction steps? Wu Jitian snorted angrily. He stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Yan's neck. He lifted Xiao Yan up like a little chick and spoke sternly with his face close to Xiao Yan's. Xiao Yan's pale face quickly turned red as Wu Jitian grabbed his neck. He held onto Wu Jitian's wrist, which was twice as thick as his. His scarlet eyes stared at Wu Jitian's ferocious face as he shook his head with great difficulty. A hoarse voice was forcefully squeezed out from between his teeth. I don't know how. You're courting death. Xiao Yan's words obviously enraged the hot-tempered Wu Jitian. He tightened his grip on Xiao Yan's neck, and the sound of his neck being crushed could be heard continuously. Xiao Yan's head fell back uncontrollably as blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth and flowed down to Wu Jitian's palm. Stimulated by the scarlet blood, Wu Jitian's body flashed. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the edge of the city wall that was on the verge of collapse. Xiao Yan's body swayed uncontrollably under Wu Jitian's palm. At the next moment, a glint flashed across Wu Jitian's eyes. With a deep roar, Wu Jitian's slightly bent arm shot out like a cannonball, while Xiao Yan's body was smashed deep into the city wall by the tremendous force. Boom. After this attack, the city wall, which could not bear the heavy burden, finally collapsed with a loud bang. Huge rocks smashed onto Wu Jitian's body, but the latter did not move at all. His body shook, and an invisible force field swept out, crushing all the rocks around him. Speak, where is the sky extinguishing steps? Wu Jitian said in a low and deep voice as he indifferently looked at the weak aura of Xiao Yan in front of him. However, Xiao Yan still shook his head with great difficulty in the face of this. Bastard! Are you courting death? With a furious roar, Wu Jitian violently flung Xiao Yan away. After several violent collisions, Xiao Yan finally landed in front of the withered leaf sect leader, Yi Luotian. He wore a silver headband on his head, and his silver hair was tied up and scattered behind his back. His face was amiable and rosy, and his pair of turbid old eyes shone with a wise light. The smile at the corner of his mouth made people have an inexplicable good impression of him. When faced with Xiao Yan, Yi Luotian did not use violence to resolve the problem like the few people in front of him. In comparison, he was quite gentle. He was as amiable as a kind old grandfather. Haha, Xiao Yan, I advise you to hand over the sky extinguishing steps. After all, your life is the most important thing. If you lose your life, it will be useless even if you continue to hide the sky extinguishing steps. While speaking, Yi Luotian actually gently placed his shriveled hand on Xiao Yan's chest in front of his extremely shocked eyes. A cluster of green-colored dou qi flowed into Xiao Yan's body, and the injuries in Xiao Yan's body began to slowly recover. Yi Luotian was actually helping Xiao Yan heal his injuries. Yi Luotian, you are really a good person. Why, do you really think of yourself as the savior of the world? You want to save everyone regardless of who you meet. Why don't you choose to save everyone? Why do you need to be the sect leader? Wu Jitian's face was filled with disdain as he looked at Yi Luotian. Although they were equally famous among the four great sects, the Withered Leaf sect was the weakest among the four sects in every aspect. However, there was one exception. In terms of killing people, the Withered Leaf sect could not be compared to the other three sections. However, in terms of saving people, the sect leader of the Withered Leaf sect, Yi Luotian, was actually a truly good person. He had saved countless people since he started training, including some famous experts in the western region. It was also because of this that the Withered Leaf sect that he belonged to was ranked last among the four sections. However, the difference was that there were many famous experts in the western region in the Withered Leaf sect. This allowed the Withered Leaf sect's overall strength to stand firm among the four sections. Hehe, sect leader Wu, you must be joking. Aren't I doing this for the Sky Extinction Steps? Rather than committing crimes by killing people and failing to obtain the Sky Extinction Steps in the end, why not let me save another person? This can be considered as benefiting my sect. At the same time, I also hope that little friend Xiaoyan will hand over the Sky Extinction Steps. After all, this is beneficial to everyone. In the face of Wu Jitian's angry roar, Yi Luotian continued to chuckle. He looked extremely dignified and benevolent. This actually made Xiaoyan have a good impression of him. Hehe, little friend Xiaoyan, since I have healed your injuries, I wonder if you will hand over the Sky Extinction Steps now? Don't worry, as long as little friend Xiaoyan is willing to hand over the Sky Extinction Steps, I will be the first to ensure your safety. Furthermore, with our status, there is no need to kill a junior for something. This is not good for our reputation, right? At the end of his words, Yi Luotian's gentle gaze swept across the entire area. His gaze paused on Chen Zhen for a moment before he smiled and turned back to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan crawled to his feet with great difficulty. His eyes were filled with gratitude as he looked at Yi Luotian. The latter gently nodded his head. Immediately, Xiaoyan helplessly sighed. He looked at Yi Luotian and helplessly said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Senior. Junior does not have the item that Senior needs. Furthermore, all of you have already checked my storage ring, and there is indeed nothing inside. Moreover, if I really had such a valuable item, it is even more impossible for me to place it outside of my storage ring, so, humph. Xiaoyan, even now you are still so stingy with your glib tongue. Since you wish to die, I will fulfill your wish." Xiaoyan prepared to die. With a stern cry, Wu Jitian could no longer tolerate Xiaoyan continuing. His body moved and appeared in the empty space above Xiaoyan. He waved his sleeves and his hand was tightly clenched into a fist. A fist was violently smashed toward Xiaoyan's head. If this attack landed, Xiaoyan would definitely die. Humph! Great Star Plate. Activate. However, in the next moment, a cold cry that contained a terrifying murderous intent suddenly sounded in the area. Bang! In the next moment, Wu Jitian's fist that was filled with an imposing aura finally collided with a cream-white energy barrier. Crack! Following an intense tremor, a cracking sound was suddenly emitted from the point where Wu Jitian's fist collided with the energy barrier. Soon after, the sturdy barrier that could withstand an all-out attack from an ordinary elite Dodi shattered. Behind Wu Jitian, Luo Jin involuntarily spat out fresh blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the cracked Great Star Plate in his hand, and involuntarily coughed twice. Luo Jin had only managed to block Wu Jitian's punch after exhausting all the strength of the Great Star Plate, and adding his own Do Qi. If the latter had not used his full strength out of fear of Luo Jin's identity, Luo Jin would have been dead by now. Pavilion Chief, I do not wish to become enemies with Yunin Pavilion. Please move aside. Wu Jitian frowned and hesitated. If Luo Jin insisted on protecting Xiaoyan, even if the four sects joined forces, they would not be able to touch Xiaoyan. If you dare to touch him today, I guarantee that your four sects will be removed from the western region tomorrow. Luo Jin's face was pale. However, he swept his gaze across the four sects' sect leaders with a sinister expression. There was no fear in his dark eyes. Luo Jin believed that he would be able to do what he said. Similarly, the sect leaders of the four sects did not dare to underestimate the weight of Luo Jin's words. The four of them frowned and looked at each other. Their hearts were filled with hesitation. On one hand, they had the Sky Extinction Step. That was the key to opening the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb. On the other hand, they had to face the Colossus that was the Unine Pavilion. The strength of the Unine Pavilion was stronger than the Forcex. Looking at the current situation, Luo Jin did not seem to be joking. If he really wanted to kill, the Forcex would be in real danger. To them, it was not worth it to destroy the foundation that they had built over half of their lives for Xiaoyan. It seems that with the pavilion chief around, we cannot touch Xiaoyan. Chen Zhen narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiaoyan, who was standing behind Luo Jin. Jianming remained silent. Yi Luotian had already returned to the center of the Forcex. Wu Jitian frowned and looked at Luo Jin. Then he glared at Xiaoyan and said in a deep voice, "Kid, how long do you think you can hide? If you have the ability, you can stay in the Unine Pavilion for the rest of your life. Otherwise, humph. Since you don't have anything else to say, please take your leave." Luo Jin narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. When Wu Jitian heard this, he snorted coldly. He turned around and was about to leave. However, in the next moment, wait. Chapter 371. Chen Zhen took a step forward and spoke in a slightly hoarse and deep voice. After he spoke, Wu Jitian, who was about to leave, could not help but stop in his tracks. He looked at Chen Zhen with the others beside him. Wu Jitian frowned and looked at Jianming. He realized that Jianming was also at a loss. Yi Luotian narrowed his eyes and stared at Chen Zhen for a while before looking at the surroundings. His eyes flickered and he seemed to be deep in thought. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed and he took half a step forward. He stared at Chen Zhen and said in a low voice, "What? Does sect leader Chen want to continue making a fuss? Although I am not as strong as you guys, I am a man of my word. I will definitely do what I say." Crack crack. Luo Jin gently shook the jade fan in his hand and then opened it. Luo Jin's white palm suddenly cut across the leaves of the fan. Blood flowed out and drops of essence blood were injected into the jade fan. Then, under everyone's gazes, lines of blood-red lines that looked like capillaries covered the entire jade fan. At the same time, a terrifying aura rapidly spread from the jade fan. Even Wu Jitian and the others in front of Luo Jin could not help but be surprised when they sensed the terrifying bloodthirsty aura from the jade whisk fan. Being able to unleash such a powerful attack with the strength of an 8-star bandit was sufficient to cause Luo Jin to feel proud. If the ones who had come today were not them but other bandit class experts, it was likely that even the 4 of them would not be able to do anything to Xiaoyan and Luo Jin. Even though this was the case, Chen Zhen's expression was still calm. His dark gaze was withdrawn from Xiaoyan and landed on Luo Jin in front of him. He mused for a moment before speaking in a serious voice. He pondered for a while and said, "Pavilion leader, there is no need to be so angry. Don't worry, we will not force the heaven annihilation step. I believe that even if we kill Xiaoyan and search his body, we will not be able to find the heaven annihilation step." Chen Zhen's eyes flickered. He still firmly believed that the Sky Extinction Step was definitely with Xiaoyan. The reason why they could not find it was likely that the latter had already made preparations for them. Therefore, they had no choice but to temporarily put the matter of the Sky Extinction Step aside. Luo Jin coldly snorted in response to Chen Zhen's words. Xiaoyan did not comment. Chen Zhen did not seem to care about this. He coldly laughed and continued to speak in a deep voice. "However, there is another matter that requires Xiaoyan to give us an explanation." Finally, the conversation reached the main point. Xiaoyan and Luo Jin frowned slightly. They exchanged glances with each other. The two of them did not know what was going on in their hearts. They quietly communicated with their eyes before turning their gazes to Chen Zhen. Wu Jitian and the others at the side also looked at each other, each of them deep in thought. Wu Jitian's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at Chen Zhen. His sharp gaze occasionally glanced at Xiaoyan, who was beside Luo Jin. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Pavilion chief, we cannot talk about other things first. However, Xiaoyan has injured one of our people. This person was jointly appointed by our 4 large sections. No matter how you put it, he can be considered a subordinate of our 4 large sections. Now that he has been injured by Xiaoyan to such an extent, Don't tell me that we, as sect leaders, must just watch him be beaten by others? Chen Zhen coldly stared at Xiaoyan. Deep within his eyes, there was a hint of mockery. Today, even if he could not kill Xiaoyan, he would definitely injure him. A glint immediately shot out from Wu Jitian's eyes when these words were uttered. The smile on the corner of his mouth widened. That's right, this was the result that he wanted. No matter what, he would not allow Xiaoyan to escape unscathed in front of them. Jianming's eyes were like swords as he stared at Xiaoyan. An invisible aura rapidly surged around him, bringing along a gust of wind as it condensed into an invisible giant sword. Just the aura that was faintly released was enough to make a half-emperor expert's expression change. Humph! Sect leaders, just the pressure from all of you earlier is already enough for Xiaoyan to endure. Moreover, sect leader Wu has personally attacked Xiaoyan. Currently he is already seriously injured. What else do you want from him? Luo Jin said angrily with a gloomy expression. His sharp eyes were filled with anger. He originally thought that these guys would leave after being threatened enough. Who would have thought that they would go around looking for trouble with Xiaoyan? It seems that the four sects have been living peacefully for too long and have forgotten about my Yunin pavilion. Luo Jin's expression was gloomy as he said in a cold tone. Haha, sect leader, you don't have to use these words to threaten us. This is a matter between our four sects and Xiaoyan. Moreover, we won't kill him. After all, we can't not give face to the pavilion leader. Hearing this, the corner of Chen Zhen's mouth curled into a smile. His eyes were like a poisonous snake as he stared at Xiaoyan. He continued in a cold tone. Therefore, for the sake of our four sects' reputation, and for the sake of the pavilion leader's reputation, Xiaoyan, as long as you can receive a palm from each of us, I won't mention anything that happened between us today. As his voice fell, Chen Zhen took a step forward. Between the opening and closing of his right palm, surging Do-Chi energy continuously gushed out from his palm. Humph humph, I can't help but want to attack. Wu Jitian had a sinister smile on his face. His scarlet tongue licked his lips in a bloodthirsty manner. As he waved his huge fist, it rubbed against the air and squeezed it, emitting a muffled sound. Xiaoyan, I've only used 20% of my strength. This is enough to seriously injure a 9-star half-martial emperor. I want to see how strong you, whose strength has exceeded your own cultivation, are. Humph, the four sect leaders are well-known figures in the western region. Why are you guys ganging up on a seriously injured person? Moreover, you guys are bullying a 5-star half-martial emperor. I'm afraid that all of you have already lost all your face. Luo Jin's expression was solemn. If he couldn't use other methods to stop the four people in front of him, Xiaoyan would still be in danger. At this moment, even his Yunin pavilion's prestige was unable to stop the four of them. With Xiaoyan's current condition facing 4 high-level Dodi, even if Xiaoyan didn't die in the end, the damage they would cause to Xiaoyan would be enough to destroy Xiaoyan's cultivation talent. If there were serious and irreversible consequences, it would be difficult for Xiaoyan to progress in his cultivation for the rest of his life. Humph humph, we can save our face. However, if we lose the hearts of the people, wouldn't it destroy our sect? So, Xiaoyan, are you going to accept or not? Haha kid, are you afraid? If that's the case, then quickly hand over the sky annihilation steps. Haha little friend Xiaoyan, this old man will still say the same thing. Your life is more important than anything else. If you have the sky annihilation steps, or if you know the location of the sky annihilation steps, then tell us. Wouldn't today's matter be avoided? The words from the four of them were like cannons. They were either mocking or persuading. However, their goal was all for the sky annihilation steps. Today, their goal was either to obtain the sky annihilation steps or to cripple Xiaoyan. Luo Jin's heart was incomparably clear about this point. However, just as Luo Jin was about to open his mouth and try to salvage the situation, his expression suddenly changed. Xiaoyan's palm had actually forcefully patted his shoulder, forcefully stopping the words that were about to come out of his mouth. All right, I accept. For palms it is.